Snowed In at Harper's Inn by Catelyn Meadows. Narrated by Georgia Lee King. Chapter 1. Lacie skimmed her list a final time. She had outlined every day she and her fiancé would be spending at Harper's Inn, the itinerary for each of those days, and exactly what she would need to wear. She then delineated her suitcase by using the organizer insert to compartmentalize each of her belongings, packing them tightly enough in the small suitcase so even if they were jostled around on the flight, they wouldn't get too knocked out of place. The packing didn't take as long as she expected. She glanced at the clock beside her bed. 12:07. Still 23 minutes before Wyatt came to pick her up. Then a 20-minute drive to the Alliance Airport, with just enough time to get through security by the suggested 2-hour window. She was nothing if not thorough. Lacie exhaled through her lips. Pent-up energy coursed through her bloodstream, making her wish things were moving at a quicker pace than at their current snail speed. Now 22 minutes, she mused aloud, lifting her phone. This was the perfect time to take care of some unnecessary emails. Every swipe of her finger held more satisfaction than the last. Swipe. Swipe. She had plenty of other correspondence to keep track of. She didn't need to deal with spam. These emails could not only wait, they could wither and die in the little digital trash can on her phone's menu. In an instant, the phone's background lost some of its luster. The screen went dim, and the battery in the corner blinked red. What? She stared at the little icon again, hardly believing what she was seeing. The battery was dying? Not possible. She never forgot to charge her phone. Then again, Lacie had been up watching videos last night to help her coordinate the Blum's bar mitzvah after-party, and comfortable as she'd been nestled in bed, had fallen asleep in the middle of those videos. Another thing she rarely did. She attributed the unusual behavior to her excitement about the trip, but that still left an unsettling fact. Her phone hadn't gotten plugged in. She was about to board a flight with no phone, no books to read, no notes to scour through from clients' upcoming events, and their wishes for decorations and the overall general feel for the parties she'd planned for them. So many parties. So much wasted time if she couldn't use her flight to manage anything. She swore she would take time to enjoy herself while at Harper's Inn. But that was once they arrived in Montana. Lacie intended to make the most of her hours until then. Chances were Wyatt would have his phone at his nose, too. She peered to the empty outlet on the other side of her nightstand. The outlet's little mouth gaped beneath, what she'd always imagined were two little eyes where the top prongs of plugs went. They'd always looked like faces to her. A sense of panic settled in. No, I can't leave without my charger. Where is it? Had she already packed it? That wasn't like her either. The phone charger was usually one of the last items to find its place. Neglecting the suitcase, splayed open on her bed, she checked the outlets in the kitchen and in her bathroom. Their faces all gaped open, too. No charge cord. I need my charger, she said, trying to keep her hands from her hair. She worked hard to style her auburn locks this morning, and wanted to look the best that she could when Wyatt arrived. It's fine, Lacie breathed, remembering the steps her therapist had talked her through. Deep breaths. Positive self-talk. It's okay to focus on something else. Things will fall into place, even if you're not the one to put them there directly. She'd paid good money and spent countless hours rattling over her inability to let go of control with her therapist. He'd had her repeat the mantra dozens of times, trying to convince her that if she repeated something enough, she was bound to believe it sooner or later. That belief still hadn't arrived. Sometimes words were just words. Lacie talked herself through the reasons this unforeseen event would work out. Wyatt has the same phone as I do. If worst comes to worst, I can just borrow his charger. Except she liked having her phone plugged on her side of the bed. What if she woke up in the middle of the night? Reading was guaranteed to help her relax enough until she could fall back to sleep. The idea that she could have forgotten something this important shook her. She glossed over her list again, ensuring nothing else had been neglected. Jeans, shirts, pajamas, bathroom items. Her eyes landed on the last item. Present for Wyatt. Oh, can't forget that. Lacie hurried to the closet and withdrew a small package wrapped in red paper. She and her fiancé would be spending Christmas at Harper's Inn after all, and she couldn't go without a gift for him. The trip itself had been an engagement present, though that wasn't the reason she'd booked the rooms a year before. She hadn't banked on being engaged so soon, though Lacie couldn't complain. She and Wyatt had been dating for 2 years now. Wedding bells were only the next logical step, falling in line right around the meeting the family step and the sharing your deepest secrets step, and she relished the ring sparkling on her finger and the prospect of planning her own wedding for once. A heavy knock sounded on her door. She darted a panicked gaze to the clock. 12:11. Too early for Wyatt to be here. Curious, Lacie dashed from her bedroom, through the small living area, to answer it. Rather than her handsome fiancé with his curly black hair, narrow, pointed jawline, and careful but reliable eyes, Jared flashed his dependable smile. He was quite a bit taller than Wyatt, and filled out his shirt in a noticeable way that spoke of too much time spent at the gym. His skin was the easily tanned kind, the kind that made her ready-burn pale complexion jealous. Usually the sight of him alone was enough to settle whatever nerves she was dealing with, but the bundle of purple cord in his proffered fist cranked her smile from a smirk to a beam. "You might want this," he said. "Oh my gosh, Jared, you're a lifesaver. I've been looking everywhere. How come you have it? Was it in your car?" For a moment she wondered if this was yet another prank. Jared liked to tease her with unexpected things, like the time he'd given her a package of Oreo cookies for her birthday. She'd taken a bite, only to discover he'd painstakingly scraped off all the white cream on the cookie bits and spread toothpaste there instead. Or the time right after she'd moved into her first apartment after graduating from high school. Jared had coordinated with her roommates, snuck in, and glued googly eyes to everything in her fridge. When they were kids, he'd snuck things into her backpack during family road trips, left frozen quarters on her forehead while she slept to see if they'd make her wet the bed. He'd even taped the light switch once at a cabin their families were sharing, scaring the tar out of her when she couldn't get the light to turn on after they'd been telling spooky stories late at night. She'd hated Jared's pranks at first, but after finding ways to get back at him, their shenanigans had turned into something more like a love tap than a sucker punch. In this case, however, she wasn't sure it was a spoof. Lacie brought her charge cord along sometimes when they went out, but she couldn't remember bringing it to his apartment, let alone leaving it there. "I borrowed it after the concert, remember?" he said. "Oh, that's right." They had just gone to the Requiem Orchestra, a Christmas tradition of theirs for a few years now. Jared's girlfriend, Tia, had also come, but they'd driven in Jared's car, and Lacie had been worried about not having access to her phone during the 2-hour drive to the concert. She didn't like the fact that she'd forgotten something. That was a part of her personality she'd tried hard to remedy, to the point where she prided herself on her ability to coordinate events and ensure every little detail happened when it was meant to. After struggling with spaciness, she'd strive to change the label others slapped her with from ditzy to dependable. The unfortunate fact of the matter was, when she spent so much time organizing and planning parties, meetings, weddings, and other corporate events for others, she was bound to forget something of her own. At least it hadn't been a detail for work. Lacie took the cord from him and turned, knowing he would come inside as well. Jared closed out the bright Texas sunshine. The day was a toasty 70 degrees. She couldn't wait to get to Montana, to dive into some snow for Christmas. The last time she'd had snow in Christmas time had been while visiting her grandparents in Idaho over 10 years ago. "Aren't you going to put it in your suitcase? Oh wait, cords go in the side bag," she finished, turning to the matching bag slouched against the open suitcase's side. "Correct." Jared peeked over, inspected her self-ascribed preference to compartmentalize every single thing within, and reached for a ball of socks. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Are you sure these go here?" "Positive. Now put them back." He grinned. "What if I put them here?" He tucked the socks into the mesh lining, sewed into the purple suitcase's side. "Then I'll take them out." She reached in. He beat her to it. The struggle ensued in a kind of up-high, down-low, too-slow battle, where Jared won because of the length of his arms. "Would you stop that? Give them to me! Wyatt will be here any minute." "How many minutes?" "Shut up and give me the socks." She tickled his ribs in just the right spot, and Jared released a noise that sounded like oof and dropped the socks to the floor. With both bemusement and annoyance, Lacie bent for the dropped socks and returned them to their place. How many were in there? She planned on 5 pairs, enough to last the duration of the trip, but she'd better double-check now that Jared had messed with everything. "There's 5, he said, beating her to it. "I counted." Lacie ignored him and counted for herself. Sure enough, 5 sock mounds inhabited the suitcase's lower left-hand corner, right next to her bathroom bag, right where she always put them when she traveled. Hurriedly, she closed the lid before he could take anything else out of its place, just to bug her, and turned. Jared rested his arm on her TV stand across from her bed. "When are you leaving?" he asked. "The flight isn't until 3, but we're getting to the airport early." "Good thinking. You have everything you need?" She hurried to straighten the table runner and the TV. "I'd better." "I should say." She knuckled him in the shoulder. Not that she wasn't grateful for his helpful interference, but the same urgency that had been pressing against her all morning returned with full force. "Wyatt will be here soon," she said. "You can't be here when he comes." "Why not?" Lacie rolled her eyes. "Why not? Please." She took Jared by the shoulders and directed him toward her bedroom doorway and then to the door beyond. "Because this is a romantic getaway with me and my fiancé, and you can't be here when he comes to pick me up." How would that look, to have her best friend here when her fiancé came? Wyatt was pretty chill about the fact that her lifelong bestie was of the male variety, but this was a personal preference. How would that look if another man was here when her man came for her? Jared would be cool about the dismissal, she knew, which was why she had no qualms about shooing him away. He was so thick, though, she might as well have been pushing a building. He slid her a smug, challenging smirk. "You're enjoying this way too much," she said. "It's always nice to see you try." "Aren't your meathead friends waiting for you?" He worked out regularly with Tim and Miguel, but for the sole purpose of the 3 of them bragging about their individual bench press record. "Not today. I'm heading over to Tia's before she leaves on her cruise." Lacie ignored how impressively firm his muscles were and tried again. Relenting, Jared allowed her to parade him through the living room with a laugh. All right, I'm leaving. Have a great time." "You too. Say hi to Tia for me." She popped her head out of the door long enough to thank him for returning her charge cord. Then she closed it, cursed herself, and opened the door again to find him descending the steps of her second-story apartment to his car. "Oh, and Merry Christmas, Jer." Jared smirked over his shoulder. "You too." He trod down the stairs, and she closed the door, hugging the charge cord to her chest. "Thank you, Jared," she said to the air. then hurried to plug in her phone in the nearest outlet. The device had died sometime between his arrival and now. Wishing she could tap in a reminder to shop for a new one when she got back from Montana, or at least a new battery that lasted longer, she made a mental note instead, prayed the device would revive in time, cleaned the remaining dishes in her sink, paced her apartment, and stopped to make sure the thermostat was set where her electric bill wouldn't squeeze her dry when she returned, and then spared a glance at her clock. Her heart nearly stopped. Wyatt was 10 minutes late. What? That wasn't possible. How had that much time passed since Jared had come? Even so, apparently, it had passed. She hadn't seen any signs of Wyatt's car out front. Was everything okay? Had he gotten caught in Fort Worth traffic? She willed her phone to hurry up and charge enough for her to check if she'd received any messages from him. Soon the screen flared to life, but no additional texts appeared. If he knew he was going to be running late, Wyatt usually let her know. Lacie tapped his number and held the phone to her ear. No response. The call went to voicemail. She paced her apartment, wringing her hands. Had something happened? Most of the time they could avoid rush hour, but sometimes the influx of cars struck early. Or maybe he'd misplaced his phone charger, though that wasn't likely because he kept one in his car all the time, and probably had his phone plugged in while driving. Even so, he would have sent a message if he were running behind. Since Wyatt wasn't answering, Lacie dialed Jared's number. He answered after the third ring. "What's up?" Jared said. "Wyatt's not here." Was he supposed to be? "Yes, I tried calling him, but he didn't answer." "Maybe he hasn't seen your call yet. If he's driving, that's probably a good thing." Her breathing rate elevated. She attempted to keep it down. "Jared, we can't miss our flight." "You planned things out in plenty of time," he said patiently. "And you may not have been the only one to forget something. For all you know, he realized whatever it was on the way to get you and had to turn around." "That may have been the case. Even still, he would have called to let me know." "Try him again," Jared suggested. With shaky resolve, she ended the call and tried Wyatt's number again. There was no answer. 15 minutes late. Then 20. She texted him, "Are you coming? We're going to miss our flight." This wasn't true. Chances were they had plenty of time to make it through security and wait in peace. But Wyatt knew how much she hated her plans being thrown off course. 30 minutes passed. What was going on? Lacie dialed his number again and again. Finally, bubbles appeared on her screen. The sight was a gush of relief and a storm of anxiety all at once. Until his message appeared. "We need to talk," was all it said. Chapter 2. Jared took the exit off of Horn Street and turned. Fort Worth was beautiful any time of year, but Christmas had made its mark on the city. Snowmen adorned the street corners, and many of the shop windows had been painted with white images of snow and holly berries. He'd meant to hit the gym, but the guys had already been there for at least an hour, so heading to Tia's was the second option. And while he worried about Lacie, his worry rarely absorbed him the way hers did. She had Wyatt. Things would be fine. He needed to focus on the other woman in his life. And no, he wasn't referring to his mother. Tia lived in an apartment above a scuba gear shop. The scent of synthetic rubber sometimes wafted its way into her living room. But fortunately, the smell wasn't as rampant as it was in the shop itself. Jared pulled into the alleyway, to the little parking area secluded between buildings, where several other cars were parked. He strolled to the back of the store, up a set of stairs, and knocked on her door. He wished he'd thought to bring her some lunch or something, but he would ask her out to lunch. She'd like that just as much. He heard her fumble with the door before opening it. Tia's brown eyes lit up at the sight of him. She wore workout clothes, and her mahogany hair was piled into a messy bun, high on her head. "Hey, just finishing up. Come on in." "Is this a bad time?" "No, come in." She turned back to her TV and pressed play. The workout began again, and Jared sat on the couch and pulled out his phone, needing somewhere else to look while she finished hopping on one foot and switching from one leg to the other. Her workout went on, and he kept on scrolling. Tia had tagged him in a couple of pictures on social media. Not long ago, he changed his status from single to in a relationship, and he was still getting a few likes and comments on that as well. He tapped to like them and found a few videos on weightlifting to watch. His thoughts strayed to the guys, to the soreness in his biceps because he and Miguel were competing to see who could lift a new record first, how Lacie had been there and had bet on him. Soon enough, the rapid beat, peppy music stopped. He glanced up to find Tia taking a long swig from her water bottle and wiping sweat from her forehead with a soft towel. Good thing he hadn't brought lunch after all. "You hungry?" he asked. She laughed, and his smile sprouted at the sound. Tia really did have a great laugh. "You came to ask me if I was hungry?" He set his phone down. "I thought, well, yeah. Are you?" She patted the back of her neck with her towel. Her skin had a becoming flush to it. "Sure, give me a few minutes to shower and get ready." "You got it. I've already made myself at home here." He patted the couch. 30 minutes later, stomach rumbling, the two of them set out to find food in Fort Worth. They stopped in at Jared's favorite sandwich place. Soft chatter wafted through, along with the smell of fresh bread and meat. "Any new security jobs this time of year?" Tia asked. Jared sold security systems. Most guys on the team traveled to Texas or other locations during the summer months, many bringing their families with them for the duration of their stay. Jared kept mainly to home, though he occasionally traveled to find new customers. Sometimes it was Louisiana, sometimes Alaska. Mostly, though, he stayed in Texas. "Business isn't as hopping now as it is during the summer when the out-of-town crew comes in, but I still managed to find some clients here and there. Typically, he made enough in the busy months to tide him over during the slow ones." "When do you leave for your cruise?" he asked. How weird that both of the women in his life were leaving on the same day. Wait, that sounded way too messed up. He should only have one woman in his life. Once their sandwiches were ready, they sat at a table for two near the window, with its white, painted motif of snowflakes compensating for the lack of snow in the 70-degree weather outside. "I'm sorry I couldn't convince my parents to bring you along," Tia said, setting her purse on the floor at her feet and situating the little paper boat holding her sandwich in front of her. "It's okay. I'm sure they want to make sure we're going to be in it for the long haul before spending that kind of money." Truth be told, he could have paid his own way on the cruise, but he hadn't wanted to impose on their family, not when her parents had made things clear that Jared wasn't considered part of it. Such a contrast from Anya Sorensen, his mom's best friend, who would invite him and his parents along any time they so much as sneezed in another city or state. Are we in it for the long haul? Tia's question caught him off guard. In the middle of bringing his BLT to his mouth, he paused and stared at her across the table, hearing the festive sleigh bells jingling and the peppy song on the overhead speakers. He supposed it was about time for a determine the relationship kind of conversation, though that didn't make this any easier. In all honesty, Jared wasn't sure what he wanted their relationship to be. He liked Tia, sure, liked her enough to continue seeing her after the few dates they'd had, and apparently enough to be in the same room while she worked out. But did he want more than just a few dates with her? The skin on his arms tingled. He took a bite, needing to think before he responded. This was a make it or break it kind of moment. The kind of moment women who were leaving on cruises with their families over Christmas would think over whatever he said a dozen times a day and pick apart every word, because that's just what they did. "Is that what you want?" Total defer tactic. Nailed it. She reached for his hand across the table. Her soft fingers stroked his, and her expression deepened from simply pleased to something silkier, the kind of look for closed doors. She'd looked at him this way just before he'd kissed her for the first time a few weeks ago. Jared's stomach tightened, but he didn't let go of her hand. "I'd like that," she said. Okay, she'd like whatever this was to be lasting. Just how lasting were they talking about? Jared wasn't ready to propose or anything, but she wanted more of a claim on him. Moving in together wasn't really his thing. Before he could sort out his train wreck of thought, Tia went on. She slipped her hand away from his, skidding her chair noisily across the floor and meeting him straight on. "If we're getting more serious, we need to talk about Lacie." He lowered his sandwich. "What about Lacie?" "You spend an awful lot of time with her." "Spending time doesn't mean there's more going on. Not for Lacie, anyway. For Jared, though, he couldn't think about that. Lacie was engaged to someone who wasn't him. Eventually, his heart had to accept that fact. But I'm going on a cruise with my family for a week, and you're going to be here with her for Christmas. I'm your girlfriend." She drove the stake in, hard. Jared couldn't say he liked territorialism much. For whatever reason, his defenses flared. "She's leaving with her fiancé for Christmas." Tia sank back into her seat, visibly relaxing. "Oh, she is?" "Yeah, they're going to this—" Tia's face softened into a relieved smile. She scooted her chair closer again. The scraping chair cut him off, and she waved her hand in the air. "I don't want to know their plans, just as long as she won't be with you." Jared hurried to ease her mind. They just had a DTR. He'd just said he was open to lasting, though whether it was the peppermint gum kind of lasting or the redwood forest kind of lasting, he still wasn't sure at this point. Either way, he really did like Tia. She was beautiful. She made him laugh. She was a great kisser. He wasn't ready to let go yet, and this wasn't the first time she'd expressed concern about his friendship with Lacie. The last time Lacie had come up, Jared had brought Tia over to Miguel's apartment for a movie on the projector Miguel had set up. The fun-loving buffoons he lifted weights with had asked where Lacie was, pouring awkward tension like hot tar all over what should have been a casual evening. Tim had added the feathers by mentioning how inseparable Jared and Lacie had been all their lives, as though Tia had needed the explanation. Jared had wanted to shake them. Didn't they get that their conversation would set his girlfriend off? And it had. He'd endured tears and a lecture after the incident, and had done all he could to assure Tia that Lacie was just a friend. He'd thought Tia had believed him. Evidently, he'd been wrong. "She's marrying someone else, I told you. We're just friends, and we've only ever been just friends." All true. He had wanted to be more, many times, but he hadn't wanted to risk their friendship by mentioning it, not when she didn't seem to feel the same. Having Lacie as his friend was better than not seeing her at all. It hurt to watch her date other guys, but he kept hoping one day his heart would finally get the message that she wasn't interested. The matter dropped. They finished their lunch, and he left a tip on the table and escorted Tia back to her apartment. He climbed the stairs to her door, and she paused on the top step, toying with his collar. "I want to be more serious with you." "I'd like that," he said, rubbing his hands along her slim waist. He stroked his nose along her cheek, ready for the kiss. Relieved they'd gotten the Lacie issue resolved, Tia reared back, pressing her hands against his shoulders. "But we can't be, if Lacie is always in the way. You can't move on in a relationship if you're already in one." Jared clenched his fists. "I thought we talked about this already." "We did, but nothing was really settled." Was she in the same conversation he was? He'd explained the situation to her. He thought she agreed and understood. "We grew up together," he clarified. Again. "Her mom was my mom's best friend, and so we've known each other all our lives. We did everything together because our moms did everything together. But Lacie is just my friend, he insisted. He couldn't count the number of times he'd told Tia as much. Prove it. Tia's dark eyes turned from sunshine to thunder. What are you saying? Hands around his neck, she fiddled with the hair at his nape. Her expression turned innocent and inviting. But something about the sudden shift felt off. Forced. I'm sure you'll find a good solution. In the meantime, I'll miss you every minute we're apart. She leaned in and pressed a kiss to his mouth. No nerves fired. No sensation flared. In fact, the impact was about as memorable as if he'd kissed his own arm. The anticipation that had built before she'd brought Lacie up again went flatter than a punctured tire. Not what he was hoping for. He knew from previous experience they were capable of a whole lot more than this. Before he could try and improve the situation, Tia withdrew. Have fun on your trip, he said, hurrying to remedy whatever mistake he'd just made. She smiled as she closed the door, leaving Jared alone on the top step, confused and conflicted. Every one of his return footsteps to his car outside had a tag, an unwelcome, pestering thought, as annoying as any bee mistaking him for a flower. But this was something he couldn't swat away. Tia didn't like Lacie. He knew that much from things she'd said after the three of them had spent any kind of time together. He'd assured her time and time again that nothing was going on between him and Lacie. Anyone who saw them together could tell as much. What was it Tia said? You can't move on in a relationship if you're already in one. Jared triggered his car's keyless entry and climbed in. Wynton Marsalis's epic holiday trumpet skills swirled in his BMW, adding a low-key, laid-back feel he desperately needed, and he gripped the steering wheel. She wants me to prove Lacie is just my friend? Haven't I already done that? What else can I do? But he knew. Oh, he knew in an instant. Though he'd been slow to pick up on Tia's cues all the time, they blasted all around him now. Tia didn't want him to stop spending so much time with Lacie. She wanted him to stop spending time with her, period. He supposed she was right. If he wanted to pursue any kind of lasting with any other woman, he'd have to pick one or the other. He'd never thought of it in such ultimate terms before. Jared had always figured he'd either end up with Lacie or whoever he did marry would be secure enough in his feelings for her that any jealousy or discord on the subject would be nullified anyway. Instantly, Jared wanted to smash the whole idea, tell Tia where to go with her request, and be done. Lacie was a part of his life. She always had been, always would be. But he liked Tia. She intrigued him enough that he wasn't ready to let her go. What was he going to do? Maybe things would change between them once Lacie got married. Much as he didn't like the idea, it was for the best. Maybe then, Tia could see Lacie happily settled and would let the matter go. That was it. They just needed to wait a few more months. Satisfied for the moment, he shifted into gear, but his phone buzzed from the dash with Lacie's name. Chapter 3. Every single one of her well-laid plans was completely bulldozed. Debris from the wreckage dusted the air around her, invisible but choking all the same. She couldn't breathe. Phone to her ear, Lacie paced her apartment, waiting for Jared to pick up. He didn't usually take this long to answer. Was he still out with Tia? She stared at her suitcase, at the clock by her bed, at the geometrical shapes in her gray carpet. Hey, Lace. Finally. Her lower lip trembled, and a little whimper leaked out. The sound of Jared's voice was everything she needed to hear. And the tears she'd been holding at bay gushed like a faucet on full blast. This totally sucks. What sucks? Are you at the airport? Did something happen? I'm not at the airport. Uh-oh. Why not? Because... Her throat tightened. She couldn't finish. She sank onto the side of her bed without realizing she'd paced so close to it. Wyatt's voice continued to strike in her ear, his cruel, falsely sympathetic words, saying every engaged woman's worst fears aloud. I don't love you. I thought I did. But if I'm interested in other women, that's not love, is it? He was interested in other women. He didn't want to be with her. All the worst-case scenarios that had ever streaked through her mind were now playing out with abandon. During the conversation, she'd wondered exactly what level of interest Wyatt was talking about. That he liked to look at other women in passing? Did he strike up conversations and ask for their numbers? Or worse, had he been dating someone behind her back? Then he told her the truth, verifying the worst. She forced herself to speak. Wyatt called me just after you left, and he said he wanted the ring back. A ring she'd wrenched from her finger the minute the call had ended and tossed in the drawer by her bed. Its absence on her fourth finger was noticeable. He broke off your engagement? She nodded as though he could see her through the phone. He did? Why? Tears streamed down her cheeks. Her lower lip trembled. A strange heat crept its way up and clenched around her throat, making speaking that much harder. He said he met someone else and is going home with her to meet her family for Christmas. He said, oh gosh, so many hurtful things. Jared's tone grew firmer and abrasive. Like what? She allowed the hurtful words to swarm over her and verbalized them as they re-emerged. She had to get them all out, to tell Jared everything. He said he prefers to be with someone who doesn't try to control every move he makes. He said he's found a woman who can relax while they're out together and isn't on her phone all the time. He said whoever this new girl is knows how to have a good time, something he didn't realize how much he missed and wanted until he went out with her last night. For the second time. 2 dates? Wyatt had gone on 2 dates with a woman who wasn't her. Lacie pressed her eyes closed, squeezing more tears free. There were times when he teased her for being on the phone, sometimes while they waited at restaurants, other times while she was a passenger in the car he was driving. But whenever he said something, she always put her phone away. And he laughed with her. Doggone it, she was fun. I know how to have a good time, she blurted in her own defense. Yes, you do. And I'm on my phone a lot, but who isn't? Every time you go anywhere, people are always sucked into their screens. And most of the time, she wasn't scrolling through social media or playing games or even reading books or anything like that. Lacie always took whatever spare minute she had to research cultures and whatever stylistic requests clients made of her for their various parties. She took pride in delivering exactly what people expected and more. She thought Wyatt knew that. She thought he liked that she was so detail-oriented. You're the life of the party, Jared said. It's why you're so good at planning them. She dabbed her cheeks with the tissue, but at this point, there was no salvaging her mascara. She'd have to remove whatever was left of it and start over again. Then why doesn't Wyatt think so? Jared had just gotten home from Tia's, but hadn't yet made it inside the complex, which was just as well because he stormed the parking lot, needing somewhere to direct this sudden burst of adrenaline and outrage on her behalf. He should go back to Lacey's. Better still, he had the irrational urge to veer over to Wyatt's apartment and throw his fist in his face. Her words, her hurt tone of voice resonated in the cavern of his mind. What was wrong with this guy? He had the greatest girl in the world, and he couldn't see that? He couldn't see that she wasn't only his entire universe, but the axis on which it rotated, and the gravity pulling everything, keeping him at its center? He was an utter and complete moron. Jared voiced the thought aloud. He hurt you, Jared snarled, pacing along the line between his car and Miguel's. Not physically. Doesn't mean you're okay right now. Though he wasn't there with her, he could imagine the pain in her eyes. Pain he heard saturating her voice. Pain he wanted to take away. The slightest pinprick deflated his fury. He couldn't take her pain away. Not this time. Not the way he'd done during her past breakups. His conversation flared in his mind like a brush fire. Jared's hand gripped his phone so hard he imagined his fingers would leave imprints behind. How many times had he wished for exactly this, for Lacie to break things off with Wyatt because she realized she loved him, Jared, instead. And now he was with someone else, someone he liked. He knew the prospect of getting them together was impossible. It was the reason he'd started dating Tia in the first place. He and Lacie were both 24. She'd made a career for herself, and so had he. Most best friend duos he knew from their high school days had gone their separate ways, keeping in touch the way most people did, online or with the occasional text message every few months. The thought of passing months at a time without speaking to Lacie squeezed the air from his lungs. Though Jared traveled during the busy summer months to find the best places to sell security systems, they still talked every day. He couldn't bring himself to move away from Texas, away from her. "Wyatt's an idiot," Jared said, drawing himself back to their phone conversation. She chuckled through her tears, and Jared went on. "I've always thought he had more than one screw loose. Now I know he does. This is a good thing, Lace. It's good to realize before vows were spoken that his brain is smaller than BB pellets and that he's about as reliable as a plastic fork." Jared hadn't made his feelings regarding Wyatt a secret, that was for sure. He'd always made comments about how she could do better, about how weak Wyatt was compared to him, or how he never paid attention to her like he should have. Deep down, he'd hoped Lacie would see the comments for what they were, invitations to see him as something more than just a best friend. He'd never been able to bring himself to tell her how he really felt about her. Maybe now was that time. A small urge, somewhere deep in his gut, twisted, with insistent hands, cajoling him to speak up, to strike while the proverbial iron was hot. He had always loved her. From the time they'd kissed during drama class in 10th grade, he knew she was the only woman he ever wanted. Jared pictured driving over to her place, opening up to her, telling her what a fortuitous thing this was, that now he could open her eyes to what had been in front of her for years. And if he wasn't with Tia, maybe he would have finally gone out on a limb, finally taken that chance. But he swore inwardly. He was with Tia, and Lacie was extremely hurt and vulnerable right now. She needed him to listen, not attempt to sweep her off her feet, and probably confuse her more than she already was. Jared knew she didn't return those feelings, much as he'd hoped she did. She'd never expressed anything similar. She dated other guys, and he'd been trying to get over that fact. It wasn't fair to Tia to drop everything on her now, not when she was leaving for vacation, not when, for all he knew, Lacie would pick up and find the next loser she could to mend her heart with. Somehow he'd accepted that he would never have her. But he wouldn't give up his friendship with her, prematurely, even if that was the case. Perhaps he was setting himself up for more heartache later on. But he did what he always did when that thought came. He cast it aside. "I am so glad I didn't vow to love and cherish him, because he is so not cherishable." She laughed again, though he wasn't sure it was because what she'd said was funny. More like her laughter came because laughing was easier than crying, and she needed Jared to help ease the tension, threatening to make her burst. "Like I said, he's a total loser," Jared said. "I'm so sorry he hurt you, Lace." "Yeah. Last night, the night before we were leaving, he was on a date with someone else. And he said his whole future flashed before him. He said..." Jared's hand fisted. He got the feeling she didn't want to relive the painful conversation, yet the details gushed out as though she needed to be rid of them. "He said he's been agonizing over how to tell me all of this because he knew how much it would hurt to hear. but that he couldn't go on this trip with me and lead me on anymore. He said he's been having second thoughts since I started planning our wedding. He's annoyed that you're planning your wedding? Apparently, I was supposed to wait until we were sure the wedding was a solid. Proposing to you and you accepting was enough to prove that. If Wyatt wasn't sure about marrying her, why had he proposed to her at all? Anyone who knew Lacie at all would know she'd been making note of dresses, flower colors, and table coverings for years now in pursuit of her dream wedding. Lacie gave a little hiccup. Right? I just want things to be perfect. I've been setting ideas aside for years now after planning so many other people's big days. I've been so excited to finally be able to put together one for myself. Is it wrong to want the right flowers? The perfect event hall? For my table settings to coordinate with the decor? Sounds pretty typical to me. Whoever this new girl is will probably get paper napkins and plates from somewhere sensible like Walmart. Lacie laughed, and a smile worked its way onto his lips as well. He'd been trying to lighten the situation in whatever way he could, and it had worked. For normal parties, that's okay, but a wedding? If you can afford it and I can, why not go all out? She'd smothered him with talk of all her notebooks, website listings, magazine clippings, and memos from the various weddings she'd planned over the years. Lacie had documented exact details of everything she'd liked that her clients had chosen, and everything she hadn't liked, so she knew what to avoid in case she forgot. It was all there, all ready, and she'd been putting things into motion since Wyatt had proposed last month. Now what do I do? The time to get to the airport in a reasonable time frame is long gone. I guess I could still make it through security and rush to board, but I don't really want to go by myself. I have all these events planned for couples once we get to Harper's Inn, and... You're not saying anything. Why aren't you saying anything? His mouth hung open. He hurried to close it. What do you want me to say? He deflected. Truth be told, his thoughts swarmed in all kinds of directions they shouldn't. Going with her on this trip would be the perfect opportunity to confess his feelings. He was already halfway onto that limb. Might as well see it through the rest of the way. Fear of losing her friendship had kept him from speaking up. But Tia had him against a wall with her ultimatum. In an instant, he knew what his answer for Tia was, what he wished he'd said. She wanted more with him, but he wanted to end things. To step into this void in Lacie's life and convince her that he was more than a friend, that the two of them could have so much more than the amazing relationship they already shared. He wasn't only thinking along the lines of benefits, but more so that he could keep her from ever feeling this dejected again, the best that he could. Because he would never break her heart, not like this. You're too quiet, Lacie said. He grimaced. Being quiet was out of character for him. But what could he say? He could invite her to his mom's house for Christmas, since in all likelihood their families would meet up at one point or another during the holiday. He could suggest the two of them spend the holiday together, since neither one really had plans now. But there was the whole Tia issue to deal with. He was no cheater. He could call now. Tell her he'd thought it over and had an answer. That maybe it was time they stepped apart and saw other people. He glanced at his clock, and he cursed inwardly. Too late. She'd already left for her cruise, and breaking up with her while she was on a family vacation was a wretched move if ever there was one. He'd have to wait until after Christmas to talk to Tia. It was the right thing to do, which meant he'd keep his feelings for Lacie on hold a little while longer. Chapter 4. Lacie had been fantasizing about Harper's Inn for months now. The place had an impeccable reputation. Sequestered in the remote Montana mountainside, the inn claimed to be the perfect getaway at any time of year, but especially at Christmas time. Its positioning in the wilderness, surrounded by nothing but forest, with a quaint, small town nearby to meet shoppers' needs, made it the ideal, charming getaway. She wasn't going to cancel, not when rooms had to be booked a year or more in advance. The inn was rumored to be a place where magic happened. The story on their website crowed that Santa Claus himself had visited the inn once, years ago, when it had only been a home to the family who'd started the inn. This alleged visit had bestowed it with the title of America's North Pole. There was also a fancy event center located there, and she wanted to see for herself whether it was suitable for her dream wedding. Not that that particular joyful event would be taking place any time soon now. A new idea descended as quickly as most kids wished Christmas morning would arrive. Blatant and fast, sugar plum visions began dancing in her head. She paused, waiting, preferring to think through every side, and allow the notion to unfold a little more slowly, to open her mind a little at a time, like a sunrise. "Do you want to come with me?" she asked, clutching the phone to her ear and sitting up a little straighter. He took too long to answer. "What?" "I have reservations at Harper's Inn. The Harper's Inn. Do you know how long I've had these for? How early in advance I had to book these rooms?" "Rooms? Plural?" "Yes, 2. Getting one room is hard enough, but I booked 2. Because propriety, okay? One for him, one for me. I've been dreaming of this trip. This is America's North Pole." "I thought North Pole, Alaska was America's North Pole." She ignored his sarcastic tone. "This has real magic, Jer, and Wyatt and I were going to spend Christmas together there." "In separate rooms?" "What's wrong with waiting until marriage?" She pictured him lifting his hands in defense. "Nothing." "You're not helping." Again, too much silence reigned. Why wasn't he saying anything? She didn't like the accompanying strain on her already frazzled emotions. "I don't know, Lacie." "What don't you know? Why is this a hard decision? Tia left for her cruise, right?" Another pause. "Yeah." "And you're not going to your dad's in Louisiana?" He said nothing. She knew he wouldn't. He wasn't on the best terms with his dad, and hadn't been since his parents had divorced 10 years ago. His dad kept trying to repair that breach, and had made another move to do so by inviting Jared to his new house in Baton Rouge. Jared had declined. "I already have the flights. Flights that are about to leave much sooner than I'd like. There's no sense in spending Christmas by yourself. No sense in both of us spending Christmas alone. Come with me." She straightened the remote in its place by her TV across from her bed, while a flurry took place in her chest. This was brilliant. The optimal solution. Who better to help her, to commiserate with her, than her best friend? "Lacie," Jared's voice was way too reluctant. "What?" "We're not kids anymore," he said. She rested her weight against her dresser and cradled the phone to her ear. Sugar plum visions were happening here. Could he not see how amazing the solution was? "I know that. So what?" "So just because your parents are out of town doesn't mean you can sleep over." The memory passed wavelengths and defied the distance between them. They'd been in high school when her parents had left for a romantic Parisian getaway over Christmas break. She'd been 15, and Lacie had often spent the night at Jared's house. This had been no different. They'd camped out with sleeping bags in Jared's living room, in front of the tree with Lacie's siblings, and had stayed up as late as they could, playing board games and eating cheap popcorn from those fat tin cans. It was one of her favorite Christmas memories. "I know we've always done this," he said. "But He struggled for words, but Lacie caught his meaning anyway. To her, having Jared come was a no-brainer. She and Jared had been one another's backup plans since they were born. "You're like my brother," Lacie said. That was understood by anyone who knew them well, or who had known them for any length of time. Those who didn't often ask why Lacie and Jared weren't a thing, but they could never be more than what they were now. Surely he had to know she grasped this little aspect. Jared exhaled. I know, but some people don't get our history. Some people don't know how we've been tied at the hip since we were babies, and that's just how it's always been. The truth is, we're all grown up now, and I can't. She didn't think her heart could sink any lower than it already was. But it did. The fleeting amount of hope she'd been clinging to since Wyatt's cruel rejection puffed into smoke like a snuffed candle. You're talking about Tia now, aren't you? Tears pricked her eyes all over again. She was already devastated by Wyatt's rejection. She couldn't handle Jared pulling away from her, too. Not now. Not when she needed him most. Lacie inhaled long and slow, glad he wasn't here to see her in such a mess of emotion. She'd been drowning after Wyatt's phone call, gulping more water than she could handle, and no matter how hard she paddled, she wasn't succeeding in keeping herself above the water's surface. Jared was her lifeline. In that moment, she felt as though he was pulling the rope he tossed to her for rescue before she'd been able to get a good grip on it. He was going to leave her adrift. She was going to sink. I wasn't going to mention anything yet, he said in a distracted kind of way. Not until things were a little more settled. I still need to talk to her before... But I guess under the circumstances... He released a grunt. Wouldn't hurt to just let you know what's going on. You know I have no idea what you're talking about, right? She said, unable to help her smile. It wasn't often Jared was this flustered. I took her out to lunch a little while ago, and we had a talk, he said. He listened to her plight and woes. She could do the same for him. Lacie wiped her eyes and attempted to hear him out. Lunch? A talk? This sounds serious. It is. She wants to be more with me. Lacie gritted her teeth against the bulging in her chest. More was good, wasn't it? Shouldn't she want him to be happy? More meaning what? We didn't get there. She said we couldn't pursue a relationship if I was already in one. Lacie's brows puckered. Had Tia been referring to her? But you're not in a relationship with me. I'm not? She and Jared had talked plenty of times about what people thought about them, and the result had been so obvious, neither of them had had to say anything. They were friends. Boom. Done. So she wants to pursue a relationship with you? That means you and I can't be friends? Hesitation. Throat clearing. To her, yes. And there went the rope. Lacie fell under, kicking and flailing, gasping, but finding no air. More tears welled in her eyes. She was already emotional as it was with Wyatt's phone call and the finality of his breakup. Wyatt had said so many things. He'd listed all her flaws, and she'd cataloged every single grievance, the way she took in particulars in a well-decorated room. Every defect echoed in her mind all over again. Obsessed with work, selfish, only think about yourself, unable to relax, not worth spending a life with. Maybe Jared thought all of those things too. Was that why he was doing this? She'd always had Jared. He was dependable. She'd gone to him after every other hard thing in her life. He wanted to take that away from her? The strength in her knees gave out. Legs quivering, she sank to the floor and released a squeak of dismay. Her phone dropped to the floor, and she wanted to drop with it, to fall through the carpet and cease to exist until the pain went away. Instead, already wounded from Wyatt's unkind words, her defenses flared. She dove for her phone and returned it to her ear. And you're letting her call the shots? You're seriously going to throw away a lifetime of friendship for someone you hardly know? I'm not letting her call the shots, Jared said, insistent. And I'm not throwing anything away. I'm just saying... I don't know what I'm saying. Despair filled her. pressing against her ribs and smashing her lungs, making breathing impossible. She tipped her head to the ceiling, working through short, shallow breaths that never seemed to offer enough oxygen. "You can't pull away now," she said. "We've always been together. It's always been you and me." Losing Wyatt had been insultingly painful. The kind of painful where "I love you" was a lie, and her every deficiency had been splattered on a billboard for only her to see. The thought of losing Jared, though, that was like being diagnosed with a life-threatening condition and then being denied access to a hospital. It was like being evicted from her apartment and expelled from her job and misplacing her heart and hands and teeth and every other part that made her who she was. She couldn't let him go. "I know," he said, "but I think we need to decide where we want to end up. To settle. Our lives are changing. We need to change with them. And I feel sort of like I'm caught in the middle right now. Like, I can't... Gosh, I wish I could tell you everything, but I have to wait. Wouldn't be fair." Her stomach lurched, though he went on. Her mind snagged on the concept of change, more particularly of changing his life for Tia. Did that mean he loved her already? They'd only been dating for a handful of weeks. How did someone even know what love was? She thought she'd loved Wyatt, too, and look how that turned out. Did loving someone mean you expected to claim ownership of every aspect of their lives? She didn't think love meant trying to make another person change. She thought love meant accepting a person as they were. But Jared was right about one thing. They were adults. According to the rest of the world, adults didn't just up and share Christmas together, not without it meaning something. Then why did inviting him feel like the natural thing to do? "Just give me Christmas," she said. "What?" "After this..." Her throat closed. She forced out the words. "After this, I'll stay away. I'll back out of your life." Was that what he wanted? She knew she didn't. Sometimes people had various friends who fit different aspects of their lives. One of her friends back in Idaho called Lacie her Fort Worth BFF because even though they lived far away from one another, when they got together, it was always as though no time or distance between them had passed. Other friends were perfect for the occasional visit to the spa or to spend time with at work conferences. Others she spoke to only at church. Jared wasn't just for Sundays or certain locations or because they both liked the same kind of music. Jared was her everything friend. He saw her as she was, in her spacey phase, in her teenage braces years, in her boy band obsession stage. She didn't have a secret or an embarrassing moment that he didn't already know about. She supposed she could adjust to not being as close as they were if she had to. Being with Tia didn't mean she and Jared had to stop hanging out completely, did it? Finally, Jared broke his silence. "2 separate rooms, you say?" Lacie grinned, her grip tightening on her phone. Chapter 5. Jared packed faster than a starving man at a buffet. As soon as he hung up with Lacie, he was able to throw everything in a suitcase, slip into his shoes, and bolt out the door into his BMW within 10 minutes. This was the worst possible thing he could do right now. She was vulnerable. Heck, he was vulnerable just being around her. Probably why Tia had said what she had. He tried hiding his feelings, but perhaps they'd evidenced themselves just the same. Perhaps that was why people said the things they did about him and Lacie. He would keep his distance, comfort her, help her, distantly. The drive to Lacie's would never have been anything he'd have tracked before, but having a best friend with tendencies for tracking the movement of the clock made him aware that it took exactly 8.2 minutes to get from his apartment to hers. Lacie was already outside, standing beside her suitcase. She'd changed her hair, letting it flow down her shoulders now, touched up her makeup. He'd seen the kind of damage crying did to her mascara before, and had a tiny I'm trying to appear happy smile on her face when he pulled up. He got out and popped the trunk, but before he could load her suitcase in with his, he found his arms full. "Thank you, thank you, thank you," she said, burrowing her nose into his chest. He breathed in her smell of rose water and squeezed her back, self-conscious about the hug, in a way he never would have been before his conversation with Tia. That conversation had tormented him the entire time he was packing. Would Tia mind? What would she do if she knew he was doing this? He'd assured her he wouldn't be spending Christmas anywhere near Lacie, and now here he was, going out of town to stay at some hotel with her. Yes, he had to keep his distance. Jared patted her back, trying not to notice the softness of her auburn hair as the loose waves brushed his hand. "We'd better not miss the flight." Lacie reared, as if he'd told her he'd gotten tickets for her favorite band. "You're so right. What are you standing around for? Let's go." She gave another too-forced grin with the statement, turning the urgency back on him. The entire drive to the airport, the passage through security, and the flight once they boarded was a whole plate of awkward with a side dish of discomfort, and Lacie couldn't figure out why. She'd gotten a text from her coworker, Cynthia, asking if she could watch her 6-year-old for a few hours. Lacie had to decline as usual. One of these days she might be able to help out, but the regret she felt at refusing a friend in need, and Cynthia's response of, "It's okay, I know you're busy," fairly asserting the very thing Wyatt had accused her of being, wasn't the thing bothering her the most. She'd tried several times to lighten the mood with jokes or showing Jared funny memes that she'd looked up while trying to distract herself from replaying Wyatt's horrible words and the sick feeling of being unwanted that threatened to close off her veins. Jared had smiled and played along, but his reaction wasn't the same. Usually he had an easy casualness, and had his own set of memes to fire back or jokes relating to work, or some he'd heard from the guy friends he hung out with when he wasn't with her. Was the situation with Tia really bothering him that much? Had she made a mistake in asking him to come? Lacie scrolled through her phone, determinedly not looking at the usual Pinterest boards and other places she usually spent her time on. She didn't need the reminder that every beautiful thing she'd pinned recently was now as good as ashes to her, and settled on a resolution. Once this trip with Jared was over, she'd invite Tia out, girl to girl. She'd make every intention, or lack of intention, because there was nothing going on between them, as far as Jared was concerned, completely clear. She and Jared could never be a thing. He'd always just been Jared, her buddy, shoulder to cry on and sounding board, and she respected Tia too much to ever pursue anything. Friendship. Keyword, friend. Tia must have thought that was a problem because Lacie hadn't made much effort to extend that friendship to her. Women got jealous easily, she knew, so she determined to do what she could to befriend Tia when they got back and show her just how much nothing there was between her and Jared. Lacie scrolled past some cute puppies, Jared snoozing beside her with his head lolling against the side of the plane. The whirring noise from the little air conditioning funnel overhead by the fastened seatbelt light captured her attention, and she thought of the situation being reversed. She could see where Tia was coming from. If Wyatt had a best friend who was a girl who always called him, who wanted him to come fix things when they broke, or to be the fill-in when others dogged out on her, yeah, that would probably have bothered her. When it came to relationships, a man's girl should be the only girl who mattered to him. Nothing and no one else could get in the way of that. She knew that as well as anyone. She just never thought of it in regard to Jared before. Tim, Miguel, Mom and Dad, Jared's mom, Cynthia, Lacey's brother and sister, Francine from work. Everyone knew if they wanted one of them, they got both of them. She took for granted that everyone would see their friendship that way. Lacie peered at Jared, taking full advantage of his sleeping pose, to to ingest every aspect she already knew so well. His well-toned arms and torso, his bushy black eyebrows, the scar on his forehead that made her tease him as Harry Potter more than once, the little bump in the bridge of his nose that she was tempted to trail her finger over. His jaw was impressive, and he hadn't shaved for a few days, so shadow prickled along his jawline, giving him a tough appeal. She let her gaze drift to the full pout in his open lips, and something flopped in her lower belly. "Whoa," she breathed, slamming her head back against her own seat and staring straight ahead. What was that? Her heart raced way too hard. Lacie knew Jared was attractive. More than once, girls during school had asked for her help in getting him to go out with them or to ask them on dates. And a few times, Lacie had told Jared as much and then conspired either for or against the idea on his behalf. And they'd kissed a couple of times, though the babyish ones that had taken place when they'd played house didn't really count. But this was Jared. The tea party Jared, the Barbie-playing Jared, the laser tag, let's read my diary together Jared, the treehouse builder, the taekwondo, jiu-jitsu, and weightlifting buff, the lover of really bad 80s garage bands and soft jazz. He was quirky and funny and huggable and a great listener. She'd always known those things. She couldn't go adding the shape of his mouth to that list. That would do absolutely no good. Not when this was meant to be the last time they spent together. Chapter 6. Northern Montana was a whole spread of rolling land and fresh air. She gaped in wonder at the vacant landscape everywhere she looked, at the vast whiteness turning the ground into a blanket. Once they landed in Billings, she and Jared caught a shuttle from the airport to a little town called West Hills. Now thoroughly bundled in the coat she'd packed in her side bag, Lacie paused on Main Street and soaked in the cowboy movie look of the buildings. Everything was rustic, Old West, and the fact that there were more trees than buildings made it seem spacious, as though there was more access to air and sky and all things nature here. The darkening sky only added to the magical scene. The crisp, pine-tinted air, the cool effect each breath had on her lungs, the snow piled in gutters, though it had been cleared from the sidewalks. She loved it all. Like Fort Worth, several of the shops had painted decals indicating the Christmas holidays in their store windows. She itched to explore, to rove and window shop, and take everything in. A vacant sorrow swam through her, burned behind her eyes, and lodged in her throat. This would be the perfect place for a rustic wedding. She wondered if there were other hotel accommodations here in town, in addition to those at Harper's Inn. The number of rooms they'd need would depend on the guest list. She wondered. Scratch that. This was no longer a wedding planning venture. This was a getaway in every sense of the word, and she had to get her thoughts away from Wyatt and the wedding that would never be. Lacie sniffed and hurried to dash away the sadness before Jared noticed. "I haven't seen snow in so long," he said, folding his arms tight against his torso, as though his puffy blue coat wasn't doing its job to keep him warm. "It missed you." She bent for a scoop and tossed it in his direction. Moving was good, normal. She needed a dash of normal right about now. "Hey," he said. She expected him to return the favor, but he only hugged himself tighter. So much normal. Lacie coerced a smile to her lips. Glad to find her face still worked in the upward direction, considering how all she wanted to do was hide and cry. "You're cold?" "So what?" "So," she dusted snow from her cold fingers. "I'm surprised all that muscle isn't doing a better job of keeping you heated." The mere sight of it kept any woman who saw him plenty heated. "Hey, you like my muscles." "Yes, I do." He paused, and peered at her while an uncomfortable heat squirmed in her belly. She wasn't sure why. He had to know she thought he was well-formed, didn't he? Her admiration had never been a big deal before. Why was he making it out to be one now? "Come on," she said, done with the awkwardness that kept popping up. And the sadness, too, for that matter, though she knew she couldn't dash that away as quickly as she wanted to. Why did hearts have to break, anyway? Hers felt as though she had a larger gash through it than the Grand Canyon. "Let's go find some cocoa. We need to live it up properly while we're here, and nothing says Christmas and snow like a warm mug of cocoa." Jared relaxed and fell in to step beside her. "Will there be cocoa at the inn? Where is it, by the way?" He peered up the street, as if expecting to find it among the souvenir, rustic ware, and artwork shops. "It's up the mountain." She indicated the one and only street West Hills had. "Then why did we stop here?" The rip in her heart splayed a little wider. She sniffed and crinkled her nose to keep the tears away. "I wanted to see the town, and my client said to get the full experience. We need to arrive at Harper's Inn by—" Her throat pinched off the words. Why couldn't her body grasp the fact that she was trying to move on? Why did her emotions have to override everything else right now? Jared didn't miss a beat. He tilted in. "You okay?" "Fine." She choked, cleared her throat, spoke again, though she trapped her bottom lip between her teeth. Horse-drawn sleigh. She was going to tell him her client recommended they arrive by horse-drawn sleigh, because romance. Another thing she could no longer have. "I should never have come with you," he said grimly. Her eyes flashed at him, but where she expected to find remorse riddling his handsome face, instead, he was smirking. He answered her questioning glance. "I should have stayed home so I could pummel the imbecile for hurting you." Lacie blinked several times and cleared her throat a second time. "Not that you wouldn't come out the victor, and not that I wouldn't love to have you fight in my honor, but I'm glad you're not knocking down his door." "There would be nothing left of his door once I got done with it." That did it. A laugh leaked out and loosened the tightness in her throat, as though a mere door could pay penance for its owner's sins, though Jared worked out regularly and could no doubt hold his own if the occasion ever called for it. He wasn't a violent person. He was all bark right now, and that bark was exactly what she needed from him. "You never finished," he said. "How are we arriving?" "Horse-drawn sleigh." The words came easier that time. She checked the time on her phone. "Looks like our driver will be here in about 20 minutes. "What till then?" he asked. Her feeble smile reappeared. "Let's browse." Gift shops were her jam, and she knew Jared liked to explore them too. Pulling her suitcase behind, she searched for the Rusty Spur, the store where her arrangement said they'd be picked up, and stepped inside. Warmth hit her cheeks, wrapping around her like a hug. Jared sighed in relief as well. Upbeat, festive music played overhead. Stands of t-shirts, coats, and shelves covered in gloves, scarves, and books, as well as toys, littered the small space. Jared kicked snow from his shoes and trundled over to inspect the DVD stand. Lacie paused to let the scene absorb into her before trailing to his side. His long fingers sorted through movies she didn't recognize. "It feels so good in here." She fanned out her fingers, glad the chill that had lingered from throwing snow earlier was gone. "You grew up in Idaho." "Don't remind me. I'm just saying the weather shouldn't be a shock. Because I've lived in Fort Worth for the last 10 years, and it's never this cold there. You forget things after being away from them for a while." "I thought you liked living in Idaho." He lowered his hands. "I did. I never said I didn't like this. Just that it's cold. I don't have all your bulk to keep me insulated. Remember?" Jared snorted and ambled over to inspect a lineup of coats. Lacie followed, stopping at the sight of a teal shirt with the name West Hills, Montana, monogrammed on the side. Not only was teal one of her favorite colors, but she knew how it looked with Jared's olive skin tone. "You'd look great in this. Need to document our trip." "No thanks, I don't need any evidence." "Evidence of what?" He grunted. She stopped short. "What does that mean?" "Nothing." "That's so not nothing. Tell me." Jared's lips pressed together. He frowned at a stack of hats and shook himself. "Sorry, I'm just feeling so weird." The corner of his mouth lifted. "Yeah, I don't really know how to act or what to do once the trip is over." He exhaled a labored breath. "Before she left, Tia said she was worried because I would be spending Christmas with you. And I told her you were leaving, and I just feel like I've lied to her or something." Lacie considered this. "But you didn't really lie to her. Can you call her, explain the situation?" "Probably. I'm not really sure what to say." She nudged him. "You're helping me get over a broken heart." "That will go across like a lead balloon." "You know what I mean." He expelled a puff of air. "I know, but it's going to raise a lot of questions with her." The last thing Lacie wanted was to cause problems for him and Tia. "Just you wait. Once we get to Harper's Inn, everything will work out." Maybe once they officially arrived, she'd feel better about being dumped. Maybe he would figure out what to tell Tia. Bemused, as if in spite of himself, he relaxed his shoulders. "What makes you love that place so much? Where did you even hear about it?" Lacie browsed the shirt rack, not really looking at anything, just for something to do. "One of my clients scheduled her honeymoon there, and she gushed so much about it. I had to look it up." "So it's ritzy?" "Not really. It's quaint and small, and—" His face settled into confusion. "I don't get the appeal." She supposed he had a point there. Typically when Lacie vacationed, she liked to stay at resorts with renown and prestige. Resorts where she might stumble across a famous person or two, preferably located in areas that gave her bragging rights. Harper's Inn wasn't exactly glamorous in that sense. It was more suited to something in an old Western than a Hollywood blockbuster. She wasn't about to go into the initial motive she had for coming here, to scope out Harper's Inn's event center and see if it was an ideal place for a wedding, as a few recent gossip magazines and several clients boasted. Instead, Lacie decided to focus on the other point of interest. She glanced around, ensuring no one would overhear. They probably already looked touristy, but she didn't want to add to it by sounding like one. "It's called America's North Pole because there's this rumor there that Santa Claus himself stopped by one year and delivered presents in person." "You're kidding, right? Santa Claus?" "I never kid about Santa Claus." She kept her tone dry. Let's get real. She couldn't remember the last time she'd talked about Santa Claus, other than with her client. He was just a playful gimmick invented for children to create excitement during the holiday. He read her deadpan cynicism for what it was. He well knew she had stopped believing in Santa many years before. But this wasn't the kind of thing many inns bragged about. She found herself intrigued, which was probably the idea behind the story. "What kind of presents?" he asked. "Supposedly there's this radio that used to belong to him back at the real North Pole, and when he forgot to bring presents to the kids who lived at the house, they turned into Harper's Inn. He hurried home, grabbed the first thing he could get his hands on, and returned with it." "A radio?" "Yes, but that's not all. This is why my client, and thousands of others, I would guess, based on how hard it was to get a room, wanted to spend her honeymoon there. They claim the radio still holds traces of Santa magic." "Santa magic?" "Yeah, you know, that stuff that makes his reindeer fly, that lets him deliver presents all over the world in a single night, that makes it so he can go down chimneys and—" Jared laughed, and Lacie was happy to see his usual smile return. "I get it. I'm not saying I buy it, but I get it." He gave his attention to the teal shirt she pointed out earlier. "I don't buy it either, but it's kind of fun, and kudos to their marketing department, because I'm sure the story draws in more guests than anything else. It's not even a ski resort. Why would anyone go to Harper's Inn if not for the Santa story or to see the radio? Definitely adds an element of mystery. He stared down at his shoes and then glanced around. Several other people who'd gotten the shuttle with them from the airport glanced their direction, and Jared dropped his voice and leaned in. How much longer till that sleigh ride of yours, anyway? The bell over the door jangled. In the brief amount of time they spent inside, the sun had deprived the sky of more of its light, letting night descend. A cherry-red sleigh, designed to accommodate multiple passengers, was parked out on the street. The sleigh was harnessed to two identical gray horses. A man bundled with a fur-brimmed hat, thick gloves and rosy cheeks, cleared his throat. Those of you making for Harper's Inn will leave in 10 minutes. Several people nodded their thanks, and Lacie let out a squeak of delight and pounded lightly against Jared's arm. 10 minutes! Just the kind of thing you like to hear. His eyes glittered, and she beamed right back at him. Yes, this was just the kind of thing she wanted to hear. 10 more minutes, and they would be on their way to the romantic, magical, honeymoon-esque, friendly Harper's Inn. The honeymoon-esque aspect of that thought robbed her breath and burned behind her eyelids with unexpected heat. Lacie gasped, wishing the tears would go away. Hadn't she already cried enough over that loser? She swallowed down a painful lump in her throat at every curve in the road while her head spun, and her heart thudded dully in her chest. The thought of Wyatt's name, of the vacant way he'd spoken, of how pathetic she still felt, though the conversation had taken place hours ago, was a merciless reminder the entire drive. Bells jangled on the horses' harnesses, and they made slow but steady progress, leaving the little town behind and climbing up the mountainside. Cold winter air attempted to reach everywhere it could, down her back, in between her ribs, biting her toes and fingers. Lacie slumped in the sleigh, grateful to have Jared's warmth beside her, propping her up. The road curved this way and that as they climbed higher and higher toward the mountaintop. Trees spoke through the snow like candles on a white iced cake. Several times Lacie had the urge to take pictures and document every breathtaking view. But after the incidental reminder of Wyatt's criticism of her overuse of the device, she set down her phone and tried to enjoy the view. Soon the sleigh took another turn, and a lovely, white house with a wide porch, just like the one she'd seen in countless pictures, came into view. The structure had been added onto, giving it more rooms and accommodations for guests, no doubt, not to mention the spa. Tall pines climbed around it, as though attempting to scrape the stars from the sky. Not far from the inn sat a large, scenic barn, surrounded by fencing that was decorated for the holiday, with large candy canes and strings of lights. "There it is!" she gasped. "Is it what you were hoping for?" She met his gaze and forced her biggest smile. No need to show him how she was still wallowing. "It's everything I was hoping for." She'd pictured arriving here with Wyatt, but brushed the thought aside, hoping maybe it would stay there this time. Every hope, all her plans, not only for their wedding, but their life together. She had to let them go. She couldn't dwell on that double-timing lowlife. This was about moving on, and Jared could help her do that. She shook away the thought. That sounded too much like a rebound. That was not why she'd invited him along. Friends were just friends. The driver pulled to a stop, and the two of them bustled off the sleigh, along with a few others, retrieving their suitcases and climbing the porch to step inside. The smell of cinnamon struck in an instant. The inn's warmth was just as stark as it had been in the rusty spur, almost more so after being exposed to so much winter during the ride here. A small patch of tile marked the entrance, offset by a mirror hanging on the wall to their left, kept company by a coat rack with many arms like a tree in winter. Beyond that, an open seating area was visible. To the right, a welcoming, carpeted, wide staircase led the way up, while a hall meandered past it, leading deeper into the main floor. Lacie and Jared approached the reception desk, which was the perfect height for resting elbows on. A wooden rack of hooks, holding keys, showed a few vacancies, and a woman wearing a red and green striped sweater with an image of Santa appliqued on the front gave them an excited wave. Brown hair hung in sheets around her face, and she wore the biggest reindeer earrings Lacie had ever seen. Was she always this happy, or had they caught her after she'd received a particularly good text or something? "Merry Christmas and welcome to Harper's Inn," the receptionist said. "Thanks," Jared said, beaming back at her. He'd always hit it off with people. That was one thing that made him so good at direct sales. Jared could talk Fort Knox into a security system. "Haven't seen your faces here before. I'm Juniper Harper," the receptionist said, offering her hand over the top of the reception desk. Much more personal than most hotels. Lacie made the mental note to add the cheerful, pleasant reception to her review when the trip was over. "Just don't call me Juniper and we'll get along fine." Jared laughed. "Is there something else we should call you?" "I go by Junie. Everyone calls me that, and you should too." "Nice to meet you, Junie. I'm Jared, and this is Lacie." Junie smiled at each of them before turning her attention to her computer screen. "Last name?" "Sorensen," Lacie said. "I had 2 rooms." "Mr. and Mrs. Sorensen," Junie mused distractedly as she searched. Jared bristled, his body tensing. "Oh, we're not married," Lacie bumbled, hurrying to clear the matter up, more for his sake than for Junie's. "We're not together. I mean, we are here together, but we're not." "My bad," Junie gave her a reassuring smile. "There you are. Rooms 9 and 11, right across from each other." Lacie exhaled, wishing she could shrivel on the spot. Junie handed them each a unique key with an old-fashioned leather tag indicating the room numbers, and Lacie thanked her before heading out toward the stairs. "Sorry," she said under her breath. Jared shook his head, dismissing her apology. "Don't be. Small place like this. She won't be the only one who thinks we're a thing." "We're friends traveling together," Lacie said to calm him. "Friends do that." "Not to places like this." He took her suitcase and carried it up the stairs for her. A hall stretched on, leading both directions. Jared followed the little golden sign, indicating the direction of their rooms, and stopped. "Sure they do," Lacie said, continuing on from where they'd left off. "Or we do, anyway, and that's all that matters, right?" Jared grunted and opened the door to room 11 first. "You taking this one?" "Yes, I am, and thank you very much for your help." She guided her suitcase into the room, hating that with the additional distance between them physically, she could feel him distancing himself from her in other ways, too. Lacie had never felt insecure around Jared before, not the way she had around other guys. But those feelings crept into the spaces between her ribs now, making her second-guess herself, something she didn't usually do around him. The room was cozy. Dark wood ceilings contrasted the white walls and coordinated with the identical, burnished wood doors. The single bed was impeccably accentuated by a plush armchair with large, pink blossoms on its surface. French-style double doors offered a view of the balcony outside. Part of her ached that Wyatt would never see how adorable this place was. She cast the thought aside. He wouldn't care anyway, not even if he had come. Jared reached for the knob, indicating his readiness to close the door behind him. Panic at being alone pillowed over her airways. That closed door felt too final. She blurted the first thing on her mind. "Want to meet up for dinner in about a half an hour?" Jared peered over his shoulder. She waited, pulsing, agonizing over his response. He wouldn't say no, would he? If they went down to dinner together, that would give the other guests more of a reason to think they were together. He'd come here with her, but would he keep his distance from now on to avoid such a label? The chef here has a world-class rating, she added. In fact, she'd scheduled a private tasting the day before they were slated to head back. Sure, he said. Dinner sounds good. She exhaled as he closed the door. Lacie didn't like tightrope walking, but suddenly felt as though that was exactly what she was doing. Chapter 7. He'd never cheated on a girl before. Why did he feel like he was doing it now? Jared opened the door to his room and locked it behind him. His stomach was churning with unease. He'd been able to quell the emotion well enough since agreeing to come with Lacie on this trip. But once they'd checked in, once the receptionist assumed he was Lacie's significant other, the nauseating warning refused to leave him. His conversations with Tia blustered through his mind with the force of a windstorm. Tia wanted him to distance himself. But this was Lacie they were talking about. Every other person on the face of the earth got the fact that there was nothing romantic going on between them. His other girlfriends hadn't minded Lacie being around. Not after they made it microscopically clear that the two of them were only friends. They'd only ever been friends, and they would only ever be. Tia would understand. He would explain the circumstances. She had to be accepting. Jared pulled out his phone. The possible conversations played through his mind. Unedited scenes smashed together like a TikTok video. All the reasons he'd come on this trip, bombarded right along with each one. Lacie had just had her heart broken. She'd nearly crumpled under the news that her friendship with Jared would have to change soon as well. And he couldn't crush her twice. Not at Christmas time. What kind of friend would he be if he'd left her to wallow alone in her misery? He knew how hard she was trying to hold it together. More than once, he'd caught the glossy, empty expression that took over her face, and the ashen gray sadness dusting over her normally sizzling green eyes. She could have called her mom, or maybe one of the women she worked with, to come with her. But he hadn't even considered that at the time. Besides, if Lacie were one of the guys, this trip would be a no-brainer. Why wasn't it that simple? Because she wasn't one of the guys. She wasn't his sister. She was beautiful, driven, and amazing. And she had a hold on his heart, whether he wanted to admit it or not. He could tone their friendship back, and in fact, that was what they'd agreed on when he'd said he would come. Jared had promised to give her Christmas. So he would give her Christmas. No need to stir things unnecessarily with Tia now, not when their friendship would be changing soon. In the moment, he was glad he hadn't ended things with Tia yet. For all he knew, Lacie would bounce back and find someone new, just like she always did. At least then, Jared could still see where things with Tia might go. He did like her, after all. Let her enjoy her cruise. He would meet up with Lacie for dinner. He would stick out his trip with her, and then they could cut things back. Lacie unpacked her suitcase, placing her clothes carefully on the shelves in her room's small closet. She hung her purse on one of the hooks within as well, and her heart lurched at the ping of a notification from her phone. She'd made it clear to her clients that she wouldn't be working during Christmas break. For a fleeting moment, she half hoped, half dreaded, the message was from Wyatt. But she chased the thought away as quickly as it had come. He'd been clear he was done with her. Who else could it be? Mom's text slashed across the screen. Did you and Wyatt make it? There was no more you and Wyatt. Lacie's eyes burned, her throat resembling a desert. In the rush of impulse and quick decisions, she hadn't told her mom what had happened. Her lower lip juddered, her fingers trembled, hovered over the screen, while storm clouds threatened. Here with Jared, I'll explain later. She didn't want to go into it now. She couldn't, not if she wanted to keep it together. This was her last spree with Jared, and even though the reason he'd come had been to comfort her, she wasn't about to waste any time wallowing. She could grieve later. Lacie resumed her unpacking with renewed determination. She was stronger than this. She could conquer the pain of Wyatt's rejection by ignoring it altogether. The resolution lasted several minutes more until her finger struck the last item in her suitcase, the small, wrapped package she'd gotten for her scumbag fiancé. A weak moan leaked out. Lacie had hoped for a romantic Christmas here with him, where they confessed the dreams building for their future, where they exchanged gifts that would mean so much more because they were engaged. But they weren't engaged anymore, and there would be no more dreams. Not with him. Every perforation puncturing her throat, every tear building behind her sinuses, every quiver in her bottom lip emerged with full force. She lost all control. Lacie fell to her knees, crumpled like one of those floppy, inflatable tube men whose plug had just been pulled, and cried. She sank. She plunged, immersing herself in all the sadness Wyatt's call had elicited. She was pathetic, utterly and completely. She couldn't even make it a full day without turning into a slobbering mess. Much as she wanted to, she couldn't ignore how badly she'd wanted things with Wyatt to work out, how badly she'd wanted her dream wedding. Here she was, at the very inn where the blessed event could have taken place, and she wasn't here as a blushing bride-to-be. She was here as a reject. To add insult to injury, she wasn't only a cast-off from her fiancé, but Jared too. His reaction when Junie had suspected they were married. Lacie squeezed her eyes shut against the memory while more tears leaked out. Any other time, he would have slung his arm around her, planted a kiss on her temple, and lived it up for others to see. It would have been a grand joke between them, one only the two of them were in on. But he'd sniffed and stiffened. For the first time she could remember, he'd been embarrassed to be seen with her. He wanted to move on with Tia. He wanted to cut Lacie from his life. Stupid men, she grumbled once she couldn't cry any longer. Body weary and completely drained of energy, she pushed herself up from the floor and trudged to the bathroom. Lacie splashed some cold water on her face and cleared the black mascara smudges. 2 redos in one day, she grumbled. When has that ever happened? She decided not to fix her makeup a third time, at least not until the red rims left her eyes. Maybe coming here had been a mistake. Maybe she should have canceled everything. But in the impulse of the moment, that had seemed too final. Lacie hadn't wanted to admit total defeat. She hadn't wanted to be the kind of woman to toss everything for a guy, but coming here was too painful. Would Jared have spent any time with her if she stayed in Fort Worth? Or would he have dropped his friend breakup thread anyway? The idea of him ignoring her replaced her lungs with sandbags. She couldn't breathe. Living without Wyatt was bad enough, but Jared? She couldn't stay in here. She had to do something. Needing to stomp and rage to get her lungs pumping again, she returned to her suitcase, fisted the little package, retrieved her key, and stormed out. If she remembered correctly, there had been a fire burning in the fireplace downstairs. She could chuck this thing in there. It would be the release she needed. By burning this gift, maybe she could let Wyatt go as easily, could let go of the hurt and humiliation swirling through her for good. The waiting room was empty. A couch was situated directly across from the fireplace, where a landscape painting of a quaint little cottage made the room a little cozier. The tree in the corner was laden with bunched tulle and shades of emerald and ruby. For a fleeting moment, Lacey's attention was diverted by the table beside the couch, where a series of antiques were laid out as though on display in a museum or antique store. Teacups stacked on a stand, doilies from a time long past, and old books were all situated around the central piece. A radio made of warm oak that had an almost orange tint to its wood. Several knobs adorned the front of the radio, and 2 long patches of mesh covered what Lacie knew were speakers. She paused. Was this the radio her clients had told her about? The radio that once belonged to Santa Claus? Santa Claus. She withheld a snort. Probably something they picked up at an actual antique store, and then they invented and brandished the outlandish story. Shaking away the question, she turned her back to it and faced the fire. Flames sparked and danced, letting off little snap and crackle noises. The package turned to a rock in her hand. She'd gotten Wyatt a watch, a quintessential pocket timepiece like men from a different era coveted and wore on chains. It'd been meant to be both funny and touching because of how often he harped on her for caring so much about what time it was. She'd never dared to pull a prank like she would have with Jared, so she'd hope Wyatt would take the gift as its own kind of joke. Wyatt's cruel words on the phone earlier surged back in full glory. He would have hated this gift, now that she knew the mean-spirited jibes he'd made had been honest and from the heart, rather than teasing remarks. Her resolve to burn the watch waned. She lost herself in the orange flames, allowing her thoughts to turn to introspection instead. Was she really as obsessive and selfish as he'd accused her of being? She'd all but begged Jared to come here with her, when he clearly hadn't wanted to. What if she was selfish? What if she was all the terrible things Wyatt had said she was? If Wyatt had truly been that irritated by her little quirks, he should never have let things go as far as he had. He should never have proposed to her. Why had he? The place he'd taken in her heart ached with memories, with the feelings she had for him. How quickly he'd been able to cast her aside. She thought her feelings were genuine, and from the way her heart felt, as though it had been slashed, she was sure they were. How did anyone recover from this? Tears leaked down her cheeks. He'd let her go. She needed to do the same. But she couldn't burn this. This watch hadn't been cheap. What if she gave it to Jared? Chances were he'd left the Harry Potter chess set she'd found for him during their Florida trip a few months ago at his apartment, a gift he'd said he would wait to open until Christmas, which meant he wouldn't have had anything to open Christmas morning while they were here. She shook her head. Giving this watch to him would be low, not to mention lame. Here, have the present I got for my two-timing fiancé. What else am I going to do with it? She mumbled, peering around the room. Lacie crossed to the Christmas tree in the corner. With a breath, she placed the small gift in with the other packages mounding around the tree's base. Maybe someone who needs a little more time will come across it. With that action, her chest felt lighter. She could breathe easier, but not by much. There was still the matter of Jared, and somehow that made her feel more worn out than before. Hopelessness twisted through her, threatening to cloud her airwaves all over again. She felt empty-handed, helpless, as though everything around her was spinning, and she couldn't manage to get a grip before she tumbled and spun right along with it. What am I going to do? She breathed, sounding far too desperate. She couldn't lose him too. She couldn't. At that moment, a crackling noise came from behind her, pricking the hairs on the back of her neck. The flames in the fireplace danced, as though tussled by a non-existent breeze. More crackling emerged from the radio, sounding like a transcript from an old recording someone had pulled up for research. She turned to look at the radio. "There you are," Jared said, stepping into the room. Lacie jumped and let out a little shriek. Her heart took off like a shot, and she clamped a hand to her chest. "You scared me," she said with a little laugh. The corner of his lips twitched. "Happy to be of service. I stopped by your room, but... More crackling sounds emerged from the radio. Lacie held out a hand to silence him and stepped closer to the table. Jared's feet shuffled in that direction as well, until his shoulder brushed hers. "Is that thing on?" he asked. "Shh! Listen!" Chills dusted over her arms. An ethereal shiver settled over the air, and she could swear sounds were coming from it. Lacie bent for a closer listen. Jared followed suit. Sure enough, soft music chimed from its crackling speakers. Jared laid a hand on the radio's wood, still staring at it. "That's cool. How old is this thing?" "My client said it was 100 years old." Jared whistled and straightened. "Some serious quality manufacturing," he said. "Wish they made washers and dryers last this long." He added a cheeky grin to the statement. She was glad to find him in a better mood than he'd been after Junie had wrongfully accused them of being married. "Yeah, I'm amazed it still plays," she said as shivers continued dusting her arms. Broken, jarred tones swirled around them, adding a chill and a hum through every inch of her. Lacie shivered and moved closer to Jared's side. She couldn't remember much of what she'd heard about this radio, other than its origins. She basked in Jared's warm side and wished she'd pressed for more details. "Do you feel that?" Jared's question was soft. His breath stroked her cheek. She trembled while magical brushstrokes feathered across her arms, curling in the pit of her stomach. This, being with him, having him with her, was so perfect. Jared was the classic shoulder to cry on, friend to rely on, rock to stand on. What made it better was that she'd been all those things for him too. For a fleeting moment, she glimpsed a different future, a different life between them, a shared life, where he was more than just a friend. Lacie urged the thought away as quickly as it had come, and took a step away from him. What was her problem? Change was happening between them, yes. She didn't want that change in their connection to mean what she'd briefly hoped it would. How could she? Jared meant so much to her, and he loved Tia. Lacie couldn't jeopardize anything for him with his girlfriend. She couldn't be the reason anyone felt what she was feeling about Wyatt. "Yeah, I do," she finally answered, latching on to his gaze. His eyes were pensive and full of thought, and he didn't look anywhere but at her. Lacie trembled under the weight of that glance. It said so much, implying desire and conflict and question all at once. The two of them were both heading in different directions, but that look implied he wanted to be wherever she was. How could that be? She knew it wasn't, and yet his countenance said otherwise. The chiming chorus from the radio wafted around them. With it came the desire to stand closer, to have his arms wrap around her. His gaze analyzed her, his pupils dilating, and everything around her faded but him. Even the spectral tones of Winter Wonderland drifted to a close before the song met its ending. Soon the only sound drumming between them was the beat of her frenzied pulse. She wondered if she'd ever be able to breathe normally again, to be near Jared again without feeling like near wasn't enough. Lacie gasped. The spell weaving around them shattered. Heat from the fire swarmed over her, filling her cheeks. Jared cleared his throat, took a step back, glanced around the room as if wondering how he'd gotten there. He placed a hand on his hip, resumed his casual stance. What just happened? Had he felt it too? "What are you doing in here?" he asked. "I thought we were going to dinner." She couldn't separate the rush of connection she'd shared with him in that moment from the tingling, chiming sweep of stardust that had overtaken her at almost the same time. Was this feeling between them, this, whatever it was, crisp, unmistakable, and sensational. Part of the Santa magic she'd heard about? Not possible. The radio was supposed to be a hoax, a marketing gimmick. "Dinner is a great idea," she said. "I just thought I'd stop in and check out the fire for a second." Her gaze swept across him, taking in the button-up, plaid flannel shirt he'd donned. "What are you wearing?" He opened his arms. "Isn't this what all guys wear in the mountains?" Lacey's snort of laughter served to douse the remaining dregs of whatever it was that had come over them. "Sure," she said, leading him out past the reception desk and regaling him with jokes about how hot both of them were. By the time they reached the dining room, Lacie was settled. It was nothing. Magic radios? Like Santa Claus, there was no such thing. Chapter 8. Lacie woke with the sun. After dinner the night before, she and Jared had gone to their rooms, and she'd stayed up too late, scrolling through social media and forcing herself not to think about Wyatt, which meant work was her best distraction. Except she'd made a personal goal not to do that either on this trip. That was the hazard of working as much as she did, she supposed. When she had spare time, she needed to make sure to spend it differently, because she could, for once. Even still, she hurriedly dressed in her favorite designer jeans and blue and gray striped long-sleeve shirt and brushed her teeth, running a comb through her hair and putting on her makeup in her usual morning routine, before glimpsing over the day's planner page. As always, every hour was accounted for. Even if some time was marked as free time, the slot was still scheduled in. She prided herself in such functional time management. This wasn't something that came easy to her. This was a solution to previous problems, and a way to make sure she didn't dally away her time. She skimmed over her writing, stomach fisting at the sight of Wyatt's name among the schedule. "Move on, Lace," she muttered to herself. "Move on." For a minute, she considered tossing her planner into the nearest garbage can. Wyatt's painfully true words about how she could never relax and enjoy herself still stung. Insults were the worst disease ever to plague the earth. Whoever made up that sticks and stones rhyme was an idiot, because words did more damage than any rod or rock. She'd gone to sleep with a lullaby of insults Wyatt had pelted at her. Now Jared could hardly speak to her. He'd acted so aloof all through dinner. Oh, he'd smiled and been friendly, but the easiness that was usually between them was gone. She suspected by the way he kept glancing around at people that he worried others might think the same thing Junie did, that they were together. So what if people did assume as much? They would never see the majority of these guests here again. What did it matter what anyone else thought if the two of them knew the truth of the situation? She released a small huff and peered at her page again. She had to put Jared at ease. Yes, she'd made all these plans, but he would be completely uptight doing them all with her. Perhaps they could do their own thing. She would stick to her schedule. He'd come here with her, but he wasn't with her. That meant he could find his own things to do. He could stay in his room all day if he wanted. A knock at her door made her jump. Lacie set her planner aside and answered to find Jared waiting in the hall. He looked handsome in a gray knit sweater, which displayed just how shapely his arms were, and jeans. His brown hair was the perfect kind of toss between just woke up and styled on purpose. A shiver of awareness trailed over her. "Hey there," he said, seeming significantly happier than he had at dinner last night, after the moment they'd shared while the radio had played. Lacie rubbed her arms, remembering the sweeping frijones that had run over them as the song had played. She'd barely been able to get a few words out of him in between bites of the most delicious prime rib she'd ever had. And then Jared had mentioned sleep, so they'd gone their separate ways. She opened her mouth to introduce her recent idea, to spend time on their own, when Jared peered past her and indicated her planner open on the bed. What's first on your immaculately timed schedule for us today? Who says I have a schedule for us? Did the fact that she planned everything out on an hourly basis bother Jared the way it had Wyatt? He'd never said as much. Was he really this tolerant and accepting of her little quirks? My Lacie plans everything. His Lacie? Her heart did a little flip. Did he realize he'd said it? He didn't seem to catch the reference, and she was glad, considering how touchy he was about their friendship lately. I guess I did mention I had things organized. Yep. He plopped down on her bed and slapped his hands on his legs. So, what's first? The spa? Don't tell me you didn't plan a spa day for us. I'm looking forward to a massage, if we're being honest. She smiled, grateful for his usual lightheartedness that had been all but absent the last time they'd spoken. Lacie considered telling him what she'd just resolved to herself, that they would do their own thing while they were here. But it meant a lot that he was willing to spend time with her, especially since once this trip was over, so was their friendship. You're in a better mood today, she said. I figure we're here. Might as well enjoy ourselves. People can think what they want, right? Right, her voice agreed. She wasn't sure she did inside. She wasn't sure how she felt about Jared anymore. So, what is it? Huh? Oh, right, we're having a snow day today. A snow day? She'd written in it, play in the snow for at least an hour. I told you to pack warm. I know, but I didn't think you meant prolonged exposure. Something wrong with that? Nothing at all. He stood. I just like giving you a hard time. He knuckled her jaw and left the room. I'll meet you outside. Lacie brushed a hand against her face, reliving his age-old gesture with a kind of awe she'd never felt before. There wasn't really a documented first time for the knuckled jaw move. It was just something they always did, like finishing one another's sentences or the playful pranks that passed between them. The last time, she'd been the one to prank him, planting a can of whipped cream in such a way that it would explode the instant he opened the fridge. And it'd been months since she'd gone over to help him clean up the mess. That meant it was his turn next. A pit hollowed in her stomach. Did ending their friendship mean no more pranks, too? Was Tia someone who was fun-loving and playful? Or would she suck the fun right out of Jared and make him change that part of himself as well? Eager, she dashed into her closet. Her navy blue snow pants hung, ready to be donned. She slipped into them, hearing the fabric swish with each of her steps from the added puffy sleekness. She then put on her beanie, coat, boots, and gloves, and dashed into the hall. Chapter 9. Lacie had left her sunglasses in her room and regretted it almost the instant she stepped out onto Harper's Inn's porch with Jared. She wasn't about to dash back in now. What was it about sunlight on snow that made everything so blinding? She adjusted her gloves and stared out across the snowy mountainside, while her plans cascaded through her mind. At the completion of their full hour of snowplay, possibly two, depending on what they ended up doing out here, the schedule was fully blocked for a soak in the hot tub. She figured they'd get the lazier things out of the way on the first day to regain their strength and stamina after traveling the day before. Then it would be on to the gym, yoga for her, the treadmill, or lifting for him, in the infamous bonfire on Christmas Eve, where she would then inspect the event center as a possible venue for a future marriage. She wasn't marrying Wyatt. That didn't mean she wouldn't someday get married. They'd end the trip with some taste testing from the inn's chef. Snow spread as far as she could see, and with the blue sky blazing overhead and the trees standing guard in nature's courtyard around them, the day couldn't have been more perfect. Jared stomped through the snow, creating tracks a few feet ahead of her before turning back. "Here we are," he said. "Yes," she said, overcome by the mountainside's beautiful scenery. Whiteness blanketed as far as she could see, and pine trees stood in formation, like stalwart soldiers holding back the snow's white tide. She didn't mind the cold. Not now that she was properly bundled up and ready to meet the frigid chill head-on. Her breath ghosted out in excited puffs. He dusted his hands in his gloves. "What exactly are we playing?" "Do you need a guidebook?" She gestured to the blanket of untouched white surrounding them. The snow was at least 3 feet deep. The possibilities are endless. Angels, forts, fights. "You mean you're leaving what we do up to me? You disappoint me." "I mean, have a little fun." She kicked through more snow, while memories coursed through her. They'd both grown up in southeastern Idaho, where snow clumped like this from October to May some years. So many times they'd gone trick-or-treating in boots and coats, and then waited impatiently in what should have been springtime for the grass to be allowed to green without getting newly dumped on. As bored as she got with snow for so long in the year, she found she missed the white stuff sometimes down in Fort Worth. It snowed down there occasionally, but never like this. She loved bundling up. She relished the movement of bending for a handful now. This was exactly what she needed. Motion, movement, distraction. Even if that distraction came in the form of building a snowman and craving the friction and its resulting heat to ward off the cold winter air surrounding her. "This is the perfect packing snow," Jared said, following her lead, bending down for a scoop and pressing it into a ball in his hands. "You'd better not throw that at me," Lacie said. "Or what? Didn't you just say snowball fights were an option?" "I'll throw one back at you." "Ha, you might try, but you'll never take me down." He bent for more, but rather than chuck the snowball in her direction, instead he proceeded to roll it around on the ground, creating a trail and increasing the ball's size with every turn. Jared paused here and there to pack in stubborn bits of snow and smash them into place before rolling on. Smiling, Lacie joined in, starting her own ball. This snowman was going to need a head and a body, wasn't he? She rolled on, not paying attention to where she was going, until she and Jared's heads nearly collided. "Watch out," Jared said, playfully shoving her. Lacie laughed. "You watch it. You were in my way. I started this first, and I'm helping you finish it. Look, mine's almost as big as yours." She stopped rolling, smoothing over the rounded side of her rather large ball of snow. "Roll it this way, then," he said, stopping to stretch his back. She did so, rolling her ball to meet his. Together they crouched and managed to stack Lacie's small ball onto Jared's. Headless. Jared dusted his gloved hands together to shake off clingy snow. Not for long. Lacie bent to roll the final, smaller ball and lift it to where Jared stood. The ball threatened to roll off and didn't situate at first. Jared pounded the top of the second, creating a sort of notch for the head to fit into, and the two of them stood back to admire their work. The snowman was nearly as tall as she was, which was impressive. The last time she'd tried building a legit snowman, she'd been a lot smaller, and without the necessary height, she hadn't been able to get the head into position like this. She'd resolved for building smaller versions since then, but this guy could put any frosty imposter to shame. "He needs a nose and a hat," Lacie said, packing bits of snow along the creases between the 3 varying-sized snowballs, so the snowman had its best chance of sticking together. "I'm on it." "What? Jared? I'll be right back." He was already halfway to Harper's Inn. Lacie laughed. This was the most fun she'd had in so long. Wyatt would never have built a snowman with her. He was always too busy at his job for things like playing in the snow. Granted, she had been busy too, and snowplay never would have been anything she'd have made time for in her own schedule. It was never a necessity, not that she had so much else going on. She definitely saw it as a necessity now. One reason she'd insisted on the activity. Would Wyatt have played in the snow with her? She didn't care anymore. She couldn't let what he thought matter any longer. Soon enough, Jared came tromping across the snow from the inn toward her with a black hat and a carrot under one arm. Lacie's laughter continued as he approached, cheeks flushed, eyes bright with excitement. "Where did you find a top hat?" "The receptionist, Junie, was in the kitchen when I went for a carrot. She had one in her storage and nabbed it for me. Check this out." Jared situated the hat on top of the snowman's head. He jabbed the sturdy, blushing orange carrot in the center of the head. Lacie searched for something that could be used for eyes and arms. She scurried across the sparkle toward the line of trees and relieved a skeletal pine of its lower hanging branches and a few pine cones. "Here we go," she said, returning breathless but exuberant. She squished the small pine cones where the eyes should go. Jared took one of the branches, stemming it from the snowman's left side, while she armed him on the right. "The best work I've ever done." Jared slunk back for the full picture. Lacie joined him. "He does look very typically snowman-y," she agreed. "What should we name him?" Jared cupped his chin with a gloved hand. "Parson Brown?" "Ha! Don't even go there." A shiver swept over her at the memory of the moment they'd shared in the living room. It wasn't that long ago that they'd heard that radio in the inn's front room crackle play the Christmas Carol. "What? It's the ultimate snowman name." Jared moved in and slung his arm around the snowman protectively, as though she'd offended him. "Not for my snowman. I need anything but marriage right now." Not after the way Wyatt brutalized every one of her hopes, and after the meltdown she'd had last night because of it. She was trying as hard as she could not to think how it should have been him here with her, how the future she'd been visualizing and planning for was never going to happen, and she'd have to readjust her planner back to single mode. "Come on, you'll find the right one," Jared said. "I'm sure when the time comes, once you get over that loser, you'll reconsider. Just ask this guy." He inclined his head toward their snowman. Lacie approached, and Jared lowered his arm, sympathy on his sweet face. This was what she loved about him. He always knew the right thing to say. A crackling noise crested in the air over their heads. Lacie staggered backward, foot sinking behind her. Jared startled as well, glancing around as though a plane were approaching overhead. "What was that?" The crackling ceased, and a tinkling spray of sound followed, the same light dusting of music that had wafted from the radio the night before. If Lacie didn't know any better, she'd have thought the snowman's carrot nose twitched. "Did you see that?" She pointed in the snowman's direction. "Married?" came a voice. Jared and Lacie exchanged a glance in disbelief. "Did he just—" she began. "Why does everyone instantly assume that about us?" "No, come on. A snowman?" Lacie dropped in closer. She glanced around, letting her gaze sweep along the piney tree line, the blazing blue sky, the snowy mountainside, and back to the snowman's carrot nose. "Hello?" she said softly. Jared bent in too, his cheek nearly brushing Lacie's. "You did say magic can happen here," he muttered. Music in the air tinkled again, surging through in soft surround sound, as though they were in a theater rather than the outdoors. Again came the voice with it, like a sweeping wind, sending chills down Lacie's ribs. "I pronounce you husband and wife." Nothing else from the snowman moved, but Lacie could have sworn the voice came from his direction. Cold tumbled down her spine. She rounded on her bestie. "Very funny, Jared." He surrendered up his hands. "It wasn't me," she scoffed. She couldn't believe he thought now was a good time for a prank. Did he think he could get her to move on and start dating again? To even think about marrying anyone else when her whole world had been focused on Wyatt and on where they were going to live and how they were going to run their finances once they were wedded and who was going to do the cooking. They were going to take turns, for the record, because she hadn't wanted the full responsibility of food planning and preparation to be solely on her shoulders. "I remember your ventriloquist phase, but can we not? I asked you to come with me and help me cope, not play jokes." Sure, pranks were sort of a go-to when he was concerned, but he knew how she was hurting. Wyatt had not only broken up with her, he'd obliterated every good thing she thought about herself. crushed all of her aspirations. And Jared thought it was okay to tease her about marrying someone else. Granted, he was probably trying to help her in his goofy way, which was so like him. She couldn't figure out why she was taking his teasing this seriously now. She rarely did before. "Lace, I didn't do anything. Lacie, wait up!" She stomped through the snow and back to the awaiting inn, with its wraparound porch and white, welcoming exterior. The trek didn't take long, and she didn't pause to see if he followed. She wanted him to be with her, but not for this. Just because things were going well for him and Tia didn't mean he needed to rub the fact in her face. Not that he had rubbed it in her face. Maybe it was all the talk of finding someone else. She didn't want someone else. She wanted... Lacie stormed up the porch steps. The inn's bell tinkled as she entered. She didn't kick off as much snow from her boots as she should have before passing the reception desk and tromping up the stairs to her room. She rifled the key from her pocket, needing time alone to think, to breathe, to cry in private if it came to that. Not how she planned on spending her vacation. What was her problem? Losing Wyatt was a huge deal, and she'd been trying to soldier on like it was nothing. But it wasn't nothing. Losing Wyatt was devastating. All those plans, the dress, the flowers, the potential pictures and nights no longer spent alone. Sure enough, tears blurred her vision, making it harder to see the doorknob and its keyhole. She wiped her eyes and tried again, but for some reason, the key didn't work. Frustrated, Lacie took in the room's number. Number 11, just as it had been that morning when she'd left it. For a second she worried she'd gone to the wrong door. She turned the key, trying to jam it in from a different direction. This was worse. She jiggled the handle, rammed the key in a final time, only to have it not fit yet again. "What is with this thing?" she grumbled, irritation simmering. She glared at Jared as he made it to the top of the stairs. He headed in her direction, face penitent and concerned. "Hey, I don't know what I said back there, but I'm sorry." She lowered the key to her side, allowing her frustration to lower as well. "It's okay. I'm sorry too. I think I'm just over-emotional and need a little time." He rubbed a hand along her arm. "Good idea. Maybe take the afternoon. Does that work with your schedule? We can meet up for dinner or something." Her schedule. She hated her stupid, all-encompassing schedule. Couldn't she just let loose, go with the flow? It was probably good Wyatt hadn't come after all. "My room key isn't working," she said, holding it up. His brow creased. "What?" "I keep trying the key and it's not working in the lock." "It worked last night, didn't it?" He took the key from her and tried it himself. He jiggled the handle a few times, but it didn't respond the way it should have. Lacie was relieved. At least she wasn't crazy. "If this was one of those magnetic keys with the strips, I could understand," he said, turning to her. "But the only reason this key wouldn't work is if the staff changed the lock for some reason." "Why would they do that when I'm staying in that room right now?" Lacie asked. "Have you checked at the front desk?" "No one was there when I came in." "That girl Junie is there now," he said. "Let's ask her." Together, Lacie and Jared scurried back down the stairs to find Junie Harper with her brown hair tied back in 2 braids. The white collar of her shirt peeked over her festive, red sweater, and she offered them a pleasant smile. "Hey there," Junie said, eyes darting to the window beyond, where the evidence of their snowplay was visible. "Your snowman is one of the best I've seen. Looks like that top hat was a great fit." "Yeah, it worked out perfectly," Jared said kindly before switching tack. "Listen, did you by any chance change the locks on any of the doors while we were out?" Junie's face pinched. "You mean the guest rooms? No, I haven't. Though I will be doing my routine checks in a few minutes. You know, towel cleanup, taking out garbage, making beds, that kind of thing." Wasn't that the maid's job? How much did this girl do around here? Didn't they have more staff? Lacie couldn't worry about that right now. "Then do you have a different key I could try?" she asked. "Mine isn't working." "Sorry about that, Mrs. Kingston. We always keep a spare. I'll get you a new one." Lacie inhaled so hard she choked on her spit and had to cough. "What did you call me?" Junie's eyes flicked from her to Jared and back again. Jared patted a hand on Lacie's back to soothe her coughing, but he appeared as interested in the answer as she was. "You and your husband checked in yesterday," Junie said, pointing to Jared. "I thought—" Lacie rounded on Jared. She loved his joking nature. Most of the time his pranks made her laugh and instantly set her thinking of a way to get him back. But this was too much. He was the one who'd been so standoffish when they'd arrived yesterday. When Junie had been the one to assume they were married from the get-go. What was he doing, playing this game now? Chapter 10. Lacie rounded on Jared. "That's going a bit far, don't you think? Is that what you were doing when you came in for the top hat? Getting the receptionist in on it too? Good one." She rolled her eyes. He lifted his hands in surrender. "I don't have anything to do with this. I'm just as confused as you are." "Okay," she said on an exhale, trying to stay calm. She braced her hands on the ends of the reception desk. "Joke's over. I'm in room number 11, and I'd like a working key, please." Junie frowned. "I'm so sorry. There's clearly been some kind of mistake. Grace Eastland just checked in today. She's in room 11. You and your husband are in room 9. Lacie squeezed her eyes shut. "He's not my husband," she gritted through her teeth. "But you checked in together yesterday," Junie said, turning her attention to her computer. "Yes, we arrived together, but that doesn't mean we're together," Lacie said. She was ready to lose it. "Remember, you thought we were married then and I corrected you? The reservations were made under my name, my very single-status name, Lacie Sorensen." I'm not remembering any Sorenses this year," Junie said, clicking through a few things. She then turned her screen so Lacie and Jared could see its contents. "See, there you are, right here, Jared and Lacie Kingston." She pointed to where their information was displayed. Lacie leaned in for a better look. Sure enough, their customer information displayed them together as a couple. Jared and Lacie Kingston. Not Jared Kingston and Lacie Sorensen. Mr. and Mrs. Room 9. The strength drained from Lacie's knees. She clung to the desk. Jared scowled at the screen, as if daring it to shape up and display the correct information. "This is impossible," she heard Jared say, though his voice drifted to her as if from a great distance. "Check it again, please. Refresh the screen." Junie complied, but the same information popped up that was there before. "We're not married," Lacie said, "no matter what the snowmen around here say." She couldn't move. She couldn't seem to grasp anything. What was going on? Jared tugged her arm, and robotically, as if stirring through water, she joined him up the stairs. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Checking something," he said. Soon he stood before room 9 and lifted his key to the knob. It worked. Fit in the lock and everything. Traitorous, sadistic key. He opened the door and plunged into the room. Lacie followed, as though someone else were controlling her movements. She made it far enough in to close the door behind her, only to stop. Jared's boring, black suitcase was settled on the end of the bed, flayed open with his belongings scattered, messy and haphazard, like he always was. And there, nestled snugly and zipped close as a guest's suitcase should be, as she left it in her other room, her purple, hexagon-shaped, speckled suitcase sat flat on the floor by the bed. It was the exact spot in which she'd left it, just in a different room. "Impossible," she breathed. "How did this get in here?" She dove for the suitcase and unzipped, prying it open. Her belongings were gone, placed in her closet to keep from wrinkling. This was her bag, though. The organizer that created the boxes within. She was careful enough to recognize this sorting anywhere. She sent a desperate glance to the bed. Her own pillow was situated on the right-hand side. Her purple cord phone charger was plugged into the wall. Frenzy bubbled up her lungs. She dashed to the bathroom. There was her purple floral personal hygiene bag, in the exact spot she'd left it in the other room. Fingers trembling, she yanked off her beanie and ran them through her hair, staring, attempting to find something that made sense. Who staged this? How would Jared know exactly where she'd left things last night? He was as disorderly as they came, and even if he paid this much attention to where she left things, he could never have replicated them this perfectly. "Did you bring your stuff in here?" he asked from behind her, peering over her shoulder into the tiny bathroom. Her voice was high-pitched. "When would I have? How could I have? I haven't even been to your room since we arrived. I was trying to give you some space." He pulled at his neck and exhaled loudly. "What is going on?" "Hang on." Lacie pushed past him toward the closet. To her surprise, every article of clothing sat precisely where she'd placed it in the other room. She dove for her purse hanging from the peg where she'd hung it in her room the night before. She fumbled for her wallet. The case slipped from her fingers a few times before she managed a strong enough hold on it to retrieve her driver's license. The sight made her mind go blank. "Jer," she called loudly. Her body wasn't her own. Her fingers had no grip. Nothing braced beneath her feet. And the entire room, the entire mountainside, whirled. Lacie leaned against the door jamb, barely aware that Jared joined her side, and took in the card in her grasp. Brow furrowed, he examined her driver's license. Then, as if needing a closer look, he brought the slim card directly in front of his face. "No way," he said on a breath. She knew what it said, but looked again anyway. Lacie Kingston. Lacie freaking Kingston. How can your driver's license change? Did you have a fake one made before we left?" She'd heard that falsified, caring tone before. Infuriated, she slapped the card against his muscular shoulder. He was the master of pranks. One time, he'd brought her caramel-dipped onions instead of the caramel-dipped apples he knew she loved. Another time, he rolled her car window down and sprinkled broken glass on the street just outside her car door, holding a broom handle and apologizing profusely. She'd been livid, ready to drive to the dealership, only to have Jared start the car and roll up the unbroken window. He'd staged the whole thing. Yet another time, he'd rigged the wires for her car horn, connecting them to her turn signal, so every time she signaled, her car horn wailed. It had scared her to death and made her laugh outrageously all at once. Jared was a fan of the mechanic-centered pranks, apparently. She'd gotten him back with the potato to the exhaust pipe after that one. Luckily, he'd caught sight of the potato before he started his car. She hadn't realized how much damage it would do. "Seriously?" He looked at her as though she'd accused him of killing small children. "Wyatt just broke up with you. Tia would hate that I'm here at all. My coming here was as impromptu as you can get. When would I ever even had the chance to do anything like this?" She searched his face. This was usually the time his sucker smile broke through, and he confessed the truth of his antics. But his expression remained bizarrely disgruntled. "Good point," she said, though even if her brain accepted his defensive proclamation, that didn't mean her heart got the memo. It thumped so hard it hit her sternum. She began pacing, as though passage was necessary to get her thoughts where they belonged. "If anything, I think you were the one who planted all this," he said. She spun. "What's that supposed to mean?" "You keep acting like I'm the one at fault here, but this is your trip, my friend. This is all you. How do I know you didn't plan all of this as some kind of, trick? For all I know, you staged all this with Junie. You planted the fake ID. You found some way to sneak your stuff in here. All that Mr. and Mrs. Sorensen, Mr. and Mrs. Kingston stuff. Are you trying to tell me something?" Her hands clenched into fists. "I'm not making this up," she said. That would have meant she'd faked the breakup with Wyatt, and she couldn't believe he thought she'd make something so painful up for the sole purpose of getting Jared's attention. Didn't he know her at all? You know I'm with Tia, but if you had any idea how hard that fact has been for me since we left Texas, I don't think you'd be acting this way. The statement startled her more than a full-body waxing strip would. Her mouth dropped open. What does that mean? If you wanted to be with me, you could have just said something, preferably before I started dating someone else. I would have been open to it. Her indignation rose. I didn't plan this. I was in room 11. Then how do you explain what's going on here? I have no idea. She couldn't stand this anymore. She hated arguing with him. She hated the accusatory statements and glares he was giving her. She hated that her beautiful trip that had been so perfect in her head was turning out to be the complete opposite of flawless. She swiveled, heading for the door, before Jared could see the tears welling in her eyes. Where are you going? He asked. To get a room of my own. She didn't mean to slam the door. That was beyond discourteous to the other guests here, but she supposed it was habit. Nothing like a good door slam to punctuate a dramatic and angry exit from a room, especially after an argument. Nothing she could do about it now. Lacie marched down the stairs again, remembering all the factors that she'd been keeping tabs on to mention in her review of Harper's Inn once she left. A review she intended to post on her website, in an article that would allow her to also make this trip a tax write-off. Everything had been so positive up until this point. Her mental review had been glowing. Now it shriveled to ashes and insults with every step she took. Junie's perkiness wasn't at its usual level once Lacie made it to the front desk. Sounds like things are a little heated between you two. How long have you been married? Junie asked. She heard them all the way down here. Her tone was kind, and Lacie knew she was probably just trying to help. She curbed the frustration rattling her lid. We're not, Lacie said, exasperated but trying to keep her voice calm. We're not married. My name is Lacie Sorensen, and Jared and I had our own rooms when we got here yesterday. Can I please get a room of my own, even if number 11 is no longer available, because you gave it to another guest, which, if that's the case, is terrible customer service. I'll take anything else you have. Lacie cursed herself for letting the unkind mention slip out. She hadn't meant to say anything of her dissatisfaction aloud, not until she saw how Junie handled the crisis. But sometimes bitter things slipped out unbidden. Junie chewed her lip. I can assure you, we never overbook the rooms like that. I would never give your room to another guest. I'm not sure what's going on here, and any other time I'd be happy to accommodate your request. But we really are fully booked, and we have been for months. Most of our rooms sell out at least a year in advance, especially for the holidays. Lacie didn't have the patience for this right now. Frustration roiled beneath her skin. She didn't mean to be rude. She really didn't. But she also believed in being treated properly when she was a guest somewhere. And this was uncalled for. The customer was always right. That was how customer service worked. You're saying you don't have any empty rooms? Not at Christmas time, no, Junie replied. Lacie waited for her to extend some kind of complimentary service to cover for the slip-up. But I can offer you a free visit to our spa, Junie said as if reading her mind. Clearly there's been some kind of mix-up here, Mrs. Kingston, and I'm more than happy to make up for it, however I can. I'm Miss Sorensen, she snapped. Miss Sorensen, Jared and I aren't married. A sense of quiet settled between the two women. Rather than being offended, Junie considered for a moment. Her eyes slanted to the open living room situated to her right. A thought seemed to dawn, and the corners of her mouth fought to stay where they were. You heard the radio play, didn't you? What? Understanding surfaced on Junie's face the longer they stood there. Instead of acting insulted by Lacie's frustration and Snippy's slipped comments, she smiled as if she'd just found out the missing piece to a puzzle. The radio has been known to meddle, Junie said. It hasn't happened for years, but this year something is different. Did you hear it play? Lacie shook her head. This... She couldn't finish. One of the appeals Harper's Inn had for her was the prospect of magic. The idea was delightful, sure, but magic wasn't real. Did you hear the radio play? Junie asked again, keeping each word of the question gradual and slow. Yes, it played Winter Wonderland, but... Her gaze darted out the side window. The snowman she and Jared had built was visible from here, top hat and all. Winter Wonderland sang of a snowman who mentioned marriage to those nearby. She and Jared had heard their snowman do the same thing, but it couldn't possibly have pulled anything like this. It was a snowman. Junie was smiling far too knowingly for Lacey's liking. She couldn't accept this. The idea that she and Jared were suddenly married was impossible and inexplicable. Her earlier argument with Jared was all too fresh. Was it possible the inn offered situations to keep up their claims of magic? Did they stage things like this to keep guests on their toes? Lacie tried to think through what she'd researched and what her client had mentioned, but she couldn't recall anything like that. Very funny, Lacie said. How do you do it? Do what? Junie asked. Do you run background checks on your guests? Figure out the best way to interfere with their lives once they arrive? I clean the rooms, Junie said, brow furrowing and eyes shifting. I check guests in and keep tabs on reservations. I pester my cousin Boone to make repairs and make sure our chef, horsemen, and staff are doing their jobs. That's what I do here. I'm surprised your ratings aren't in the tank. This is so unprofessional, Lacie said, storming away. She couldn't talk to this woman any longer. She would schedule the first flight she could get. She would demand a refund, leave the most scathing review she could for Harper's Inn on every outlet, and return home to spend Christmas with her parents where she should have been all along. Nothing like a taken-too-far practical joke to completely ruin what was supposed to be a nice getaway. It was a good thing her wedding was already canceled. She wouldn't, in no uncertain terms, ever hold one here. She headed toward the dining room, needing space to think, and pulled her phone from her pocket. She couldn't talk to Jared about this. Mom was the second choice. Perhaps she could provide some clarity. Mom answered after the second ring. Lacie Lou, what are you calling me on your honeymoon for? She said in a playfully reprimanding sort of way. Lacey's mouth dropped. What? Mom, what are you talking about? Honeymoon? It wasn't that long ago that Mom texted to ask if she'd made it to Montana with Wyatt. Mom laughed. Hang up right now and get your attention back to your new husband where it belongs. Though I'll tell you, Jen and I are completely ecstatic that you two finally decided to tie the knot. We used to talk about this, when you were babies. We joked around about how if we lived in medieval times, we would have made sure you were betrothed, so you'd have gotten married regardless. And now you're hitched, and we couldn't be happier. Besties marrying each other? How much more romantic can you get than that? Especially since you two all but grew up together. Mom, Lacie hurried to interrupt. You think Jared and I are married? I saw your dad walk you down the aisle only 2 days ago, she laughed again. What's this about? Did you have your first fight already? You two fight like wrestlers anyway, you always have. But you've always made up fast, too. Whatever it is, he'll come around. Mom, I'm hanging up now, Lace. Go be with your husband. Give him a kiss for me. Or maybe not. I would never kiss him like you would. Another chuckle. All the more reason for you to lay one on him. Mom, Jared and I aren't married. Very funny. I'm hanging up now. Mom! Silence. Lacie stared at the phone, at the collection of tables and chairs. Certain words from the conversation chimed in her brain, registering and making vague sense in the otherwise senselessness crowding her. Married, honeymoon, fighting, kissing. Oh my gosh. Lacie reached for the nearest chair and sank into it. what was going on. Chapter 11. Married to Lacie? How many times had he envisioned that? Granted, the scenario had played out much differently in Jared's mind. So much so that he still didn't have a clue in this moment what was real and what wasn't. The proposal would have been something he planned. He would have taken her ring shopping because Lacie was so particular. He knew she would want a say in the diamond cut and size. He paced the boards of the inn's back porch, hands tucked into his coat pockets, air expelling invisible puffs from his open mouth. He ignored the shouts of laughter from people enjoying the hot tub at the porch's east end, tucked his chin into his coat, and replayed the facts of the situation over and over, trying to find some sense in it all. What was he going to do? Would he walk back into the inn, only to find the whole thing was some random event? That they still had their separate rooms, separate lives? Was this all in his head? If this scenario hadn't changed, he could play into it, take advantage of the situation to let Lacie know how he really felt about her, touch her hand, act on the little impulses he'd learned to repress a long time ago. Would she be open to his touch, his heart? She'd been so angry during her confrontation with Junie, so thrown off by the sight of her things in his room. Granted, he had been too, but Lacie had really gone off about it all. Why was she so upset by this? If anything, he should be the one throwing tantrums about the change in their relationship. What did this mean about Tia? Had things only gone wonky here at the inn? Or were they affected back home, too? Cold and needing movement to help his thoughts, Jared opened the door and stepped back inside, welcoming the rush of heat that poured through him. He marched like a determined man through the hall, past the inn's restaurant, past the stairs and front desk, and into the waiting room. Pacing, he removed his phone from his pocket. He swiped and passed Tia's number in his contacts. He could call her, he supposed, though he wasn't sure how reception worked while people were on cruises. Even then, how would that conversation go? "Hi, Tia, do you know if I'm married to Lacie or not?" He could call one of the guys, but they'd probably question his sanity and give him the same grief they always did for loving a woman who didn't love him back. No way. This was better suited to someone he could count on to not only be honest, but to not mock him. Much as it hurt his pride, he tapped his mom's number. "Hey there, handsome," Mom answered. "Hey," he said. "This is going to sound crazy, but where did you end up taking Lacie?" Mom interrupted. "You insisted on keeping your honeymoon a secret, even from me? I wouldn't have spilled, you know. You can trust me with your secrets." What? Taking Lacie where, did you say?" Had she just said honeymoon? "Taking Lacie where?" Mom muttered in an annoyed, underhanded tone. "Where else do you think?" Whoa, he wasn't sure whether to be relieved or continue in this endless loop of surprise. His heart rapped against his chest. "So you think we're married?" "It's normal to feel strange about it," Mom said. "After your dad and I got married, I called my mom just to make sure it really happened, too. I kept expecting to feel different, like I'd risen to some higher plane or something. But it turned out I was still me, still crazy for that man. And just because we'd said I do, that didn't mean anything about me had changed, really. I needed confirmation that the cloud I was floating on was no cloud at all." "Mom, we're not married. I'm with Tia, remember?" "Jared Presley Kingston, stop this right now. You and Tia broke up over a year ago. Lacie met you at the altar. Her daddy gave her away, placed her hand in yours before the two of you gave yourselves to each other." He said nothing. His silence must have alarmed her because she prodded. "Jared? Honey, are you okay?" His limbs had gone heavy. His mouth went slack, and he placed a hand against his sternum. Sure enough, his heart was still beating. His lungs were still expanding. He was alive. This was an actual conversation, not something he was fantasizing. He'd broken up with Tia. He'd married Lacie. Jared? He shook himself. Keep my tone bright and steady. I'm fine. Sorry to bother you, Mom. You're not bothering me. Stop kidding around. I know you like your little jokes. I'll talk to you when you get home, okay? I'm so glad you finally got it together and married her. Anya and I have been fantasizing about the two of you since you were born. That was no secret either. He leaned against the wall, glad she couldn't see him losing control. I know. Thanks for everything. Love you. Love you, honey. He stared but saw nothing. Lacie Sorensen, lovable, hard-working, attentive, Lacie Sorensen, was his wife? How could everyone else know as much, and yet he didn't remember it? Had he hit his head? Perhaps a weight had landed on him during his time in the gym here, though he hadn't yet made it to Harper's Inn's gym area that he could remember. What were they supposed to do now? That didn't mean the truth had changed between them, did it? His breath caught in his chest. Muscles tense. He was torn between dashing to her, sweeping her into his arms, and spilling every one of his thoughts, or keeping them all blocked inside as he'd done for years. Feelings were already heightened. He couldn't do anything stupid or impulsive. He had to keep it together until they figured this out. Lacie didn't know how long she sat in the inn's dining area, but it was long enough for several clusters of guests to come in and out, to eat and leave again, for the hotel staff to clear the tables those guests left behind, for the sky to darken outside, and a fresh round of snow to drift in the darkness. The handsome chef strolled out of the kitchen in his white apron and pulled the shades over the windows. Festive music played on the overhead speaker system, and more guests filed in until the dining room was half full. Utensils clanked, dishes were served, the delightful aromas of chicken and freshly baked bread swarmed in the air, and Lacie blinked to find Jared settling into the chair across from her. His hands were fidgety, fisting and flattening against the table. His knee bounced, swaying the tablecloth. "How long have you been here?" he asked. Lacie blinked from her afternoon-long stupor. "Long enough," she said. She nearly asked if something was bothering him, but clearly something was. And clearly it had to do with the psychotic circumstances in which they found themselves. "You hungry?" He gestured to the waiter. The man approached their table and offered the menus. Lacie ordered in a daze, selecting the prime rib and mashed potatoes. Jared ordered a ribeye and steamed vegetables, and they spoke while they waited for their dinner. "I take it you got another room?" Jared said. "I'm sorry for accusing you earlier. I know you and I like our little jokes, but this would be going a bit far." "Yeah," she said, staring at her red manicured fingernails with traces of gold along the tips. "It would. I didn't plan this, Jared." "I didn't either." Lacie exhaled. It was nice talking to him again. Just talking, hearing each other out. She thought back through her behavior earlier, with not a small amount of shame. She never was very good at keeping her temper. Unlike the scheduling habits she'd worked to develop, keeping her cool when things were upside down was still a work in progress. "And I'm sorry for getting so upset, too." She made a mental note to apologize to Junie as well. Lacie should never have snapped at the kind receptionist the way she had. Something in her had broken. In retrospect, she felt somehow responsible for the mix-up. Jared hadn't even wanted to come here with her in the first place. He'd expressed concern about the appearance of the two of them giving the wrong impression. Though he'd been hesitant about it, he came for her. The last thing she wanted was to make this trip any harder for him than it already was, though something told her that her outlandish behavior had done exactly that. She supposed she was too uptight about things, too hard on others. Probably something else Wyatt would have faulted her on. She had several questions to ask Junie. Magic was rumored here at Harper's Inn, but Lacie had never thought the inn would go so far as to create scenarios to make their guests think the magic was legit. The website really should delineate just what kind of trickery people who came here would be facing, so they could have the cards all laid out for them while making decisions about staying or not. She supposed that fact was pointless now. "So, what's bothering you?" he asked. "I called my mom," she said. "You feel better now?" "Not really." "That's unusual. What happened?" She linked her fingers together and leaned towards him, wishing she could lay her head on his shoulder. Instead, she muttered low so the surrounding guests couldn't overhear. "Even our parents think we're married, Jared." He tucked his lips into his teeth and stared at her hands. "I know." "You do?" "Yeah. I called my mom too. She asked about our honeymoon. My mom did the same thing. I told her she was deluded, but she insisted we'd just gotten married. In fact, she gushed about how the plans were everything she and your mom had hoped for since we were babies. Sounds just like my mom. Talk about lifelong besties. So I hung up and checked social media. Smart, she hadn't thought of that. And? He swiped his phone, tapped a few things, and then offered her the screen. And the site was nothing like it usually was. His social media profile displayed adorable pictures of the two of them outside the church in Fort Worth. Jared looked completely gorgeous in his tux, with his hair tousled, his skin glowing, his face flawless. He had an arm around a smiling Lacie, who wore the same princess dress she'd planned on wearing with Wyatt, from the slimming waistline to the voluptuous skirt, to the way her hair piled enticingly on her head. Another showed the two of them facing each other, hands interlaced at their sides, foreheads touching, expressions lost in complete devotion. A few images were selfies of them in the car, presumably before or after the ceremony, making silly faces or flashing unstaged smiles. And there were pictures of them kissing, lips lost in one another, eyes closed, arms securing her to him and him to her. Lacie devoured the look of them together, hands knitted, lips and bodies touching. Heat coursed down her legs, the sight playing a minuet on her subconscious. She'd seen a lot of joyfully married couples in her line of work, but the bliss radiating from both her and Jared in every picture could have rivaled them all. "We look amazing, happy, blissful, perfect together. You're a knockout in that dress. You don't look so bad yourself." Her gaze slid to his cemented on hers, and his eyes deepened, filling with desire as he took in the shape of her mouth. Her lungs throbbed, and all at once, every part of her needed to be touching him. She burned with the sensation, the pull enticing her to press her lips to his. Lacie had always thought Jared was good-looking, but the thoughts were always in the way she knew her brother Tyson was handsome. Knowledge only. No feelings had ever been involved in that intake of intelligence. Now, though, desire flared, fed by the memory of the pictures they'd just seen. They'd obviously kissed then. Would it be so bad to do it again now? Her mouth went dry. She swallowed and cleared her throat. "Looks like we're enjoying that kiss," she said. "Yeah." They were frozen in the moment, and Lacie found herself thinking thoughts she hadn't had in years. Thoughts that had been popping up since he'd agreed to come with her on this trip. What would it be like to marry Jared? To have her dad walk her down the aisle, just like Mom mentioned had happened? To dress like this and be deliriously, unfakeably happy, with pictures and kisses like this? "I wish I remembered this moment," she said softly. This was everything she'd ever wanted. How could she have ever thought she could live without Jared in her life? How could she ever have imagined marrying anyone but him? Jared's chair scraped against the floor. He pushed away from the table so suddenly he caught the tablecloth and nearly toppled the plates to the floor. Lacie braced her hands on her thighs. "What are you doing?" His large, warm hand grasped hers. "Let's get out of here," he said, barely giving her time to make it to her feet before towing her out of the hall and up the stairs. He fumbled with the key, worked it into the lock, and whisked Lacie inside, the way he might have done if this were actually their honeymoon. The door barely closed before she found herself clasped to his chest, his arms securing her into place. Her heart scarcely had time to beat. Lightness fluttered along with the rush of heady, breathless anticipation. "Jared, what?" "If you don't want me to do this, you'd better speak up now," he said in a breath. His eyes burnished with cinders and intensity and desire. She barely registered the offer to withdraw before he took her lack of response as agreement and slid his mouth over hers. Chapter 12. Lacie gripped his firm shoulders and savored the feel of his insistent lips with hers. He was kissing her. Jared was kissing her. Everywhere their bodies touched tingled. Heat surged in her lungs, making her gasp for breath. Her thoughts turned into a flurry, adding to her disorientation, to the sense that she was no longer standing but soaring. And when he pulled away, it took her several seconds before she was sure her feet were firmly on the floor. His gleaming eyes snagged hers. "Sorry," he said. "I couldn't help myself." She was still struggling to catch her breath, and every attempt made her chest collide with his. "Jared, I told myself I wouldn't do anything impulsive," he went on, his voice husky and just as breathless as hers. "But all this talk about us being married, that I'm not with Tia anymore, staring at those pictures with you, having you right there next to me, saying you wish they were real, I don't know. Something took over inside me, and I couldn't spend another second without you. I've been pushing all of this away for so long, I think the dam is bursting." She struggled to keep up with his explanation. "The dam? What dam?" "The one I put on my feelings for you, Lace. That's the reason I didn't want to come with you. That's the reason I've been trying so hard to keep my distance." Sudden coldness struck her to the core, adding to the fluttering still taking place in her belly. You have feelings for me?" He bent in and pressed another kiss to her mouth, one that tied a knot in her belly and ended in an exhilarated smile on Jared's face, as though he was relieved at finally being able to confess. "For years," he said, resting his forehead against hers. "I've been a wreck since you got engaged. You've dated other guys before and I just accepted it. But being engaged was so much more, so final. It's why I started dating Tia in the first place. You've only been dating her about a month." She spoke each word with deliberation, registering the concept. The timeline added up perfectly. Wyatt had proposed to Lacie a little more than a month ago, around Thanksgiving. Jared started dating Tia shortly after that. "I knew I couldn't function without you. I was hoping I'd fall fast for her so you and I could still be friends, so I wouldn't have to avoid being with you completely, because it killed me to see you with him. I should have known no one could take your place in my heart." Your place in my heart? Was this really happening? For brief flashes, Lacie waited to wake, waited for the punchline, for the proverbial rug to be pulled out from beneath her. But this, his ardor, his genuine tone, his strong hands holding her to him. This was no joke. "So you don't want to be with Tia?" He shook his head against hers. "I nearly called her to break it off before we left Texas, but figured that would be lame to do as she was leaving on vacation. Then I wasn't sure about ending things if you were going to find someone else, that maybe a future with her could be possible. But now I wish I had. You're the only one I want, Lacie. The only one I've ever wanted." Her heart banged in her chest, accentuating the weakness in her legs. The edges of her vision blurred. His hand slipped away from her, and she nearly reached for him again when he stepped back, rubbing at his chest as if pained. "That's why I shouldn't have done this. I should never have come here knowing how I feel. I should never have kissed you just now. And if the circumstances were any different, I probably wouldn't have. I was caught for a moment in this tide of the unknown in which we're wading. Are we really married?" The question seemed rhetorical, and Lacie was still trying to sort through his confession before daring to say anything. He loved her. Jared loved her. "I don't remember a wedding," he went on. "I don't remember proposing, and though I've imagined getting down on one knee countless times, I didn't do it. And I'm a fool for that, Lace. I should have told you all this years ago, back when that painter broke up with you because you spilled his acetone all over one of his projects." Lacie suppressed a snort at that one, and yet couldn't suppress the flush of adrenaline tingling through her. Her relationship with the budding painter David Wood had ended over 4 years ago. Jared had felt this way about her since then. She still didn't speak. She wasn't sure she could. "I can't give in to anything I might be feeling right now, not in this dream, this exquisite, torturous dream." He let out a humorous laugh. "Even in a reality where I can have you, my good sense won't let me." A reality where I can have you? Did he think she was out of reach? She supposed she had been. She'd always insisted they were just friends. The help he always gave her, his reliability, the way she could talk to him about anything, and wanted to hear anything he had to say, too. But what if her insistence on being just friends was her way of denying what had been right in front of her face? Oh gosh, the comments everyone made about them. The assumptions from people they just met that she and Jared were together. Was she the only one who hadn't seen it? She said, not sure what she could say. I'm sorry," he said again. "I know you just had your heart broken, so my timing is probably terrible. And then there's Tia." Tia, every elated balloon swelling inside of her, popped with a sudden, jarring loudness. Tia. "I'm sorry too," she said. Sorry she hadn't noticed him before now. Sorry she'd let him kiss her when in the alternate universe, the one where her driver's license, their social media, and even their own families didn't act like they were newlyweds. He had a girlfriend. With the pictures, the way he'd whisked her in for a devastating kiss, Lacie hadn't even thought of Tia. A lump of shame congealed within her stomach. If this scenario was real, then maybe he and Tia weren't together anymore. According to their new social media feed, to their parents, that was the case. He'd even mentioned something like that. Was that why Jared had felt he was okay to kiss her? More shame washed through her. Here she'd been wishing the kisses, the ceremony, the life shared between them were real. And he was thinking of his girlfriend. As he should be, she told herself. His loyalty should be with her. Why, then, did the thought hurt so much? She knew. In an instant, she knew exactly why. Lacie didn't want him to be with Tia. She wanted him to be with her. She wanted to go on like they were calling each other at all hours, playing jokes, meeting up for lunch, or whisking away on distant destinations without consideration for anyone else. The knowledge struck harder than the thud of a battering ram attempting to knock down whatever foolish barriers they'd built between them before now. How could she not have seen it before? She loved Jared. She always had. And she wasn't ready to let him go. Part of her worried these were rebound feelings, but she wasn't sure that was the case. Still, it was enough to keep her from saying anything. If she were to tell him she loved him now, after he'd borne his heart and soul to her in such a tender, beautiful way, and then she changed her mind later, that would crush him. She wouldn't be the reason for such misery, couldn't be the reason. What he'd expressed had made him vulnerable. She would take care with something as delicate as his heart. At least he wasn't expecting any kind of reciprocation right now. If anything, he seemed relieved to finally have the confession off his chest. He'd mentioned something during their argument about how he would have dated her if she'd asked. He loved her. What were they both doing with other people? Why hadn't either of them noticed before now? She prayed it wasn't too late. Mostly she prayed she wouldn't hurt him. "What do we do now?" he asked. "We need to talk to Junie," Lacie said, attempting to remain composed. Could he tell the revelation she'd just had? Even if it wasn't love she was feeling, did he have any clue how much he meant to her? She told me the radio played tricks. I was kind of freaking out at her, so I didn't really listen. Sounds like you. She ignored this. But maybe I'll try talking to her again and see if we can find some way to undo it. The word undo caught in her throat. Though she'd fought the idea initially because it was so foreign and completely unbelievable, right now, she didn't want to undo anything. Right now, she liked the idea of being married to Jared and craved whatever connection to him she could have. And that scared her, because she wanted him in this sharing a room, kissing behind closed doors way, a way they couldn't have. "Why don't we both go?" He stuffed his hands in his pockets. "Let's find her together." Lacie agreed. Anything to get them out of this charged atmosphere where she wanted nothing more than for him to kiss her again. Chapter 13. They found Junie with her arms full of towels, standing near the entrance to the spa. The soothing scents of eucalyptus and sandalwood wafted through the hallway, making Lacie crave their upcoming bout of relaxation. From what she could remember, they were going to the spa tomorrow, the day before Christmas Eve. "Hey there," Junie said, though the greeting wasn't with her typical brightness. Lacie couldn't blame her. The last time they'd spoken, she'd all but bitten Junie's head off. A small amount of chagrin gnawed at Lacie for her outburst. In hindsight, her accusation of the receptionist going out of her way to cause friction for the guests here was not only unlikely, it was ridiculous. "Can I help you with that?" Jared said. Junie clung to the towels and avoided his helpful reach. "I've got it. I was just about to drop these off to Blanca and Ariana. They run the desk and perform the facials and things." "Here." Jared didn't let her decline further. Instead, he moved his bulky arms around the stack nearly to Junie's eyebrows and lifted them from her. Junie gave him a puzzled glance. "Thanks. Care to tell me why you felt the sudden need to start doing my job?" "It felt weird standing here while you had your hands full." Junie opened her mouth, as if to argue, but Lacie rushed on, desperate to make her apology before Junie left them in the hall. "I owe you an apology," she said, "and we'd like to talk to you, if that's okay." Lacie didn't miss the pain that streaked across Junie's eyes. She was used to being forthright with clients and difficult vendors, but something told her she'd overstepped with someone as sweet as Juniper Harper. "I really am sorry for snapping at you the way I did the last time we talked," Lacie said, wishing she could do more than just spout words. Forget all her nasty thoughts about leaving bad reviews. She would leave the highest review she could for this place in penance. "My world was thrown for a loop, and I didn't behave as I should have." "Thank you," Junie said, though the spark didn't reignite in her eyes. She peered warily at Jared, as though he was about to make off with her towels. "Between you and me, she can be a little crazy," he said, leaning closer to Junie to give her the impression he was sharing a deeply held secret. He added a wink. Junie's shoulders lowered, her lips twisted against a smile. She released a willing sigh. "I really do need to get these towels taken in, and then I can help you." "Fair enough. Lead the way," Jared said. With a nod, Junie reached for the door. A soothing ray of relaxation swept over Lacey's agitated limbs the moment they stepped inside. The music softened, the lights dimmed, the scents of eucalyptus increased, making her want to kick up her feet and stay a while. Junie led the way past a bench and a reception desk, curving around the bend, where the tile beneath their feet quickly traded places with comfortably receptive floor mats. Lacey could tell would feel amazing on their bare feet. Junie opened a closet across from a pair of doors and indicated for Jared to place the towels on the emptiest shelf, along with what appeared to be folded robes, small hand towels, and bottles of lotion and aromatic botanicals. The spa had the ambiance of a library, where it felt sacrilegious to speak above a whisper. The three of them paraded back out the way they'd come and didn't talk again until they were out in the hall once more. "Thank you," Junie said, only a little begrudgingly. "Now, what's on your minds?" "I really am sorry," Lacey said, needing to get it off her chest. Junie gave her a little nod, though her expression remained wary. "I'll make good on my offer, that complimentary spa excursion." She jabbed a thumb behind her in the direction of the spa they'd just vacated. "Is that what you wanted to talk to me about?" "No," Jared and Lacey said in unison. "All right then. What can I do for you?" Jared peered at Lacey, and she took the lead. "You mentioned something about the radio. I read on your website that magic is rumored to exist here. What does that have to do with the radio playing for us?" Patches of pink splashed in Junie's freckled cheeks. "The radio is a matchmaker." "Sorry, what?" "If you're coming to the bonfire Christmas Eve night, we have a skit that explains the entire story. Are you coming?" "We were planning on coming, yes," Lacey said. The bonfire was located several miles up the mountain, where the Harper's Inn Events Center Lodge was located. Lacey had planned on scoping the lodge out as the location for the wedding itself, but she didn't want to wait until Christmas Eve to find out what was going on. "Please, something strange has happened between us. You think we're married, but we're not. We called home, even our own parents think we're married." Junie's eyes widened. "They do?" Jared went on this time. "We built that snowman outside. We heard music play out of the blue out there in the middle of nowhere. And then when we came back in, everything shifted. We had 2 rooms booked, but now we're down to sharing 1. Even my name has changed," Lacey said. "Not only in your system, but on my driver's license, too." "Really?" Junie said, this latest bit of news emitting the most shock from her so far. "Yes, even the pictures on our social media feed show that we got married. Gosh, it sounds so psychotic saying it out loud like this, but I swear it's true. I swear we're not making it up." "I believe you," Junie said. Jared's teeth snapped together, as though he'd been preparing for more arguing, only to have her ready acceptance render him speechless. "You do?" Lacey asked. Her heart picked up speed. Junie smiled, the first genuine smile she displayed since they'd approached her. Lacey released a breath. Smiling was good. "Yes," Junie said. "Before I say much else, what have you heard about the radio?" "Only what my clients have told me," Lacey said. "And what's on your website, that the radio used to belong to Santa Claus, and it's the reason you claim there's magic here." "There is magic here," Junie whispered, green eyes glinting. "The radio has only just recently begun to play again, for the first time since 1920. Lacey attempted to accept this explanation, to suspend her disbelief long enough to accept that magic could be a possibility. And what happened the first time it played? Couples who heard the magic strains fell in love. Junie nibbled her bottom lip, as though the idea were a delicious bit of gossip. Lacie and Jared peered at one another again. That couldn't be true. She felt for him what she'd always felt for him. It's just that she only just realized how intense those feelings were. "I don't think the radio altered our feelings," she said. "Just our situation. So your question is, how long is it going to last? Jared said. The question had a pang of desperation to it. She couldn't tell if that was because he wanted their marriage to continue or he wanted it to end. Junie collected a long, slow breath through her nostrils. Every moment she didn't reply was agony and storm clouds. I don't know, she said honestly. It hadn't played in over 100 years, and the others for whom the radio has played this time around have had completely different scenarios. Considering how Junie's cheeks reddened, Lacie wondered if Junie was one of these others. She knew it was probably not appropriate in the slightest to ask who else had heard the radio play, but oh boy, she wished she could. This seemed like a hazard to Junie's reputation if she shared guests' personal interactions and behavior, like doctor-patient privacy matters. Still, Lacie couldn't help her curiosity. Too bad she and Jared couldn't talk to these other couples. Maybe they could get some grounding on what was going on here. Junie's cheeks turned a deeper shade of red. Who was the radio matching her up with? I'm sorry I don't have more answers for you, Junie said. Is there someone else we can ask? Jared said. We can't stay like this. Stinger, right in the gut. Lacie gasped and hoped neither of them noticed. I can ask my mom, Junie said in a helpful kind of way. She owns the inn and has lived here most of her life, just like me, though she's gone on vacation right now. She probably knows something I don't. That would be great, thank you, Jared said. And thanks for giving us your time. We know you're busy. Junie gave a little shrug. You two should plan on coming to the bonfire. You'll hear the full story of the radio and its antics then, and after you've heard it, you can ask any questions you have. A couple of days. Could they go a couple of days as they were now, with this incredible attraction building between them? We'd like that, Jared said. Thanks, Junie. The receptionist sauntered down the hall, and it felt like Lacie waited until she turned the corner and left them alone in the hall to breathe again. The air whooshed from her lungs, and she fought the urge to cling to Jared's arm or rest her face against his chest as she would have done before. There you have it, she said shakily. We don't know what will happen. I guess not. He stared in the direction Junie had gone, as if lost in a daze. Breaking free of the distracting thoughts, he faced Lacie. Now we, wait it out? Wait it out, like this faux marriage was unpleasant. Waiting out pertained to things like doctor's appointments or shopping at boring stores. We could go home, she suggested. Would that break through whatever supposed magic had settled over them? Or were their lives already existing there, and they just have to slip into this new reality? She wasn't sure she bought the magic excuse, but what else could it be? He sniffed and glanced everywhere but at her. Not an option. This is your North Pole or whatever. That wouldn't be fair to make you leave. Then, throat closed. We're talking choking tightness. Then you could leave without me. The pause that took for him to answer was an eternal agony. It took too long for him to offer his attention back to her once more. When he did, his whole body tensed, his muscles flexed. She could sense the conflict raging within him. His eyes were guarded, tense. I couldn't do that to you. I told you I'd give you Christmas. I'm keeping my word. But I swear, I'll keep my distance from you from now on. Lacie should have been relieved, and she was. But something about this whole situation was so much more than off-kilter. This was no smooth road with the destination in view. This was more like a train driver, knowing the upcoming turn was sharp and taking it as fast as they could anyway, completely derailing the passengers. She didn't want him to keep his distance from her. If anything, she wanted a replay of earlier. She wanted him to hold her hand, to steal little touches like he always did. We'll have to share your room, she said, staring toward the window at the end of the hall. Jared pulled at his neck. I don't know about that. What other choice do we have? Junie said the bonfire is in 2 days. If we keep acting like we're not together when people think we're on our honeymoon, we'll look like nut jobs." "Maybe we are." He grinned. She was grateful for that look. He'd been so solemn, almost condemning earlier. She was glad to know he didn't blame her, and that she wouldn't be alone in this. "That tinkling noise," she said, reflecting on the events that had led to this. "The one in the air, you know." The sound had been otherworldly and dazzling, and had made her feel as though she were floating, as though she were sparkling as much as the snow. "It came from the radio, too," he said. "The day it played. Junie said it was enchanted." Again, she was glad he was on the same wavelength. "The website talked about magic, too. Do you think it's legit? That magic is real here?" "I guess we're about to find out." Chapter 14. Once conversations were done, they should stay in the air where they belonged, where they could fizzle away and cease their existence. Instead, these conversations became unwanted recordings in the studio of Jared's mind, playing over and over and over and over and over and over. He'd kissed Lacie, good and long and hard, just like he'd always wanted to. And she hadn't pulled away. She hadn't shown any kind of reluctance at his confession of feelings. If anything, she seemed open to the idea of the two of them together. She'd kissed him back, even reached for him when he'd created the distance he determined to maintain. Pulling away from her had been like trying to pry glued pieces apart, yet somehow he'd managed it. And his chat with her after that, the apologies, the openness. He paced from one end of their room at the inn to the other, back and forth, back and forth. She'd apologized when he had too. But what did she have to say sorry for? Their chat in the dining room also refused to leave his mind, and replayed at every turn he took. She'd said she wished their wedding really happened. She'd said she wished the kiss was real. That was the only thing that could have overridden his good sense and self-control. The prospect that she wanted him as much as he wanted her. He'd lost track of himself. He'd lugged her away, and she'd gone right along with it. Why had she allowed him to tow her away? To kiss her? He'd given her a chance to say no, but she hadn't. At least he hadn't taken things any further than that. Jared shook his head, while an unwanted answer settled in. She'd never been the rebound type. He'd been there through plenty of her breakups before, and she'd never sought him out romantically at the end of any of them, even if he'd wanted her to plenty of times. But was that what she'd done now? Jared had dropped hints over the years about how he felt about her, how he wanted more between them. Lacie had always assumed he was teasing, had playfully swatted his arm or bantered and changed the subject, eventually finding someone new to date instead of him. Jared hadn't wanted to lose her friendship, and so he'd let his disappointment slide time and time again. Her engagement to Wyatt had ripped his heart from his chest, but she'd been so happy. How could he have said anything? He'd accepted it then, accepted he would never have her. And then he'd met Tia at a night of country dancing. He liked Tia. Why did everything have to turn upside down now? Had Lacie been using him? Was that why she hadn't said anything about how she felt about him in return? Jared was still reeling from the connection they'd experienced, first in the inn's dining room, and then the heat that had raged and the blatant desire coaxing him to kiss her the instant they were in their room. The desire wasn't unusual. He'd experienced the compulsion plenty of times. But the connection they'd had, and the fact that Lacie had been begging him to do it with nothing but the power of her glance, still unsettled him. It couldn't have been a rebound. She wanted to kiss him too. And now they were sharing a room? This was not good. His mother had said he'd married Lacie. When he'd asked Mom about Tia, Mom had said he'd broken up with her a year ago. broken up with Tia. That meant he was no longer with her. He'd felt nothing but relief at the news, which was confirmation enough. From the moment Tia had given him that ultimatum, it hadn't settled well in his gut. This was no quick thing. Losing Lacie would be like having his arm amputated. The limb was useful, came in handy. He needed it to function, not to mention how much he liked his arm. Jared chastised himself. These weren't arms. These were women he was talking about. And he couldn't have two of those. He didn't want to. At least, not in a romantic way. But he couldn't imagine a life without Lacie. He'd agreed to come because she'd said she'd had 2 separate rooms. Not this. Being so close to her in this room was a disaster waiting to happen. Lacie was in the bathroom getting ready for bed. He stared at the closed door, as though things would go back to normal any minute. As though if he were to open the bathroom door right now, he'd find this all a bizarre dream after all, and she would be in her own space where she belonged. What were they going to do? There was only one bed, and they couldn't possibly share it. Not with the abandoned way they'd kissed. She stepped out of the bathroom, looking adorable in a pair of pajamas, laced with enough stripes to make a candy cane jealous. Her wet hair draped down her back. Jared noticed her more than he had allowed himself to do in a long time. Her slim waist and curves, her long, auburn hair, looking darker than it really was, trimmed in a straight line across her back, the shape of her face, the pout of her full, enticing lips. Dunce. It wasn't like he'd never seen her with her hair wet before. They'd gone swimming plenty of times, and he'd been at her house when she'd gotten out of the shower before. This time, though, he responded to the sight, to her nearness, in a way that made him squirm. She hugged her arms around herself and stared at the room as though she wasn't sure what to do. The single bed shouted from its position in the center. Lacie jutted out her bottom lip, and he wondered if she was wishing she had her own room right about now, because from the longing in her eyes, she wanted to crawl right in and snuggle in those blankets. He did too. And as intriguing as the thought of falling asleep with her burrowed in beside him was, there would be no communal snuggles here. Jared fidgeted. Maybe it was time for a shower of his own, a cold shower. Anything to get him out of the discomfort building between them. Lacie had cradled up against him plenty of times during disaster movies and romantic comedies alike, and they'd slept in the same space more than once growing up. Kids ended up spending the night when their moms hung out. But that had been when they were little. They'd never shared a bed. He dashed the thought away. Needing purpose, he ambled past her wordlessly to the muggy bathroom that smelled like her rose-water body wash and brushed his teeth, splashed water on his face, and toweled it dry. He leaned against the sink, hoping some semblance of calm would come over him. It's Lacie, he told himself. Tia would understand once he explained the circumstances. A magical radio played and decided to bring a snowman to life and pronounce them husband and wife, which then created an entirely new reality where he was no longer with her. Sure, she'd believe that, and he was a medieval warrior. Jared drew in a long breath before opening the bathroom door. Lacie was situated in the bed, tucked beneath the blankets, remote in hand. She was skipping through channels, chewing on her full lower lip. Man, those lips. He'd paid them plenty of attention before, but they'd never been more tantalizing than they'd been earlier at dinner when Lacie and Jared had seen pictures of themselves kissing, when they'd talked about how good it looked, and then Lacie had gone and said she wished it was real. Thoughts of kissing her exploded in his brain all over again. He needed to squash them, fast. He was with Tia. No magical radio could change that. Not when it was cemented into his brain. Tia was the one he should be thinking of kissing. She was the one he should be thinking of. Period. If reality was doing what it was supposed to, he'd have his own room right now. He and Lacie would never be contemplating how to pass the night while crammed into the same room together. He should have tried calling Tia after arguing with Lacie when her room key didn't work for the first time. Maybe she had no service while on her cruise. He considered calling her now, but tapped out a text instead. Thinking of you. Hope you're having a great time. There. That had to count for something. Sorry, Lacie said from the bed as he lowered his phone. She was thoroughly tucked in. I kind of made myself at home. I can get up, though, if you'd rather. She whipped the puffy blankets from her legs. His face heated. No, it's okay. I'll just check and see if I can sleep downstairs. That couch down there looked pretty comfortable. I doubt it's for guests' overnight use, Lacie said. Then another room. I already checked, remember? They're fully booked. Didn't matter. He couldn't stay in here with her, not with the circumstances being what they were, not with her looking as vulnerably alluring as she did. Jared made for the door. He cast a quick glance at his phone. No response from Tia yet. Jer, I'm going to at least check, he said. What are they going to do? Kick me out? He gave her a grin before stepping into the hall in his socked feet. Muffled sounds crept from other rooms, things like laughter and TV channels, and even someone snoring. He had to say he didn't mind not being in that room. Another glance at his phone, but still no reply. He gripped the device and traipsed down the stairs. If what his mom said was true, and in this new reality he was broken up with Tia, that would ease some of the guilt he felt at least. Still, he wanted some grounding as to what was going on. The reception desk was empty. The sky was black outside, contrasting the snow's whiteness that much more. He paused at the main window, long enough to enjoy the scene. It was definitely beautiful here, and he was glad to be inside, rather than out in it. The front room, where the radio sat on the table beside other antique items, was dim and quiet. Darkness was battled only by the glowing lights on the impressive Christmas tree situated in the corner. Several mounds of impeccably wrapped presents surrounded the tree, and Jared wondered if anything was in them, or if they were only for decoration. He took a few steps deeper into the room and stopped. The radio sat on its table, harmless, innocent. You ready to spill? Jared confronted the adornment, resting his knuckled fists on the doily before it, as though this was some kind of interrogation, as though the radio would reply. He bent lower to spew a few angry words in the radio's direction. Figures, he said. I'm with the girl I love, and according to you and to every other inanimate object in this inn, I'm married to her, but I can't be with her. The radio stared back, unresponsive. You're no help, he muttered. Movement stirred, and Jared jerked, suddenly alert. The room wasn't empty after all. Another man was in here, sitting on the very couch Jared had planned on snagging, reading a book. He glanced up, but his attention quickly returned to the novel in his hands. Jared fought the frustration simmering in his chest. This guy couldn't read in his own room? Then again, who was he to judge? At least he didn't say anything about Jared talking to the radio. He stood like a dud for several seconds, staring. He could take a seat in the armchair between the Christmas tree and the fireplace and wait for this other man to leave. But what if he never did? How was he going to settle onto the couch with this other guy here? This was worse than the situation with Lacie. Jared stepped toward the table, hosting the radio once more. He traced a finger down its smooth sides and wondered again if everything he'd heard was true. Lacie and Junie both seemed to believe the story. He whipped out his phone. Still no text from Tia, and pulled up Harper's Inn's website. A few quick scans, and he was able to find the page Lacie had mentioned, the one outlining the inn's claims to magic. One of the most enchanting appeals Harper's Inn has to offer is the magical origins of a radio as old as the inn itself. Situated in the inn's cozy living room, a radio holds every memory the inn has faced since it turned from its humble origins as the Harper family's home and into a home on the go for other guests in 1983. The origin story is as mystical as the reindeer who pull Santa's sleigh. In 1920, Santa Claus himself appeared to the inn's owner, Benjamin Harper. Ben was only a boy at the time. As the story goes, Santa apologized for neglecting to stop by the house on Christmas Eve. In reparation for his slip-up, the jolly man in red offered Ben a gift of his own, a trinket he claimed to have brought from his own home and possessions, as he'd already expended all the gifts in his arsenal. Santa presented the young Benjamin Harper with a radio he brought from his own table. Since that moment, unexplainable things began happening at the inn. While it played briefly when it was first received, the radio hasn't played in 100 years, letting the story and its resulting magical influence on the guests who came to stay at the inn seep into myth and rumor. Yet, one year the radio may spark out a jolly tune again, and while the results seem to be as fanciful as the elves who craft Santa's toys, who knows if the radio will catch you during your next visit to Harper's Inn and bring some magic into your life when you least expect it? Jared frowned. Magic? He liked a good fantasy novel as much as the next person, and could get lost in epic sagas recreated by Hollywood. But he'd never been a die-hard fan of anything like that. Magic wasn't real. This was just a clever sales publicity stunt, a ruse to get people interested in visiting an inn in middle-of-nowhere Montana. The man was lost in his book on Jared's preferred night arrangements. Tia still hadn't texted him back, and he was still standing as though lost on the roadside. Jared turned on his heel and headed back upstairs, not thinking until it was too late that he should have asked the man in the front room if he'd heard the radio play at all. Junie had mentioned other guests were also being dandled about like puppets, snared by a new puppet master. Who else had heard the radio play besides him and Lacie? Jared approached the door to room 9 and rolled his eyes as he patted his empty pajama pants pocket. Of course he would go and forget the key. Then again, they only had one, and he couldn't leave Lacie without it. He knocked softly, disgruntled at having to wait for her to answer. The lock clicked, and then Lacie smiled at him, looking rumpled and casual and delectable, hair down, cheeks flushed. The additional color also brought out the pink in her lips, and Jared shook himself. No luck? She didn't settle herself back into the bed, though the blankets were still turned down, where she'd been nestled. Jared closed the door behind him again. I couldn't do it. Some guy was there reading, and I just felt weird about it. I'll just sleep in the chair. He made his way to the indicated piece of furniture situated in the room's corner. It had enough padding. It would work for a few nights. No, Lacie held a hand in his direction. You take the bed. It's fine. Jer. I'm serious. He added a smile, hoping it was believable. Just don't tell Tia we shared a room while we were here. He winked. Expression guilty, but accepting. Lacie tucked her legs back into the blankets and propped her head against the pillows. Jared took the pillows from the other side of the bed, found a spare blanket in the closet, and huddled onto the chair. It was comfortable, not the worst place he'd ever slept before, not like the time he'd been stranded in the Denver airport during a snowstorm and squatted on the indescribably unpleasant plastic seats in the waiting areas. Longest night ever. Wordlessly, she reached for the lamp beside the bed and clicked the light off. Darkness added its own sense of silence to his situation, and that quiet hummed in the air over their heads. Jared stretched out his feet and leaned back in the squashy chair, attempting to find the most sleepable position. This was definitely going to be another long night. Chapter 15. Lacie's voice tiptoed across the room. So, how'd she take it? Was Tia upset that you agreed to come here with me? Jared tucked the blanket up under his chin, his body resting in the chair's corner. He wasn't sure how much to say. He'd kept Tia's dislike of his relationship with Lacie to himself as much as possible, but he and Lacie had agreed this would be their last friend fling together. After this, if he decided to keep dating Tia, he'd have to let Lacie go. Wouldn't it be fair if she understood why? I never told her. Uh-oh, why not? Again, another pause. She's never said it outright, but I think she's jealous of you, he said. Jealous of me? Why? I mean, she's been jealous of you with me? He cringed. That didn't sound right at all. The pictures that were blasted all over his social media feed flashed through his mind. A wedding between him and Lacie. Kissing Lacie. Holding her. Losing himself in her eyes. She's never much liked the fact that my best friend is a female. The blankets rustled. Jared went on. Yeah, I told her you're like one of the guys, but that only made things worse. She doesn't like how comfortable I am with you. How we're always together, how we always talk on the phone when we finish dates with other people. Wyatt didn't like that either. Then again, he didn't know about all that. Are you telling her all this? Not intentionally, Jared said. But you do come up in conversation. How much? Was it just him, or did the question sound eager? Truthfully, he wasn't sure what the answer was. He never cataloged things he talked about with Tia, just said whatever was on his mind. It wasn't until Tia mentioned something each time that he became aware he'd been talking about Lacie again. Enough, he hedged. Like what? She rolled in the bed, arm tucked beneath her head and facing him where he sat. By now his eyes had adjusted to the darkness, and he could make out the outlines of furniture and things situated around the room. The outline of her. It's mostly when we're with the guys. Tim and Miguel have all these memories of me with you, like the time you strapped plastic wrap beneath the toilet seat. Lacie laughed. In the darkness, it pealed in a familiar yet forgotten way, as though he'd always loved the sound, but had never realized how much. I forgot about that, she said. Tim wasn't used to our little jokes. She'd snuck in, and Tim, who was Jared's roommate, had been the unfortunate one to discover just what happened when plastic wrap was secured and hidden beneath the toilet seat. Or the time I kissed you backstage during drama class, and they flicked the lights on so the whole class caught us. They shared more spurting laughter, basking in the memory and the embarrassment that had ensued from it. Oh man, we had so many rumors swirl about us after that, she said. They told Tia about that? Yeah. He rubbed his neck, not wanting the additional memory pushing its way into the conversation. Not since he was thinking of kissing her again, far too often as it was. That had been a great day. They were supposed to have been practicing lines for an upcoming class presentation. Of course, of all the Shakespearean skits Lacie and Jared's partnership could have drawn, they'd gotten Romeo and Juliet. Their turn had been coming up and had been a large part of their grade. While waiting in costume in the wings, off from where class had been, backstage, Jared had mentioned how much kissing there was in the Leonardo DiCaprio version of the movie, and how they'd never do the scene justice if they didn't have a kiss on the balcony. So, of course, they'd wanted to practice beforehand. That one little practice kiss had turned into a kind of makeout session in the middle of class that made it look like something else entirely. Heat flooded through him as he remembered how holding her had felt, how she hadn't pulled away, how easy it had been to press his mouth to hers, and the sudden, urgent desire that kept him from pulling away when he should have. Jared cleared his throat. Even without talking to the guys, you always seem to come up, and Tia doesn't like the frequency. Tia had pestered him about Lacie after they'd first started dating, and it'd been one of the biggest arguments they'd ever had. That was when he'd convinced the guys to chime in and tell Tia what a big deal having Lacie around wasn't, except the whole kissing story kind of backfired. The guys had talked it up way too much. Once Jared had gotten Tia to talk to him again, he then had his mom step in. Mom and Anya, Lacie's mom, had been bridesmaids at one another's weddings. They'd kept in touch while their husbands pursued school, and then after Jared's dad left his mom, she'd moved to Fort Worth, Texas, the same town the Sorensens had moved to a few months before. He and Lacie were born in the same year, Lacie a few months before him, a fact that she'd never let him live down. They'd traveled together, played at splash parks as kids, family trips were rarely parents only. Everything always included the Sorensens, and vice versa. Disneyland? Share an Airbnb with the Sorensens. Road trip to Mount Rushmore? Hotels with the Sorensens. Swimming, Yellowstone, walks around town, SeaWorld, museum trips, hiking in the mountains. They'd all included her. Lacie had always been a given in his life. Jared had Mom share photo books in hopes of easing some of Tia's disgruntlement, because little Lacie and little Jared taking swimming lessons together or eating popsicles or covered in mud were on every page. "So," she began, "when are we going to talk about that kiss?" His blood raced. He tried to play it off. "What's there to talk about?" She sat up, slapping her hand against the blanket. "Are you kidding me? You give me the most incredible kiss of my life and want to know what there is to talk about?" Something hot and burning slid into the lowest part of his stomach. "The most incredible kiss of your life?" She sank back to her pillows. "I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it was pretty amazing. Rocked my world. I haven't been able to stop thinking about it since." A smile spread on his lips, and satisfaction joined it, expanding in his chest. He sank against the chair and rested his arms behind his head. "I'm glad you think so. I kind of thought the same thing." Quiet hovered in the air, draping between them, tempting him to part its curtains and make straight for her to repeat the occurrence. Jared cleared his throat and pulled his blanket to his chest, digging his toes into the floor. "I don't want our friendship to end," Lacie said softly, cutting into his thoughts. "Me neither," he admitted, though he did want to add to the relationship they already had. He didn't say as much. He was hung up on what she meant by her statement. Did not wanting their friendship to end mean she didn't want the shift he was hoping for? "Does that mean you don't want anything between us to change?" Silence. "I feel like that's a loaded question," she said. "I know, and I'm not trying to complicate anything. But after that kiss today, I can't go back to being friends. I've had the best life with you, but it's time we grew up. No more sleepovers, no more summertime. We're adults. We've got to start our own families. We've got to move on, and we can't." "We or you?" He didn't like the barbs in her tone. "Okay, me. I can't move on and be with someone else if you're always a part of the picture." Ouch. They'd been Tia's words, not his, but they came out sounding like his. He was trying to say they needed to either be more or let each other go, and that after their kiss earlier, he knew which option he wanted. Except it had come out completely wrong. How could he get her to make that kind of commitment right now? He shouldn't expect it of her, which was why he should never have done what he had. Lacie threw back the covers. He'd said too much and he knew it. Foot in mouth. Foot way in mouth. "Don't do that. Lie down. I can't sleep in here. You didn't want the couch, but I think I'll try it out." He pushed to his feet, the blanket sagging to the ground. Lacie, wait." He hurried to block her exit and made it to the door first, thanks to his longer legs. "You stay here. I'll go." In the darkness, she lifted her eyes to his, and he was dismayed to find tears welling in them. She was crying again? Lacie never usually cried. Another reason he'd given in to her request that he come with her to Harper's Inn. She elbowed him, reminding him of all the times he'd practiced jiu-jitsu holds on her, and how she'd learned self-defense from him to free herself from potential attackers. Normally he refused to budge aside easily, but this time he did. Wordlessly she opened the door and stepped out, leaving him alone in the room. Jared felt like a total dolt. What was he doing? She'd just been dumped by the man she was trying to move on from. Wyatt had been a jerk, considering all the awful things he'd said to her during their breakup. Jared cursed himself for the double scoop of heartache he just dished and opened the door to follow her out. Chapter 16. For all he knew, Lacie would go out and sleep in that barn just to spite him. Why did people always do the worst things for themselves when they thought they were getting back at someone else? To his relief, she was sitting in the hall outside their door with her back against the wall, hugging her knees to her chest. Most of the lights were off, but a few lamps were lit on tables along the way. Jared released a relieved sigh and settled down beside her. "Hey," he said. "Hey." She scrubbed a hand beneath her nose. "You know I didn't mean it, right?" She fastened her gaze on her feet. "Didn't mean what? That I don't want you a part of the picture?" Lacie rolled her eyes to the ceiling, looking everywhere but at him. She leaned her head against the wall. "You're so confusing sometimes." "I know," he said, "and I'm sorry." She let her gaze drift. Tiredness and sorrow rimmed her startlingly green eyes. Along with something else, too. She skewered him with a look that let him know she wasn't kidding around any longer. "Why do you want to be with someone like that?" "Like what, Tia?" "Yeah, it seems wrong that she's giving you this ultimatum. That you can't have your old friends if you want to be with her. That's not how a relationship should work." Jared pinched his eyes closed and expelled a breath. Lacie voiced the very thing he'd been struggling with since his goodbye kiss with Tia. Ugh, if only he'd broken up with her then. Tia had given him the perfect opening for it. He could have wished her well. He could have moved on. "You're right," he said. She made him sound like such a pansy, which was the worst insult he could receive. Of all people, Lacie knew how hard Jared worked to be as strong as he could be. To imply that someone could override him that easily, that he would allow someone to override him, she was right. He just didn't know what to do about it. "Then why do you like her?" Tia was beautiful and confident, driven. Like an idiot, though, the only thing Jared could think of to say was that he liked kissing her, and he couldn't tell Lacie that. That would make him sound like the most superficial of all male specimens. There were other things about her he admired, too, weren't there? What did he like about her? Why should he consider giving up his oldest friend for her? "All I'm saying is that she's my girlfriend, and respecting her requests would be the right thing to do. Assuming we wanted to stay together," which was no longer the case. "But can't you see that just because you're dating someone else doesn't mean they're always right to ask for certain things? Just because you're dating her, that doesn't give her the right to dictate your choices." "You make it sound like I'm letting her tell me what to do." "Are you?" He didn't like the turn of this conversation, but she was also asking questions he couldn't ignore. When you put it like that, I guess so. The person you love shouldn't expect you to let go of everything important to you. That would be like me telling you to stop doing Taekwondo just because I don't like it. That's ridiculous. It could happen. You love that I do Taekwondo. I was just using that as an example. As a matter of fact, I love practicing it with you." He gave her a look. "Since when?" Her smile spread. "Since you started. It was fun to be your guinea pig, to have you show me the right way to stand or kick my legs, or have you wrap me in those holds and make me try to worm my way out of them." He didn't need that reminder right now either. He'd liked that too, but mainly because he'd liked the excuse to hold her like that. Man, where were all these memories coming from? "I could show you some new moves," he said. "Just watch out for my kick." He chuckled, letting the sound rumble in his chest. The moment here in the hall between them was so different from the contention they'd swum in their room minutes before. He'd loved this about her. In fact, he'd never had another relationship like this with anyone before, where they could fight and bask with one another in almost the same instance. and neither would have any bearing on the end result of their relationship. They had already lasted this long. A little spat here and there wouldn't make them unlast. Why should he let anything else do that then? He wanted to call Tia now, to bite the bullet and just to move on from her. But she still hadn't responded to the text he'd sent, and according to this new reality, he already had broken up with her. This was so messed up. He also wanted to know that Lacie thought about what he'd admitted, that he'd been crazy for her for at least the last 4 years. They'd broached the topic of the kiss, but she had yet to mention the feelings he'd shared. Think about it, though, Lacie went on, thawing enough to relax her posture and face him. She crossed her legs this time and rested her hand on his ankle. What if I asked you to stop being friends with Tim or Miguel? Would you stop hanging out with them just because I said you had to? He snorted. No, because you never would. Exactly. This is different. Why? Because you're a girl, because you're beautiful, because I'm as comfortable with you as I am with my own family, because you know more of my dirty secrets than anyone else on God's green earth. Her nose turned up. I don't want anything to do with your dirty secrets. Another laugh. See, I can't do this with anyone else. Then doesn't that tell you something? She pursed her lips, raised her eyebrows, and inclined her head, drawing his attention to their hands. Jared stared. He hadn't even remembered reaching for her hand, but there it sat, right on top of hers on his ankle. He withdrew quickly. Her words had settled so securely around him. He'd forgotten they were sitting out in the open, where anyone could happen upon them and overhear. He was all kinds of conflicted. Are you saying you don't want me to be with Tia? His heart beat ridiculously hard. Was this her response to his confession? He'd all but told her he loved her, and she'd never indicated that love was reciprocated, only that his kiss had rocked her world. A person could kiss someone else without loving them, and with that thought, his heart sank. Maybe she didn't love him. Maybe that was why she hadn't said anything in response. The tumult in her eyes gutted him. The moment passed. She removed her hand from his leg and stood. Jared stood too, appreciating the stretch in his legs, but still as torn as ever inside. I'm saying I'm your friend, she said, and friends help each other make sure they're with the right person. If a girl is making you choose between people in your life and her, is she really worth dating? Jared didn't have an answer. Instead, he followed Lacie back into their room, mulling over the answers, over his whole situation, and not liking any of it much at all. Chapter 17. Lacie stretched her arms, feeling the pull all the way down her calves and to her toes. She hadn't had that good of a night's sleep in so long. Every part of her body felt relaxed and supple. She was planted. She'd grow roots. No more moving ever again. Too soon her relaxed state was jarred and kinked, and the confusion she'd had when drifting off last night returned. Wyatt. He'd dumped her, upended her life, and then... Good morning. She blinked, startled at the voice, when in a rush, the previous night's events barraged her with all the force of a windstorm. Lacie shrieked and sat up. Sure enough, Jared was sitting in the cushy chair across the room from her, hair rumpled, bags under his eyes. He didn't look nearly as rested as she felt. She was asleep in his room, Jared's room. A snowman marrying them, the pictures smattered all over their phones, the kiss. It had all happened. This wasn't a dream she thought she'd wake from, because here she was, awake, and still sharing a room with him. Which meant Jared's words, his admission, had also been spoken, and Lacie still wasn't sure what to make of them. Were his feelings real? Was his confession of love for her all part of this spell, or whatever it was they were under? Not to mention the fact that even though she was trying to move on, he was still with someone. When he'd asked her if she wanted him to be with Tia, she hadn't known what to say. She didn't want to do the same thing she'd criticized Tia for doing to him. Who was she to tell him who to date and be with? If he was going to choose her, Lacie wanted it to be because he wanted to, not because she demanded it. Jared glowered at the fireplace, eyes puffy and full of sleep. His shoulders hunched. He remained motionless for far too long. "You okay?" she asked, forcing down a smile. He hadn't looked this out of sorts since the time they'd had a lockdown in their high school after graduation, and Jared had ended up sleeping at Lacey's house afterward because he'd been too tired to drive home. "As okay as I can be." Lacie plopped her hands on the comforter. This would never work. How could she go on sleeping comfortably and well when he was basically relegated to sitting up all night long? "We'll trade off. Tonight I'll take the chair and you get the bed." He shook his head, standing to place the thin blanket he'd used on the chair in his place. "It's fine." "But Chair," she began. They still had 3 more days here. How could she keep taking the bed and letting him get no sleep? Wordlessly, he crossed the room and closed the bathroom door behind him. He'd refused, but she would make sure to insist he sleep where he could be comfortable. If that meant taking on the chair for a night here and there, that was that. Lacie reached for her planner for the day's events. She flipped to the next page, and then the next, turning back to the first, her brow furrowing, deep with every motion. This can't be right. She checked the corner dates, December 23rd, double-checked her phone. Sure enough, they matched, which meant every precious detail she'd carefully planned for her vacay with Wyatt, now Jared, was gone, wiped, erased. She should be used to random occurrences here by now, but this was beyond unexpected. She might as well have a party she'd planned come up vacant after hours of searching for the ideal amenities. Her panic hitched. Her movements juddered. She lowered her feet to the floor. No, not good. She'd been guilty of forgetting things before, important things. And she determined she didn't want to be someone others couldn't rely on. Her forgetfulness had been the reason she'd botched the Milton wedding reception, the second gig she'd had at Haley Winrow events. She'd nearly lost her job, and she hated herself for that. She never wanted that to be the case again. So she'd gotten organized. She'd bought baskets and cleaned out closets. She'd simplified her life, got rid of anything unnecessary or extemporaneous. She'd bought a paper organizer and made sure everything was recorded in it, then added those to her phone so she could have alarm reminders for good measure, and had taken to watching the clock so much it neared the point of obsession. Truth be told, she couldn't hope to manage her job, an occupation centered around organizing things for other people, without a system for herself. The threat of losing her job and the desire to impress had pushed her to step things up. These were prestigious events most of the time. Though they did get the occasional family party request, most of them were for high-profile clients who expected a certain caliber to their rendezvous. Meeting that standard gave Lacie so much pride. She loved the sense of accomplishment and self-satisfaction that came from a job well done, from praise received in newspapers. Once she'd set the precedent for herself, she couldn't allow herself to do anything less. Now what was she going to do with her planner completely wiped? All those plans. She would lose every client. She would lose her job for sure. What? Jared opened the bathroom door to find her revving into full-on panic mode. Never mind the rest of her life. As for their excursion here at Harper's Inn, she'd scheduled spa times, tastings, trips into neighboring West Hills for some shopping. Every tiny, itemized plan was gone. There's a reason I write things down. I made appointments. Now we're going to miss everything. What are you talking about? The spa. I thought we were supposed to have a spa day, to spend a luxurious number of hours being groomed, and now I can't find a thing. I scheduled yoga and the gym after that, and a taste testing with Mason DeVries, the world-class chef who works here. I'll have to contact Junie. I bet she has the schedule for things at the front desk. That was it. She could find a solution to this. Everything is gone, you say? He put a hand to his chin. Yes, You are not at the necessary level of upset that I need you to be about this. I'm upset? Sure you are. But I'm also confused. About what? He sank into the bed beside her and pointed to the planner open on her lap. All your plans are gone? Yes, she added an eye roll. Hadn't she just said as much? Then what's that? He directed her attention to the fireplace, just off from the bathroom door. A stocking hung from a peg on the mantel. Lacie puzzled over its appearance. Nothing had been hanging there last night. That's not mine. No, seems like the kind of Christmassy thing you'd do. The suggestion bothered her like a cat who had its fur petted in the wrong direction. I'd never hang up only one stocking. You're right. You would have hung up one for me, too. Or maybe 3, because of that whole rule of 3 thing you talk about when you're setting up your parties. A smile played at the corners of her mouth, appeased for the moment. She peered to her planner and back to Jared. You know me so well. A shrug. I pay attention. She placed her bare feet on the carpet and headed for the stocking. She let her frustration over the wiped schedule clear for the moment. Cute, Jer, she said. What's cute? You doing something like this to make me happy. This was why he'd come with her. They'd gotten off track yesterday with all that talk of moving on and change, with kisses and gushing emotions rearing. Emotions she didn't quite know what to do with. This was just what she needed. Something random to cheer her up. While I love making you happy, I can't claim responsibility for this. She peered at him. The usual smirk on his face when she found out his pranks was non-existent, as with the key room debacle the day before. Lacie folded her arms, her momentary relief extinguished by the unwanted and ever-lingering confusion she'd been swimming with. If you didn't hang up the stocking, then who did? The nearer she drew to the fireplace, the more the hair on her arms prickled. This stocking was nothing store-bought. It was narrow and long, with red darning along the heel and toe, and was slim, as though intended to be worn by a human foot. I can't count the times I tried making my Christmas stocking fit when I was younger, she said. The sides were always too wide, and the foot was always too small. You sound like you tried it too. I admit nothing. Jared removed the stocking from its peg and dangled it before him like a snake. Yeah, this looks like something someone pulled out of their drawer and hung up. Maybe 100 years ago? Lacie said. No one wears socks this long anymore, do they? My calves would never fit. She didn't realize Jared had stilled until she met his glance and saw the pensiveness there. What year did Junie say the radio was delivered? He asked, too quietly for her liking. Again her arms did the prickle thing. Chills sweeping up as surely as if someone ran a feather duster across her skin. 1920? What? I don't know. Where do you think this sock came from? It wasn't there when I shut off the light last night. Magic? Lacie suggested. Be serious. I am. She wasn't really. It couldn't be magic. Jared gripped the sock when something inside crinkled. The two of them froze. What was that? Lacie took the sock from him and delved, removing a thin roll of paper tied with a red ribbon. She slipped the ribbon free and opened to find a card, stamped with holly berries and bearing beautiful cursive writing. What's it say? Jared tilted in, either not realizing how close his cheek was to hers or not caring, or both. Either way, his proximity was unraveling. Even though he was close enough to take in the words, too, Lacie read aloud. Dearest Lacie and Jared, Harper's Inn boasts many fine excursions befitting this time of year. However, one thing not usually offered to guests is a view of Santa's reindeer themselves. You are festively invited to greet the infamous coursers this afternoon while basking in the surrounding snowy beauty at the barn at 5:30. The 8 fellows look forward to your visit. P.S. They love carrots. There was no signature. Carrots? Jared mused. What does it mean, coursers? That's from 'Twas the Night Before Christmas, Lacie said, remembering a portion of the poem. In a flash, she pulled the original up on her phone and directed his attention to the reference of the 8 reindeer and their descriptions. More rapid than eagles his coursers they came, and he whistled and shouted and called them by name. Now Dasher, now Dancer, now Prancer and Vixen, on Comet, on Cupid, on Dunder and Blixen. To the top of the porch, to the top of the wall, now dash away, dash away, dash away all. So, reindeer, Jared said. We've been invited to go see some reindeer? Don't sound so cynical about it. When was the last time you saw reindeer? Never? Me neither. Her giddiness grew by the minute. With all the heavy seriousness they'd been drenched in, they needed something lighthearted. This was the perfect thing. She glanced over the invitation again, turning it over and face up, scanning the writing for any hidden clues or meaning. It addressed us by name. Do you think the inn gave one of these to all the guests? If so, that would be creepy, Jared quipped, since they broke into our room in the middle of the night to hang it up. Festive, though, Lacie said. She doubted someone had broken in to hang this up. Perhaps Junie had done it during her daily room check and towel refresh, and they hadn't noticed. That's some fancy talk. Harper's Inn boasts? Jared tapped the card with his finger. Befitting? Who do you think it's from? Jared's lips twisted in thought. Not sure. You did all the research for this place. Did the owners offer little personal touches like this? Was it Junie? She did stock the room with towels and things. Maybe it was there before and we were so distracted by being unexpectedly married last night we didn't realize. Maybe it's something Harper's Inn offers to all their guests this time of year. It did say the reindeer visit at the barn wasn't among their usual offerings. That paper that was on the bed detailing the hotel's amenities and activities didn't include complimentary reindeer. Lacie inspected the note longer, willing an answer to come. What should we do? Jared gestured to her planner. Our schedule is clear. He gave her a grin so cheeky she was ready to accuse him of being behind this again. But he couldn't have wiped her planner completely. Might as well look into it. What else are we going to do? Although I wouldn't say no to some breakfast first. Lacie wanted to protest. This wasn't in the plan. Then again, so much about what she'd planned on had exploded like a dormant volcano, gushing unexpected chaos over every aspect of her carefully organized life. One good thing about it was the lack of Wyatt's name, she supposed. What was she going to do about everything else, though? She took pride in planning her life. It gave her a sense of control, of security, to know exactly what was happening. The slightest amount of anxiety trickled in, the pull to glance at the clock and ensure they weren't late to the other activities she'd had planned. The two of them dressed and readied for the day, Lacie with her heart in knots, and Jared with the sluggish motions of someone who may have been drugged. Poor guy, he looked exhausted. She excitedly donned her burgundy skinny jeans with her flowy black snowflake t-shirt and gray cardigan. Jared wore one of his regular t-shirts with jeans. Together they made their way down to the inn's restaurant and enjoyed a delicious breakfast of eggs and pancakes with sausage and a heaping of fresh fruit. Lacie tossed back the last of her orange juice, set the cup down, and stared at Jared across the two-person table. Well, she said with hesitation as he placed his utensils on his plate. I did have the spa booked for us today. He wiped his mouth with a napkin. So what? He said. We don't have to go. To the reindeer or to the spa? We do if we made reservations. The careful note she'd taken over the various spa-like activities offered and what each one entailed, along with the times she'd called ahead to book, were no longer there on the page of her planner. Jared pushed away from the table and waited for Lacie to join him. Side by side, they left the restaurant, nodding and greeting to a few other guests in passing. Call the spa, he suggested. We have plenty of time for a massage or two before 5:30. I can't say I'd mind. Good point. Just because her planner had been wiped of its activity didn't mean the activity itself was toast. Once they reached their room, Lacie crossed to the phone sitting below the TV and held the receiver to her ear. A quick chat with Junie, and the receptionist directed her to the spa. Their records showed no appointments for either Lacie Sorensen or Lacie Kingston. She frowned. The element of anxiety she'd experienced earlier cranked up a notch higher, elevating her pulse. What was going on? "I'm positive I made those," Lacie said, hanging up the receiver and staring at it as though it would give her some answers. "I'm not going crazy." "I never said you were." Jared sat on the end of the bed. The circles beneath his eyes were more pronounced, as though the more awake he was, the less he wanted to be. "I just said it first." Jared put his hands on his knees. "I'm sure there's a logical explanation to what's going on here. Did you mention the card to Junie?" She shook her head. "I don't want to keep bugging her. You may not think I'm going crazy, but she probably does. Junie did say she'd give us some complimentary spa action. Does the spa take walk-ins? You can't tell me everyone here has the good sense to book ahead of time." True. She hadn't thought of the checking availability for the facial and the massage she'd been hoping for. Even if it was a couple's massage, Jared wouldn't mind that, would he? "Do you want to head down there and see if they can squeeze us in?" He blocked a yawn with the back of his hand. "Actually, if you're heading down to the spa for a while, I may get a nap in." "Right," she said, fighting away a new surge of remorse at being the reason he hadn't slept well last night. He blocked another yawn before rising to where she stood near the TV and the telephone. Jared slid a hand along her arm. "Hey," he said as though he knew the turmoil coursing inside of her. "This is okay." She gave a shaky nod. He went on. "It's okay to let things happen as they will. We don't need everything planned. For all you know, the planner escapade is connected to whatever has thrown our lives into a tailspin and will correct itself at some point. At least you know we can have a date with some reindeer later, right?" She tried to accept his words. It will be okay. Never mind that they had no explanation for why her planner was suddenly wiped clean. It will be okay. Not everyone had their life planned out like she did. She could go with the flow. She could... Lacie forced her voice to sound calm, accepting, rational, even though nothing else around her was. Finding themselves suddenly married, social media feed flowing with cutesy, sickeningly romantic pictures of the two of them, random invitation to visit reindeer. Sure, everything was just fine. Still, what else could they do? "I'll go check in at the spa," she said, needing normalcy, needing relaxation and the soothing aromas of eucalyptus they'd encountered there when they'd spoken with Junie before. "You get some sleep." "Don't mind if I do." Chapter 18. Lacie was sure the perky receptionist would lose some of her pluck and start to get annoyed at all her pestering about this radio business. To her surprise and relief, Junie was her friendly self when Lacie caught up with her on the way to the spa. She welcomed questions and even showed surprise and intrigue when Lacie had shown her the invitation that had appeared. "Are you going to go?" Junie asked. Lacie wasn't sure what to say. "I don't know, doesn't it seem a little random?" "Sure it does, but random is almost always the perfect qualifier for potentially amazing." She laughed at whatever look was on Lacie's face and passed the card back to her. "What's the worst that can happen? Either there's no reindeer or there will be. Either you may get more answers or you'll be right back where you are now." She had a point. Clearly Junie believed the radio's magical impact was factual, and Lacie couldn't exactly deny it. Though she had no concrete evidence the radio was behind the sudden marriage warp she and Jared found themselves in. What other explanation was there? If anything, perhaps they could learn something with the reindeer that afternoon that could shed more light on what was going on. That conversation had helped Lacie relax that much more, allowing her to enjoy her spa treatments, which the spa had been able to accommodate. She started out with a pedicure, followed by a facial, and ended with a relaxing massage. The more she thought about things through her treatments, however, the more she was able to see clearly what needed to happen. Jared had promised her Christmas, but from the things he'd said after he'd kissed her, it sounded like he wanted much more than that. But that night he talked about Tia, about not being able to move on with someone else if Lacie was still in his life. Talk about confusing signals. Did he mean what he said when he'd kissed her? Did he even know how he felt? How could she respond to his feelings when they seemed to be all over the place? She knew he would argue against the suggestion, but things had to go back to normal if they left Harper's Inn. She didn't need to see the event center, not really. What she needed was to preserve whatever sense of normalcy they had left. Surely that could happen if they went back to Texas. She didn't want to lose him, which was why she couldn't tell him her own feelings. They needed to get back home, back to the status quo. Then she could see if the epiphany she had about him was true. He could make sure the things he'd expressed were genuine as well, and not just snowman-inspired. Then they could decide what to do about whatever those true feelings were from there. Once they saw if this reindeer scheme held any kind of answers, they would cut the trip early and go home. Things would go back to normal. When she left the spa, Lacie's muscles were supple and slackened. Her skin felt refreshed after the gentle massaging of creams and oils, and her body cleansed with the infusing scents of grapefruit and lavender, in addition to the eucalyptus and rosemary she'd inhaled. Her mind had almost cleared of all its cares, invigorated with new purpose and direction, and she found herself more and more curious about their upcoming adventure. See Wyatt? She could let go and relax, go with the flow. This was proof. In the process of digging the key from her jeans pocket, she spared a quick glance at her phone. Hours had passed. It was a few minutes after 3. If Jared slept too much longer, he would have an equally difficult time sleeping that night as well. But not because he wasn't comfortable. Because she meant what she'd said. Lacie fully intended on taking the chair tonight and letting him have the bed. Knowing there was no quiet way to go about this, Lacie worked the key into the lock, twisted the knob, and opened the door. The curtains were drawn, shutting out invigorating sunlight that would surely have kept him awake. The sound of his soft breathing struck her first. Jared was in the bed, on the left side, the side that would have been his, had they actually been married, considering the fact that she'd slept on the right. He dozed peacefully, fingers curled under his chin and looking adorable. She examined his face, and for the smallest moment, had a silly urge to do something he would either laugh about or get her back for later, like shaving one of his bushy eyebrows or painting his fingernails. She doused the childish impulse as quickly as it came. She hated to wake him and considered heading to the barn alone, but she couldn't let him sleep much longer, whether he went with her or not. His dark lashes brushed the tops of his cheeks, and his full lips were parted. He inhaled long and slow, and then exhaled and smacked those lips a few times. Lacie chuckled and kneed the edge of her bed. "Hey," she said softly. "Jer." She shook his shoulder. He rolled in response, his hand brushing her hip, before reaching for her hand in a startling, unexpected gesture. Lacie's instinct was to pull away, but she let his fingers find hers, thrilling at the shivers coursing up her spine at the impact. This time, a completely different impulse overtook her, one that was far less juvenile. She was tempted to stroke his cheek, to brush his hair from his forehead, and press a kiss there. Lacie shook free of his touch and retreated a few steps. "Hey, knucklehead," she said a little louder this time. "It's almost time for our appointment with the reindeer." He blinked awake. Still looking so tired, she felt guilty for waking him. "Lace? Did you want to go meet the reindeer?" "What? Oh, yeah." He rubbed sleep from his eyes. She stood there, wondering if she should bring up the way he'd reached for her hand, the way she wanted him to do it again. He shuffled slightly and sat up. "Do you?" Lacie sank onto the mattress beside him. I talked to Junie. She said she hadn't heard anything about any reindeer stopping by, and that no other guests had gotten a note like ours. She thinks it's the radio at hand, which I have to say makes me that much more anxious to check things out. Going out to the barn wouldn't hurt. Though she had some misgivings, it wasn't like a serial killer had snuck the invitation into their room and was planning to jump them when they arrived. As far as she could tell, 2 scenarios awaited them. 1, they would find a fat lot of nothing at the barn and be taken for a hoax by whoever had sent the note. 2, the claim was real. They would find reindeer, and maybe even another indication about how long this marriage was going to last, or what they were going to do if it did. All the more reason for them to leave, though she couldn't help the new worry creeping in with that thought. What if they left, returned to Texas, and yet never went back to normal? Would Jared accept the fact that this new version of himself had broken up with Tia? Would he kiss Lacie the way he had after seeing those pictures? Would they go on pretending the wedding had happened? He blinked a few more times and inhaled in that sleepy way she herself sometimes did when she was first waking up. He stretched his hands over his feet, the muscles in his arms flexing in the process. Lacie heard a few places in his back crack. "Sounds like you're getting old," she said. "I'm as old as you are." "Not quite." Arguably, that was true, but she had a few months on him. He reached for his phone, which rested on the bedside table. "How was the spa?" he asked, attention on the screen as he checked messages he may have gotten during his slumber. Though scruff shadowed his jaw, his skin had a glow only repose could bring, and his eyes glinted with pensiveness. "Amazing," she said on a breath. "Just what I needed." He didn't respond to her answer. His face darkened, chasing away any remaining remnants of sleep still in his gaze, and he grunted in an inaudible utterance. Lacie's hackles rose. What? Had something else happened? He rolled his eyes, tossed back the covers and rose. Lacie barely backed away enough to dodge the storm of his path. "What?" she said again, craving to know what had him so instantly upset. He stalked to the bathroom, muttering more grumbling words. Lacie made out a handful of them, including unbelievable and never should have and what do I do now? "Tell me what happened? Is it your mom? Is it mine?" She hurried a glance at her phone as well, but no new messages had come in. Jared took a few minutes before he returned to her and held his phone for her to see. "I decided to send her a quick text yesterday," he said by way of explanation. "To assuage my guilt, I guess. Or to figure out if Tia and I really were through. I'm not sure which." Lacie saw the text he'd sent. "Thinking of you. Hope you're having a great time." She tried not to be hurt that he'd sent this after they were, for all intents and purposes, husband and wife. He wished he was with her? With Tia? Was that how he really felt? Maybe this snowman version of Jared was warring with the real Jared, who'd been in Texas. Maybe that was why he'd never told her how he felt about her before this trip. He stepped back into the bathroom and must have dunked his head under the faucet, because when he stepped back out, this time he held a towel to his hair. "I thought maybe by playing things as though they were normal," he held up a palm to ward off her argument. "You know what I mean," he said. "I just thought it was the right thing to do, just to see if she was affected too. That maybe if I messaged her as if we were still together, things would go back that way." Lacie's eyes burned. "You want things to go back the way they were?" "Doesn't matter. Did you see her reply?" Lacie hadn't actually. She glanced at the phone again, deciding to let the matter settle for now. Tia had replied, but it wasn't the love-struck and optimistic response he was probably hoping for. "Didn't you just get married?" Tia said. "This is sick and twisted. Don't ever contact me again." Lacie's stomach hardened. She gripped his phone. In any other reality, she wouldn't have cared that he sent this, that he had texted Tia throughout her entire trip, asking for details on Mexico and telling her how thick the snow was here. But this was evidence of what she'd wondered. If he cared about Tia that much, if he loved her, and that idea hurt more than she knew it would. "She must mean a lot to you," Lacie finally said. He shook his head. "That's not what bothers me the most." "What is it then?" He hung the towel up in the bathroom and exited a third time, cheeks flushed with color and fury. "I'm not a cheater," he said through gritted teeth. "Of course you're not. Yet whoever is behind this twisted game we're playing seems to think I should be, either way. No matter what I do, I feel like I'm cheating on her. Trying to avoid that, of course, it backfires, because now I look like a disgusting vulture who would text an old girlfriend right after he got married. I'm not a cheater." She raised her hands. "I never said you were." He had kissed her, but he'd done it because they were swept up in the moment, because he'd thought they were suddenly married. "What do I do now?" He tossed his hand toward the phone. "Should I reply? Tell her I got her number mixed up with yours on accident? I wish I knew what was going on here. I wish I knew what was going to happen when we go home." Lacie exhaled. She hadn't wanted to bring it up yet, but it looked like now was the perfect time. "I was going to mention the same thing to you." "You were?" "I thought about it all during my pedicure and facial. I won't mention the massage because I don't want to rub it in." He either didn't catch her cheesy pun or wasn't in the mood for it, so she went on. "I know you're being sweet to keep your word and stay here with me until Christmas, but I think we should go home." He didn't argue this time the way he had before. She pressed on. "We go see if we learn anything new from the reindeer, and then we cut our trip short. Who knows, maybe the minute we leave Montana, my driver's license will go back to normal." "It's worth trying," he said, "because at this point, this is beyond ridiculous." She wanted to apologize but stopped herself. Lacie wasn't behind this. She hadn't done anything wrong, unless you counted asking her bestie to come on a trip with her. She decided not to mention the other part of her plan. She'd been going to suggest he examine his feelings when they returned, to see if he really wanted to be with Tia, or with her. But the answer was obvious. He was upset by Tia's rejection, by the fact that he was no longer with her. That was her answer. He really did want to let her go once they got back. She would let him. She didn't want to, but she couldn't guilt-trip or manipulate him into doing what she wanted, not this time. She wanted him to want to be with her, because that was how he really felt. She didn't want regrets or anything else coming into play later on, because she'd given him an ultimatum, like the one that she was starting to despise. "Okay then," he said. "We'd better get going." He hurriedly slipped his feet into his boots and put on his coat. His dark hair displayed its curl from being wet. "You sure you're ready?" she asked. "You didn't have any lunch, and we have a little time left." His stomach growled, making them both laugh and breaking through some of the tension encompassing them. Jared rubbed it. "Some food would be nice." Lacie stopped him just before he reached the door. "Jer?" "Yeah?" "I'm sorry about Tia." He pulled his beanie on his head. "Nothing I can do about it now." Chapter 19. All this talk about Tia. Jared didn't mean for her to keep coming up, but she'd surfaced more than what he actually wanted to talk about. Lacie still hadn't told him what she thought of him, of what he'd said. He felt like he was continually losing a hold on himself. If only she would bring up his confession after their kiss, because he certainly wasn't going to, not when she seemed to be avoiding the topic. If Lacie brought up that he'd all but said he loved her, they could maybe get somewhere. This was getting them in the opposite direction. How could she just ignore it? Ignore everything he'd said? And what was he going to do about Tia? In this new reality, he really did look like a creepy stalker. He could ignore it, he supposed, and play it off if he ever saw her as this new married version of himself. Was Lacie right? Would things go back to normal if they went home? They traipsed down to the restaurant, and Lacie had a BLT while he ordered a large and delicious meal of shrimp and steak. They ate mostly in silence, which gutted him, so that by the time they were ready to head outside, he was fairly fuming. His frustration was irrational. He knew as much, but he couldn't help it. Why had he said anything to her about how he felt? Why hadn't he just done what he'd been doing for years and kept his feelings to himself? Lacie stuffed her beanie over her head, loaded into her coat and gloves, and followed Jared out with a strange kind of hollowness in her chest. She didn't bother trying to keep pace with him as he stormed down the path leading from the front of Harper's Inn to the barn several hundred feet up the hill. She knew he needed some time to himself, to process and come to grips with whatever had him so distracted during their very late lunch. He always was better able to keep his temper than she was, which was evidenced by how he handled the surprise of their room key debacle. This must really be bending him out of shape. He was so distracted, he didn't even realize Lacie wasn't by his side until he was almost to the candy canes, marking both sides of the fence's open gate surrounding the barnyard. Jared halted, stared to either side, turned. The most defeated kind of sag overtook his shoulders when he saw how far back she was. He trudged over the path he'd taken, returning to her side. "Sorry," he said, cheeks pink with cold. "I just feel like I've lost control of my own life, and I'm not quite sure what to do about it." "I get it, and I'm sorry too. This is all my—" "Don't say it's your fault. It's not. I saw how thrown you were when this all exploded." "Yeah, thrown is an understatement. I feel kind of foolish about it now." She really hadn't handled the mix-up well. Good thing Junie was sweet enough to forgive her and let it go. Her breath left her mouth, made visible by the frigid air. It was bone cold out here. Jared sidled in on her right and offered her his arm. "Forgive my rudeness, my lady. Would you care to join me for a stroll to yonder barn? Me heard there was to be a gaggle of reindeer a-roving." Lacie chuckled, the hardness over her heart thawing. "If selling security systems doesn't pan out, I wouldn't try acting next." She slid her arm through his, and each of them tucked their hands into their coat pockets and made the snowy trek together. "I guess that's proof I wasn't the one who wrote that note," he said, earning himself another laugh. Up close, the candy canes hanging on the fence were huge. The enclosed, snowy yard within the fence was larger than Lacie would have thought. A man wearing a coat and a cowboy hat was walking a gray horse from a paddock within the fence line toward the barn. A small, red sleigh was visible within the barn's open doors. "I think he's the one who picked us up down in West Hills the day we arrived," Lacie muttered to Jared. "Could be. I didn't really pay much attention." Sleigh rides were offered by the inn, but that wasn't really something she was interested in booking, since they'd already had the experience during their arrival. "Hey there," the man called as they approached. Lacie tucked her nose into her coat for warmth. The cowboy was handsome, in a pretty kind of way, with dark hair and brown eyes. "Something I can help you folks with?" "Hi," she said. "Do you run the sleigh rides here?" "I do." He jutted out a hand. "Name's Boone Harper. Just rigging Hazelnut here up for my final ride for the night." "Harper." Jared shook Boone's hand next after her. "Any relation to Junie at the reception desk?" "That I am," Boone said. "We're cousins. Junie and I have lived here at the inn practically our whole lives. What can I do for you?" If he lived at the inn, maybe he knew something Junie didn't. The same thought seemed to have crossed Jared's mind, because he gave her a little nod. Lacie dug the note from her pocket and handed it to Boone. "We found this in our room," she said. Boone inspected the fancy script with a frown. Lacie got the feeling he didn't smile much. He examined the note a few more seconds. His gaze flicked to Lacie, then Jared, then to the note again. "I haven't been around all day, but I can't say I've seen any reindeer around here," he said, handing the note back to her. "Do you know who might have sent the note?" she asked. Boone frowned at the note again. "Sounds like Junie decided to be festive." Lacie's chest tightened. She wasn't sure whether she was relieved or bothered to know who was really behind this. Junie had said she didn't know where the note came from, but she could be lying. "Does she do things like this often?" "Sometimes," Boone said, "though nothing ever this elaborate. Most of the time she'll just offer perks to guests directly. She loves Christmas, though. Must be something new she's trying out. Hiding random notes and socks and guest rooms? Jared's tone was decidedly skeptical. Boone said nothing. From the crease between his eyes, she wasn't sure he would add anything else. Silence longer than the road leading back to West Hills extended between the three of them. "Do you mind if we have a look around?" Jared asked when it was clear Boone wasn't going to offer any other helpful suggestions. "Not at all. I've got one more run before the sun goes down, so I'll be hooking up the sleigh in the barn. You're welcome to wander and check things out." He tipped a finger to the brim of his cowboy hat, offered a nod, and then clicked his teeth for the horse to follow him into the barn. "That was promising," Lacie said sarcastically. "So he thinks the note was from Junie?" "I could believe that, except Junie told me she didn't send the note. If it wasn't from Junie, then who had planted it in their room?" Lacie gave the note a final glance before pocketing it. Jared's attention was on the barn door Boone had led the horses through. His breath escaped from his open lips in short, visible puffs, and he stared at the barn as though he'd never seen one before. He's obviously not the one in charge. Then who is? She peered around in hopes of finding another associate, more helpful than Boone Harper had been. Bells jingled from within the barn, reminding Lacie of the jingle bell harness that had been secured to the horse during their sleigh ride to the inn. Meanwhile, a guest was making her way from the inn's porch steps, down the path to the barn, and Lacie harumphed. "Should we call it? Head back? We never got our soak in the hot tub. That might be a better use of our time before we head home tomorrow. We still need to reschedule our flight and make arrangements to get to the airport." The next day was Christmas Eve. Would it be difficult to arrange their travel plans now? A small part of her wanted to hang back because she still hadn't seen the Harper's Inn Event Center, located higher up on the mountaintop. The guests would be heading up Christmas Eve night. She could let that go too, though. There was no need to see the center now, she supposed. It seemed the longer they stayed, the weirder things got. "He said we could wander. Let's walk around the barn." Jared plodded off through the snow without waiting for her reply. Lacie curbed her frustration and sank into his footsteps. His stride was so much wider than hers, his feet several sizes larger. So eventually she gave up trying to fit into his steps exactly and made her own in the snow instead. The back of the barn was enclosed by more fence line and hid several smaller stalls and a paddock for horses. Currently each was vacant of any occupants. The sky blazed more orange than blue in preparation for the coming sunset. Lacie roved to the fence separating the barn from the surrounding forest and gripped the top board, resting her boot on the bottommost one. She tamped down the urgency prodding her to be about, to be doing. They still had a lot to accomplish if they were changing their plans, and collected a long, cool breath. Within moments, more jingling sounded, this time outside of the barn. Lacie turned to find Boone, leading out a blonde passenger in his sleigh. The horse trotted out of the yard and plunged into the trees. Lacie voiced her thoughts aloud. "Over the river and through the woods," she said. "Do you think they're going to grandmother's house?" Jared joked. Lacie waited to speak until Boone and his rider disappeared into the thick brush of surrounding trees. "It really is beautiful here," she said in a wistful kind of way. She could see how a person's cares and worries could evaporate in a place like this. Life seemed to move at a slower pace here if she let it. In that moment, she was glad the tasks in her planner had vanished, mysterious as the instants had been. She was glad for the excuse to do nothing more than bask. They were leaving. The madness would end. She might as well appreciate the more enjoyable parts of this while she could. "Yes, it is." He slung an arm over the fence and stared out at the trees. "I guess we have our answer." "What answer is that?" "No reindeer." He pointed out across the barnyard and to the forest beyond. "No reindeer." Her hand went to her pocket. "How do you explain the card that appeared then?" "I have no explanation." The two of them stood together several moments longer. She didn't have one either. In fact, Part of her was beginning to wonder whether this trip was an extended dream, something she would wake from later, like Alice's jaunt down the rabbit hole or Dorothy's trip to Oz. Stories had basis in reality, didn't they? Maybe they'd wake at any moment and find this all a bizarre dream. "Look," Jared said with a gasp. He patted her arm a couple times and then extended his arm across the top of the fence. Lacie followed the direction he pointed and gasped as well. A handful of animals were meandering through the break in the trees, no bigger than cows, and much thinner, with speckled white coats of fur and ashen-gray noses and legs, which were slender and hoofed. In spite of her coat's warmth, the hairs on her arms stood. Lacie rubbed them away and lowered both feet to the snowy ground. "No way," she said. "Are those?" "Yeah. They're actually, looks like it to me, reindeer, caribou, whatever a person wanted to call them." The sight was a pungent aroma, a shard of broken glass, stark and sharp and crisp, and too real to deny. They were actually here. She shot a quick peek at her phone. "Right on time," she said with a startled blink. "Seriously?" Jared peered down to affirm the fact himself, before his eyes trailed to catch hers. "I'm not sure how I feel about this right now," he admitted. "If this was staged, who has reindeer at their disposal to stage things like this?" "Without telling any of the Harper's Inn staff," Lacie added. Junie didn't seem like the kind of person who lied easily. Yet, how was it that no one knew the reindeer were here? Why them? Why had the note alerted them about this appearance? "Uncanny," Jared murmured. "Yes, I keep wondering if this is a dream we're experiencing, one that we'll wake up from at any time." "We didn't make up the room thing, or my social media feed, or our parents' reactions." True, they hadn't fabricated the abrupt change in their sweeping accommodations. Nor had they made this up. The reindeer moseyed closer. One on the right had darker coloring than the others, appearing almost gray rather than white. His jaw worked over a twig or a leaf or something in his mouth. He looked almost directly at Lacie as he drew nearer, and she got the sense from the gleam in his dark marble eyes that he knew more about what was going on than she did. Either they'll be there or they won't. Maybe you'll get some answers. Lacie failed to see how reindeer could answer anything about what was going on. But at least she wasn't going crazy. They were here. This was really happening. "Have you ever seen reindeer before?" she asked. "Not in real life." She hadn't either. Her only experiences with these particular animals had been in cheesy Christmas movies or Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer books. "Come on." Jared climbed the fence and hurtled himself over, landing in the soft snow on the treeside. She wished she had stopped by the kitchen for more carrots after all. As it was, she scrambled up after him, pivoted over the side, and leapt down. He peered her way and placed a hand on her shoulder, and then he took a few steps, swallowing. Lacie stuck close to his side. "Just what are you planning on doing?" she whispered, as though loudness might spook the creatures and send them running. "We were invited here," he said. "Might as well go check them out." "Hang on." She tugged his hand, pulling him to a stop. Jared quirked a bushy eyebrow. "You can't tell me you believe these are really Santa's reindeer." She was starting to give in and accept the fact that the magic at Harper's Inn actually existed. But Santa? No way. No flipping way could Santa be real. Yet, she couldn't deny her own eyes. "I came today to get some questions answered," he said. "And you think reindeer will give you some answers?" His lips tugged upward. "If they're really Santa's reindeer, then they will." Chapter 20. Caribou were beautiful. Each of them had impressive horns, racks that were perfectly symmetrical, in a way Jared knew a truly wild caribou's antlers wouldn't be. The sun sank lower toward the horizon, casting shadows around where he and Lacie stood, more shadows than the enclosing trees hovering over them provided. The caribou nearest him had a darker nose than the rest, the blackness standing out starkly against its white fur. "Incredible," Lacie said. "I can't believe they're letting us get this close." She extended a hand toward the white reindeer nearest her. His ears twitched, but he met her reach, butting his nose against her palm. She let out an astonished laugh and shot Jared a disbelieving smile that lit her eyes and reminded him just how beautiful she was. "Did you see that? I think they might let you pet them," he said. "Can I pet you?" Lacie asked, her voice turning gooey, the way it might if she were talking to a baby or a beloved pet. The reindeer's breath puffed out just as theirs were. But the animal didn't protest when she reached a hand to stroke its neck. She laughed again. How many people get to do this? Right? The darker caribou nudged Jared as well, and he stroked it. "You gonna tell us what you're doing here?" he asked. "Be serious," she said, now standing in the center of 3 of the creatures and beaming brighter than he'd seen her do in a long time. "Don't tell me you think they're going to talk to us." "Why not?" Jared scratched behind the dark reindeer's ears. It closed its eyes. "We heard a snowman talk." "Yeah, we did," she said. "My mistake. Proceed." Jared took another moment to inspect the reindeer, taking in their white coats, dark legs, and the contrast of snow on their hooves. The sun dipped lower in the sky. Considering how quickly it had set the day they'd arrived, it would be dark soon. They'd have to head back to the inn. "All right, coursers," he said, straightening and getting silly for Lacie's sake. "Time to confess. What are you doing here? Have you come of your own free will? Tell us your purpose in this visit." A dark caribou snorted. A white one near Lacie nuzzled her with its nose. At almost the same moment, a soft melody strummed through the winter twilight, striking the air with something like physical force. A soft symphony as surely as if an orchestra were playing Christmas carols for an audience. Snow began flurrying through the air around them, synchronizing with the otherworldly, merry music. "What's that?" Lacie asked. Chills swept down his spine. Jared peered first at his phone, for a sign music was coming from it, noticing Lacie do the same, before peering back to the barn. "Maybe it's coming from the barn. Boone closed up the barn before he left," she argued. "The inn, then." He peered toward the inn. When he turned back, every single one of the 8 reindeer had vanished. "Whoa," Lacie said, stumbling toward him, her fists clutching the front of his coat. "Where did they all go?" "The weirdness scale hit the roof," he said, a shiver of unease coursing over him. "Come on. What was that you said about heading back?" He took her hand, but without realizing how or when, the snow had thickened, the flurries swirling so fast and hard he could hardly see. "I think I have a few more questions for Junie." Jared lifted his arm and attempted to gain his bearings. The wind picked up speed as well, and soon the sky was so full of flurries, the sun darkening, that he could hardly see the fence line they'd skipped over to get to the reindeer. Genuine fear fisted behind his sternum. They couldn't get lost out here in the cold. "Let's head back," Lacie shouted over the unexpected storm. Her hair swirled in the sudden gusts. Jared held her hand tightly in his and attempted to trudge toward the direction he thought the inn lay. Steps later, he stilled. "I can't see a thing," he said, elevating his voice over the torrent of wind. "This is bad," she called. "What do we do?" He squinted and glanced around. Through the flurries, through the trees, he made out a structure. "Look, there's the barn. That means the inn isn't far." It had taken only minutes to trudge the snowy path up the small incline to the barn. Hopefully, once they got close enough, they'd see the inn. He thought they'd been heading toward the inn, and had instead gotten turned around and were closer to the barn than they'd been before. Hopefully this random flurry wouldn't last, and they would be able to find their way back. Wind began howling, blustering, pushing against their steps, and whipping cold against his face. Several times he had to pull Lacie along, but soon they encountered the fence. They'd gone farther out past it than he'd thought. Lacie braced her hands on the wooden planks and began to climb them as one would a ladder. Jared did the same, rotated, and then climbed down. His boots sank into the snow on the other side first, and he lifted his head, in time to hear Lacie let out a shriek, drowned out by the wind, lose her grip, and fall from the top of the fence as she tried adjusting her position. "Lacie!" he shouted, crouching to her side. "Are you okay?" "My ankle," she said, nursing her left leg. "We'll never make it to the inn with you like this. Let's try the barn." He tucked a hand around her waist and fought the torrential wind and snow, which grew fiercer the more steps they took. Lacie hobbled along, leaning heavily against him with every step. He felt bad urging her on so quickly, but he wanted to get into the shelter of the barn more than ever. "Maybe we can wait this out," he said, more to himself than to her, since she probably couldn't hear him. The least they could do. Perhaps there was a side door they could slip into. That was better than tromping through snow when they could hardly see, and getting themselves lost between here and the inn. To his relief, he found a smaller door just off the larger one they'd entered through previously. Wind whipped the door. Lacie attempted to help him, but let out another cry and fell against the barn. Jared gripped her shoulders and bent low, ensuring she saw his face. "I'll do it," he said. Her face was gripped with pain. She let out a little nod. He rubbed her arm and then turned back to the door. He fought to open it and to keep it open while helping Lacie in. But soon enough, they were both inside, closing out the howl and the blustering snow. The storm's noise depleted, leaving wind howling outside rather than in. Jared dusted snow from his gloves and peered around the open, darkened space. Light slipped through cracks in the boards, as did cries from the wind outside. The smell of hay, animals, and manure permeated the space, but at least they were warmer and drier in here than they would have been had they remained out in the storm. Lacie hobbled to lean against the nearest wall. "Thanks for helping me," she said. "Are you okay?" he asked. Pain streaked her face. He could tell she was trying not to show how much her leg hurt. "Did you sprain your ankle?" "I'm not sure," she said. "I lost my grip while I was crossing over the fence, and I landed wrong on it. I hope it's just a sprain and that I didn't break it." "Let's look at it. We need to find somewhere warm and maybe let Junie know where we are." He pulled open his phone, swiped, and attempted to scroll through and bring up Harper's Inn on the internet, only to have the worst notification pop up instead. He frowned. No service. "Probably the storm," she said through her teeth. "Do you think there's a way to contact the inn from in here? That maybe Boone has a phone or something?" He peered around. Animal stalls and the open area where Boone had been storing the sleigh that he'd taken out were to the left. A smaller area lay to the right, including the door to some kind of office. Another thought struck. Boone and his guest were out in this horrible weather too. Were they stuck in the storm? Hopefully they found shelter. Lacie held her left foot aloft from the ground. He wanted to find somewhere for her to sit and began searching the room. "It might be out, too, considering how badly the wind is blowing," she said as he searched. Sure enough, it was an office, with shelves and a single desk and chair. No phone. Then again, why would it have one? Everything was wireless these days. Jared returned to where Lacie stood. "No phone," he said, "but there's a chair. Let's get you to it." Lacie gave a begrudging nod and accepted his arm around her again. She skip-hop-groaned to the office and the dusty chair within. The relief on her face helped Jared relax. "Thanks," she told him with a wince, and gestured to the rest of the room. He found another chair in the corner, one he hadn't noticed before, and slid it close to the side of the desk. Wind howled at the boards, sounding horrific and nasty. Lacie removed the beanie from her hair and shook the snow from it. A few horses were in their stalls, ears pricking at the storm ravaging the barn's boards. One let out a low chuff. "So, reindeer," he began lamely. Lacie extended her left foot out and rested a hand on her knee. "That storm came out of nowhere, and the music, did you hear the melody that swirled just before all the reindeer, disappeared? Yeah, it sounded so angelic," he said. "Probably why it was so distracting. And what was with that, anyway? Are we going crazy?" Lacie shook her head with a little smile. "If it were just happening to one of us, maybe. But we both saw it, right? We both heard the music." A nod. "Then we're not going crazy." A pause. "You know, when I heard there was magic here, I never thought it would be like this." He laughed. Leave it to her to chalk this up to magic. Then again, what else could it be? What else would make mysterious notes appear in Christmas stockings in their room, wipe her schedule completely, and then make the reindeer, who kept appointments, completely disappear at the same moment a storm swelled in? "What did you think magic would look like?" he asked. "More Harry Potter-ish, magic wands and magic words, maybe a little less bossy." Jared released another peal of laughter, and it felt so good to let go. He'd been so pent up, so frustrated since receiving that text from Tia and feeling like such an idiot. Her rejection hadn't been the worst of it. The worst part was that he could be considered unfaithful in any kind of reality. His father had been unfaithful to his mother. He was the reason they'd moved to Texas, to be closer to the Sorensens after Dad broke Mom's heart. Dad had tried mending things with Jared and his siblings, but even though Mom claimed she was happier without him, even though she expressed forgiveness and a desire that Jared could do the same, he couldn't let Dad's selfish decisions go. It was the reason he declined visiting his dad in Louisiana for Christmas this year. Jared refused to be anything like that. The only reason he'd kiss Lacie that night was because after seeing their wedding pictures online, after hearing his mom claim he'd broken up with Tia a year before, he'd gotten swept up in the moment. He decided to not let that happen again, not until they were securely grounded in reality once more. Lacie adjusted her weight and let out a little wince and a cry. Her hands, now free of their gloves, reached toward her ankle. "You need some ice on that," he said, "and maybe a wrap." "I'll be okay." He stood. "Let me see if I can find a first aid kit around here, and maybe something you can prop your foot on." Though if it came down to it, he could rest her foot on his lap or something. His stomach grumbled on top of everything else, and though light was still pooling through the barn's office window, considering how dim it was and how the sun had been setting before they'd gotten in here, it would be fully dark soon. Would they have to spend the night in the barn? "And maybe somewhere more comfortable for us to situate ourselves while we wait this out. Something tells me that it's not letting up any time soon." Lacie peered to the window. "You think we're going to have to sleep in here?" He swallowed. "I'm not sure. I'll go and see what I can find. You good?" She gave a timid nod, and he stepped back toward the open area where the horses were. Jared used his phone as a flashlight, but as far as he could tell, there were no first aid kits in that area. He meandered toward what looked like a series of stairs. "Found some stairs," he called out, hoping she could hear him from the office. "I'm going to see if there's somewhere you can rest that leg." He thundered up before he heard her muffled reply. While still cold, the chill lessened in the smaller room he discovered at the top. Ironically, the wind's howl quietened in this area, which made him suspect the room was more insulated than anywhere else in the barn. Sure enough, the walls were finished with exposed sheetrock, as though the project had been started, but sidetracked. A small couch was situated on one side, as was a mini-fridge. Several boxes were stacked in the corner, and to his relief, several blankets were folded on top of them. "Someone must sleep in here," he mused, heartened. Would Lacie be able to make it up the stairs? Jared hurried back down to where she sat. The light had lessened in the short amount of time he'd been gone. Anything? She asked. I found a little room with a couch and some blankets. Think you can manage some stairs? She peered at her foot. I'll try. That sounds better than hanging out in here all night. He helped her to her feet and provided support while she hobbled to where the stairs led up. Lacie stared up the incline with creases in her forehead. Without another thought, Jared tucked his hand behind her back, and the other beneath her legs, sweeping her into his arms. Lacie let out a little noise and threw her arms around his neck. Whoa. And though she seemed surprised, a smile lit up her face. Thanks, Jer. I knew your muscles were good for something. You are extremely heavy. She smacked his chest. Truthfully, she was anything but heavy. He chuckled, but carried her up easily. Her wet hair stuck to his neck, but she settled in against his chest, resting her head against his shoulder. Once he reached the little room, he didn't want to let her go, but he crossed to the couch he'd cleared and set her upon it. Good? Good, thanks. Did you find a first aid kit? Not yet. I just wanted to get you up here. He turned and examined the room a little more, again using his phone's flashlight. He usually had decent battery life. Hopefully it would last as long as they needed it to. It wouldn't be long before they were in darkness. No electricity? He flicked the switch by the door again. Out, he said. That meant they were in for a cold night. At least there were blankets. He searched cupboards, disheveling random rolls of paper towels and cardboard boxes, until his eyes settled on a plastic tote. Aha, he said, sliding it out and showing it to her. First aid kit. Let's get that boot off. Movement helped push blood through his veins and keep him warm. Lacie's breath was still visible from her mouth, but she didn't complain about the cold or the pain as she untied her boot and slid it gingerly from her foot. Her sock was half off. How long has it been like that? He said. Almost since we got to the barn. And you just left it? Too much work to try and get it back on. He released another chuckle and opened the kit. There we go. He pulled the small roll from its place in the box's corner and began to unwind the stretchy fabric. Compression will help with the swelling. Too bad we don't have ice. I know where you can find some. His eyes flicked to find a teasing glint in hers. If you mean going back out in that storm, that's not happening. Keep your foot still if you can. Are you kidding? I'm not about to move it. He lifted her foot as carefully as he could. She released another pained noise from between clenched teeth, but nodded for him to continue. You have dainty feet, he said, wanting to distract her and knowing she'd like the compliment. He wrapped the bandage, starting at the top of her ankle and then around her foot. Ankle, then foot, and back again. Dainty? Did you just say the word dainty? Is there a better word? Should I have said pretty instead? You think my feet are pretty? He glanced her direction. The sun had set almost completely now, so only a soft glow came from the window, adding moonlight to the room around them. Her face was enshrouded with shadow and intrigue. He glanced back to her foot to secure the bandage. And if I do? She sank onto the couch. Never had anyone say my feet are pretty before. He closed the kit. Let's get those blankets. Jared bent to remove his boots. Once hers were off, he settled both pairs near the stack of boxes and retrieved the blankets. Move over, he said in a playful command before scooping his hands beneath her and sliding her to his side. Now she sat wedged between him and the couch, with her foot elevated on the arm. Take over, why don't you? She said, leaning against him. We'll stay warmer this way. Which was completely true, though, try as he might to make things seem playful and lighthearted, this was anything but. His heart pounded as she settled herself against his chest. Sorry, she said, pulling her hair to the side. My hair's still wet. You comfortable? He asked, situating himself so they could both stretch their legs across the small couch. She was wedged between him and the cushion. Probably warmer than you are. I'll be all right. He opened the blanket and laid it over the top of them. Then, knowing the pain the action would cause him later. He settled his arms around her. And though the wind clawed at the barn and whined for entrance, though snow visibly swirled through the window across from them in the darkened sky, he felt as though he was in the warmest, safest place there was to be. Part of him still worried over Tia's text, over what they were going to do when they got back to the inn, got back to Texas. But the truth was, he had no idea what to expect. How could he? And Lacie still hadn't mentioned his confession. So for tonight, he would hold her. They would worry about tomorrow when it came. Lacie's ankle throbbed, but the rest of her was warm and comfortable nestled into Jared's side. She worried his arm would fall asleep, but he hadn't said anything about it. In fact, he hadn't said much at all since they settled in. She couldn't stop thinking about everything that had happened, about how much she loved this moment in spite of all the crazy things that had led up to it, and how she wouldn't change where they were now for anything in the world. She was in Jared's arms. He was holding her as though she were the most precious thing to him in the whole world. Even though he was holding her like this, keeping her warm, keeping himself warm, even though the storm still raged outside and thrashed against the barn, was he thinking about Tia? Wishing he was with her, as he'd said in that text he'd sent? "Are you asleep?" she asked, since she couldn't see him behind her. A grunt. She knew he'd had his own share of confusion, with all the changes that had been thrown his way since she'd asked him to come with her, trying to keep his distance from her, then winding up married, kissing her, and then veering to focus on another woman. No wonder everything felt so upside down right now. Lacie rested her hand on his arm, encircling her waist. She could tell something was still bothering him. Why was he acting so closed off? "Want to talk about it?" she said. "Talk about what?" "Tia's text." Jared sniffed, cleared his throat, adjusted his position, which was halfway between behind and beside her. Though her back rested against his chest, her hips were beside his thighs, as their legs extended over the other cushion. Her hand still on his arm, wishing she could run her fingers along his skin, but not knowing how he'd react. He'd basically lost his girlfriend because he'd come with her. Was Tia important enough to him that he'd hold that against her? That completely went against everything he'd said before he'd kissed her. "Not really," he said. Her hand trailed, resting over his. "Okay, I'm here, you know." "I know." His fingers lifted to meet hers, and the touch sent tingles down her legs. Did he know he was stroking her hand? Or was it an absent-minded action, like so many times before? "Why won't you tell me what you're thinking?" she asked. He hadn't brought up his confession again, but among every other thought she had, his words lambasted through her all over again. Maybe it was the snowed-in, secluded situation they found themselves in. She couldn't pinpoint why, but were the things he'd said how he felt? "Because it doesn't matter." His voice rumbled in his chest and vibrated against her back. She thrilled over the sound, the feel, the continuous awareness that he was holding her like this. "Sure it does." He expelled a puff of air, but his arms tightened around her. "I'm thinking that I'm confused, that I don't know what the heck is going on at this madhouse inn with its magical radio. So my feelings about it won't matter, because there are too many indeterminate factors." That makes sense. His voice dropped a few notches and all but tiptoed across her. "I'm thinking about how much I like this." She swept her hand over his arm. "I do too." Silence descended between them, but heat crowded her thoughts. Lacie attempted to rotate. She wanted to see his face. He turned as well, lowered his gaze to hers. Lacie's heart caught. Wind howled, created a pinwheel of the snow outside the room's single window. Days had passed, and yet she didn't feel any different about him than she always had. She'd intended on waiting until they were back in Texas to bring this up, but it was too much of an elephant in the room to ignore any longer. "Hey, Jer," she muttered. "Yeah?" "You're not with Tia anymore." "You need to remind me?" "I mean, nothing is holding us back now." He stilled, fixed his gaze to her. "Holding us back from what?" "You know what. Would it really be so bad? You said you'd be open to dating me if I'd said something sooner. You said—" She swallowed, her heart hammering, her palms growing clammy. "You said no one could take my place in your heart. Did you mean it?" His tongue darted out to lick his bottom lip. He grew still, as though he were holding his breath. "Talk about loaded questions," he muttered. Chapter 21. Jared didn't know how to respond. He'd been hoping for this conversation, true, but that didn't make things any easier. She asked him if he meant what he'd said. Of course he had. He didn't want to admit as much, though, not when he didn't know whether she was about to accept those words or throw them back in his face. Every nerve ending on his body stirred, and a dull, panging pain fluttered in his chest. He had this sudden desire to stand, to create some space between them, to allow him to think, to keep from kissing her again, or both. They might be married in this new reality, but that was a huge step to jump to, one he'd been trying to avoid since the night he'd kissed her. His hand slid to her elbow. "Why are you bringing this up? Because we've been stuck together in that room? Because we're stuck together in this barn now?" A grin slowly stole over her face. "We've always been stuck together." Not helping, his chest rose and fell. "You're saying you want to be with me? You never said anything about how you feel. I've been waiting, dying, for you to tell me your thoughts." "About what?" "Me," he said on an exhale. "You kissed me back, but you never said anything, not really. Not even when I asked you if you wanted me to be with Tia, or when I asked if you'd be open to things changing between us." "I thought you meant following through with Tia's ultimatum," Lacie said with a laugh. "You keep talking about her." "You've brought her up a few times, too." "Are you really going to argue with me about this?" He laughed and rubbed her arm. "Okay, then. Are you ever going to tell me?" She smoothed her fingers against her palms. "Tell you what?" He gritted his jaw. "You're really trying to kill me, aren't you? Tell me how you feel, woman. About me." Lacey's body tensed within his hold. Did she wish he would stand? Let her have room to think? She didn't fidget, but kept her elbows over his arm, which was still laced around her waist. "I haven't known what to say, honestly," she said. "I haven't been sure whether what you said was real or just part of the situation we're in. But you said—" She swallowed, stared straight ahead before meeting his eye. "You said you felt this way for years?" "Years," he echoed. She nodded, and he could have sworn she trembled beneath his touch. "You keep talking about calling off our friendship once we get back to Texas, but that's the last thing I want. I'm not ready to let you go. I never want to let you go, to lose this amazing thing we have. You can't tell me you really want that either." His jaw flexed, and heat flushed through him. "I don't," he said. "From the minute she said it, I haven't wanted it." "Then what did you mean that night? The night you told me you couldn't move on if I was in your life? Do you want to move on?" He lowered his head. "That came out completely wrong. You said our kiss rocked your world. It completely redefined mine. I knew I couldn't go on being just friends with you, not after that." "Wow," she said on a breath. He went on, needing to share the rest of his thoughts with her. "But I also meant I don't want to be your rebound." The hair raised on Lacey's nape, she reared into the couch cushions. She was affronted at the accusation, and yet he had a point. It was why she hadn't brought the matter up again. She'd been waiting until they got back home. "That's why I didn't push you to talk after we kissed. he said. "I was going to suggest we go home and see what happens. I was going to ask you to examine your feelings, to see if you might? If you want to keep on keeping on with me. You and me, Jared and Lacie. Only this time we could be what everyone thinks we are. Not because everyone thinks we should be a thing, but because it's what we both want. What if Wyatt breaking up with you, what if this whole radio mess that happened here was some kind of meant-to-be situation? This is how I've always felt about you. It's just that—" He broke off, as if uncertain how to finish. "It's just that it took a fake marriage to get me to open my eyes to how much you mean to me. I love you." Her entire frame stilled. For a fleeting moment, she didn't notice any pain in her ankle. She didn't notice anything but him. "Jared," she said on a breath. "I'm serious. I don't know what you want me to say." Last week she'd loved Wyatt, but she supposed she'd always loved Jared too. She just hadn't seen that love for what it really was. But that was just the problem. What kind of love was it? She wished she could move, look at him directly, but her ankle wouldn't allow much right now, and the room was cold. Leaving the blanket meant she would get cold too. Instead, she allowed her hand to roam down his arm, for her palm to open to his. His fingers had always been longer than hers. She thought he might fight her, but she sensed him staring at their hands, pressed together just as she was. His chest lifted in one long breath. Was his heart thundering like hers? In one gradual, deliberate motion, Lacie fanned out her fingers just enough to find the spaces between his. Their fingers curled together, fitting the other as one perfect band. Jared's responded, doing the same, and she took heart in that. "Don't tell me we haven't had enough time together for me to know this," he said. "I love you. I've always loved you. It's always been you. And even though I'm fighting all this confusion inside, I'm glad I finally told you. I wish I'd told you sooner. I wish I'd done so many things differently. But at least I told you before it's too late." His fingers tightened, fisting hers. "When I married someone else, you mean?" she said. He let their hands drop, removed his touch from hers. "I don't know what happened with that snowman. I don't know who posted those pictures of us. I don't—" Lacie rotated then. She couldn't take it. They couldn't have this conversation if she couldn't see his face. He slid slightly to give her space. She placed her hand on his chest. Sure enough, his heart was pounding, matching hers beat for beat. He didn't pull away, but kept his eyes on hers. She could see the torment taking place inside those depths, the inner conflict, tearing him between doing what was right and doing what he wanted. Part of her tried to convince herself that what was right and what he wanted were both the same thing at this point. Yet she found she was still hung up on his statement about this pull she felt toward him being a rebound. She couldn't deny that this was, and she didn't like that fact. But she also couldn't deny the realization, which she'd have been having this entire trip, that her feelings were more than that too. Which was it? "If you don't love me back," he said, "that's okay. According to this new reality we're married, what if things don't change? Have you ever thought about being with me like this? Being with me as more than friends?" "Of course I have," she said, hoping the statement came out lighthearted. Not as often as he probably did, but how could the thought not have crossed her mind? His hand closed over hers, still on his chest. He spoke as if with great difficulty. "I used to think about it every day." Every day? He wanted to be with her? How come you never said anything? You wouldn't have listened. She chuckled but didn't deny it. "It's taken you so long to get the hint. If you'd caught on before, we wouldn't be in this mess." He added a small smile to the taunt. She straightened her spine. "You can't tell me you're blaming me for being with Tia. Is that what you're saying?" I don't know what I'm saying." A current of scenarios coursed through her thoughts. He was right. They could never go back to being Lacie Sorensen and Jared Kingston. Anytime they were together, she would always want more. Jared had said as much the night she'd stormed out of their room. It had to be all or nothing between them. He would go on selling security systems. She'd go on arranging events. They would have to call it quits, meet new people, or he'd make up with Tia and convince her to date him again. The thought of that reality was more bizarre than magic radios and disappearing reindeer. She couldn't picture her life without him in it, not now that he'd kissed her. Now that he was holding her hand and touching her like this, she couldn't picture them acting any other way. Did that mean this wasn't a rebound, after all? But if you love me, we can go home and make this real. We can do the wedding for real. We can do it all. The pictures, the dress, the tux. We can be the Kingstons. The package deal. We can... And a tender, calculated motion. A motion packed with a sense of acceptance and admiration and emotion he couldn't put words to. Jared's warm hand slid past the hair curtaining her face and cradled her cheek. Lacie gasped at the delicate touch. Her eyes were captives, lost in the gleam in his. "I love you," he said. "You love me as in I'm the sister you never had? Or you love me as in—" He didn't let her finish. His thumb stroked the fullness of her lower lip. Her heart stopped. She waited for him to lower his face, to press his lips to hers, to fall, dive, to float, no longer cold, no longer confused. She clung to his waist. "Jared," she breathed. "I'm not going to kiss you," he said. She stilled, holding a final grasp on the hope that had built moments before. "Why not?" Conflict warred, taking over his expression. "Because this is all I can give you." "What kind of this?" "Friendship, someone to lean on. I can't be more than that for you right now." "What?" She stared at his face, at her hand still on his chest. "Jared, we're married now." He stroked her cheek. "But we're not. Look at your left hand. I never put a ring there. I never proposed to you. I never broke up with Tia, and I never—" She sat up. For a few blessed moments, she'd forgotten about her ankle, but it throbbed with the tiniest movement. Lacie wished she hadn't sprained it. She wished she could pry herself away from this couch, don her boots, and brave the storm back to the inn. Never what? "I never should have done this." He took her hand in his again. "Please don't take that the wrong way. You mean more to me than anything. But we can't act like we're married now, not when we don't know what's going on, not when we don't know how long it will last. I do love you, and I always have. I want to be with you because it's something we choose, but not like this." Her mouth hung open. She wished she had something to say, an argument to counter his protestations. But he was right. They hadn't chosen this. She couldn't justify it away, and she felt him drawing away from her more than physically. His heat left her side as he stood. He adjusted his shirt and crossed to the window. "It's still snowing, but the wind has settled. You want to try making it back to the inn now?" The inn. Harper's Inn. Lacie felt listless and defeated, hollowed out like a jack-o'-lantern with a carved fake leer. What was happening? What if things never went back to normal? Would he keep his distance from her from now on? And then? She asked. Then what? After this, everything between them would end. He was willing to give up their entire life friendship for Tia. What do we do when we get back to the inn? He crossed to where his boots sat and stuffed one foot in, then the other. Then he bent to tie them. Then we do what you suggested. We go home and find some normalcy. An uncontrollable flush of heat crashed over her. And Tia? She's still on her cruise. Was she, though, in this alternate universe? I can't. She choked on the words. I can't go back to normal after this. He rose and stared at her a few moments before his boot falls broke the silence. His clothing made creasing noises as he knelt in front of her. I can't make you any promises right now. Not when we don't know more. I do love you, but I can't be more." Her stomach hardened. Lacie sifted through the hurt, anger, shock, and betrayal, all scrambling for precedence inside of her. Of course he was right. She sought for an argument to diffuse his, but no challenge presented itself. She had no option but to admit defeat. "Do you think you can get your foot back into your boot?" he asked. Amazingly, her voice made it through the barrier building in her throat. I don't know. Try your good foot first." He helped her with her right boot. The pressure against her ankle was too much, but with Jared's help, she got the boot on. She refused to let him carry her down the stairs this time. Slowly, one hobble at a time, she made it to the main floor. They managed to push back out into the snow. Though there were heavy drifts down on the road, the barnyard's elevated position had left the snow fairly level. The night sky had cleared. Moonlight shone down on them. Lacie paused, one hand propped against Jared for stability, and stared up as she'd done many times before. She thought of cold winter nights before now, of times she'd imagined Christmas, and thought she'd pictured Santa Claus drifting across the sky, appearing before a moon just like this one. Stupid, childish fantasies, just like her feelings for Jared. She knew him well, but they'd never been quite this emotionally transparent before, not about one another anyway. Was he going to act weird around her now? What were they going to do? They managed to make their way back to the inn, though it took much longer than it would have if she could have walked on both feet. The inn's cinnamon-scented warmth was never so welcoming, nor so sad. Lacie was eager to get up a final set of stairs, to settle into the room they never should have shared, to finish out the night and get what rest they could, because the instant she could, she was calling the airport. They were going home. Chapter 22. Lacie woke with sandpaper in her eyes and a bite in her ankle. Though she'd tried convincing him otherwise, Jared had insisted she take the bed again so she could elevate her foot. She woke to find him not on the chair, but sprawled out on the floor. She'd relived the conversation they'd shared at least 1,000 times before falling asleep last night. Needing grounding about the status of their situation, Lacie glanced at her planner on the bedside table. Its contents were still wiped. That meant... She opened her social media and peered at her feed and then at Jared's. The magic was still at play. The pictures of their wedding still smattered every site and were getting fresh comments and congratulations from well-wishers. They were still married. How? How could any of this be real? Wincing, trying not to wake him, but knowing the phone call she needed to make, Lacie pushed back the blankets and lowered her feet to the floor. She attempted a small amount of weight on the ankle, grateful Jared had been able to wrap it. To her surprise, she managed to stand. Phone in hand, Lacie limped to the door and slipped into the hall in her PJs. The hall was bright with morning sunlight and the smell of cinnamon and freshly baked bread. She leaned against the wall, wishing there was some other way, some other solution than going home. Knowing their options were limited, she looked up the Billings Airport and found their tickets. "Morning," a bright voice said, startling her. Lacie peered up to find Junie strolling toward her from the top of the stairs. Junie hadn't been at the reception desk when she and Jared had finally made it back last night. "We braved the storm." "That we did," Lacie said, though she suspected Junie had no idea how literal the statement was. "Too bad the pass didn't." "The pass?" "Sure, the pass back to West Hills is completely snowed over." Junie rolled her eyes. "Good thing you're staying until Christmas," she added with a laugh. "No one is getting through that bad boy." Lacie's vision blanked. No, they couldn't stay here any longer. They had to get home. They had to figure out what was real and what wasn't. "How long before it's cleared?" "It usually only takes a day or so for the guys to clear the snow, though last night's storm was a doozy. Came out of nowhere. I haven't been able to get a hold of my sleigh driver. Hope he made it to his cottage okay." That's right. Boone had taken a guest out just before the storm. They were stranded out in it? Yeah, me too. Junie smiled, as though the thought of her cousin going missing was no big deal. You coming to the bonfire tonight? Christmas Eve. The bonfire. Lacie wasn't sure what to do now. She'd planned on going home, but that wasn't a possibility. Not if the pass was closed. I think so. Great! See you then! And Junie resumed her journey down the hall. Heart sinking, Lacie rotated on one foot and limped back into her room to break the news to Jared. He was in the middle of some push-ups when she re-entered. Lacie forced away the impressive sight of his muscles carrying the weight of his toned body and sank onto the bed. Morning, he said after a few more push-ups. It'd been a few days since he'd been to the gym. She knew he liked to work out regularly. Jared rotated to his tailbone, braced his hands behind his neck, and began guiding one knee at a time to his chin. Morning. You should try the gym out here. It's okay, he said with strained breath. I can hit things up with the guys when we get back. That's the thing. I just talked to Junie. She said the pass to West Hills is closed. He slowed, lowered his feet to the floor and his hands to his knees. Oh, was all he said. Snow, she said, as if that explained everything. Snow, he agreed. The moment was thick with awkwardness. She wasn't sure what to say. What could she say now after he'd all but rejected her last night? Could they keep being friends after this? She'd meant what she'd said. She couldn't be herself around him anymore. Not now that they'd pushed that boundary. Not now that she wanted romance from him along with the friendship. But she still couldn't come to grips with the fact that her desire for more with him was so recent, so fledgling. Jared grunted and rose to his feet. He dug around for his workout shoes and slipped into them. Guess I'll go find the gym then. How's your ankle? She didn't have the heart to ask him how he felt about this. She wasn't sure she wanted another deep conversation. He'd made his feelings clear. I don't think it's as bad as we thought. I was able to limp out to talk to Junie. That's good, he said distractedly. Shoes in place, he paused at the door long enough to smile at her. I'll see you in a bit. This was all wrong. Too fake, too superficial. If magic was real, shouldn't it fix all of that? Shouldn't things work out perfectly under its spell? She could tell he was trying to play things off, to act as though nothing had changed, but everything had changed. She mustered up a smile. See you. The rest of the day passed in a similar fashion. Lacie spent the majority of it with her foot propped on a pillow, resting her ankle, though she did manage to ready herself, dressing in a soft, lavender blue sweater and jeans, and twisting her auburn hair into a bun on top of her head. Later, when she felt up to it, she headed to the restaurant to find that Jared had already showered and eaten without her. He kept his distance too much from her for her liking, so that by the time she crossed paths with him in the hall, she didn't care that the blonde woman, Grace Eastland, who'd taken her room, overheard Lacie grumbling and reminding Jared that she wanted to go home. A few beats allowed Lacie to realize Grace had also been the one to ride out with Boone Harper just before the storm. At least they'd made it back safely. Everything okay? Grace asked. She wore a shirt with a red truck on the front, a pine tree in the truck's bed. Her hair was wet, as though she'd just gotten out of the shower. And though her question was kind, she acted slightly frazzled, as though she'd just lost something valuable. Lacie slid a glance at Jared, who was watching her, as if he wanted to answer as well. He didn't give any signals against elaborating, so Lacie steeled herself, knowing she was about to sound crazy. Grace had probably heard about the radio since coming here, but Lacie felt the need to warn her and anyone else within listening distance against it. If you hear music from the fancy radio downstairs, run, Lacie blurted. She hoped the vague explanation was enough, but when she reached for her room's doorknob, Grace's hand shot out, and her expression pleaded for more. What do you mean? Grace asked. The radio downstairs? Do you mean the one they claim was delivered by Santa Claus himself? Her voice altered. She was more interested than a casual guest should be. Had the radio played for her too? Lacie took a gradual breath. I mean, that thing is wreaking havoc in our lives, she elaborated, keeping her response quieter than before. I've been snowed in here with my best friend. Jared gave Grace a friendly little wave, and Lacie took heart. They didn't know this woman, but if she'd heard the radio play too, then Lacie needed to give her as much of a heads up as she could. We were married by a snowman, and now whatever supposed magic. She bent the first two fingers on each of her hands, and the universal quotation sign is streaming from the radio is completely messing things up. The more she thought about it, the more frustrated by that magic she was becoming. Jared had asked her what she expected magic to be like. If anything, magic would make things work the way they should. Magic wouldn't be so confusing. Magic would make things right. Hang on, Grace said, forehead creased. You were married next to a snowman? Maybe Lacie was saying too much, but Grace wasn't laughing it off. She acted as though she wanted details, and perhaps context, to help with whatever situation she found herself in as well. No, Lacie clarified. I mean a snowman, pronounced us, husband and wife. Grace's brows shot up. You? A snowman married you two? Lacie's heart sank, but at least Grace wasn't laughing or accusing them of insanity. I know it sounds insane, but we were building a snowman outside, and then we heard this music, and the snowman, spoke. Junie admitted they have this joke in their family that the radio is some kind of matchmaker. Junie said that? Grace sounded genuinely surprised. Her expression turned pensive, and again Lacie wondered if the radio was playing tricks with Grace too, somehow. The more they spoke with Grace, the more unsettled Lacie felt about the situation, yes, but especially the question of what was going to happen between them. By the time they parted ways, Lacie's stomach had hardened with worry. Grace had asked if they wanted to stay married. Lacie hadn't known what to say. She'd grown tongue-tied, but the more she reflected on the conversation, the worse she felt about it all. She was done with magic. From what she could see, it only made messes. The truth was, the radio had ruined everything. Her friendship with Jared would never be the same, not after this. Guests were packed tightly in the entrance to Harper's Inn, each peering out the windows for a sign of the promised sleighs that would ferry them up the mountainside for a starlit bonfire in the snow. Jared had done his best to avoid Lacie's company for the rest of the day, but when she caught him after dinner and asked about the bonfire, he couldn't tell her no. He'd come to give her comfort, not to break her heart all over again. He was fairly certain he'd done exactly that the night before in the barn. Lacie seemed to be doing better on her foot. She'd gotten a brace from Junie and said wearing her shoes and the brace made it almost feel ordinary. He doubted it wasn't paining her, but decided not to say anything. He offered a hand to help her down the stairs, but she sniffed and rejected his help. It was just as well. He'd been doing the same to her, though he couldn't understand what had shifted between them. Was she upset he'd refused to act like they were married? How could she just go along with this? His heart told him what reality was. Yes, he loved her. He always had. But they needed to make things right before they did anything else drastic. Jared nodded his chin to indicate the clustered guests in Harper's Inn's small entryway. Why don't they head outside to wait? Jared wondered. We're going to be in the cold for some time, Lacie said. Probably want to stay warm for as long as they can. Makes sense. There was more space in the inn's living room, and Lacie meandered in that direction, sequestering herself in the light of the Christmas tree. Jared followed, holding his beanie and gloves under his arm. He didn't want to overheat before they made it outside. That would make him sweat, and then when the cold hit, he'd be that much colder. Here they come! A woman near the window called out, turning to let her voice carry to the others. Other guests let out excited cheers, and one even clapped her gloved hands in excitement. This must be as amazing as they say, Jared murmured. If everyone is this excited about riding in the freezing cold to sit on top of a mountain and more of that freezing cold. He'd had his fair share of cold. Lacie nudged him for his cynicism. Stories are told at the bonfire, Lacie said. That's why they're so excited. Is that why you're doing this? He asked. Partly. And what's the other part? She lifted her chin and met his gaze, but the look in her green eyes was shiny and distant. There's an event center up on top of the mountain. I thought it might be ideal for a wedding, so I wanted to check it out. Too hot. It was definitely too hot in here. He fought the urge to unzip his coat and instead cleared his throat. Right. You don't have to come, she said. It's okay if you want to stay here. He couldn't read her stoic expression. She was hurt, he knew that much. But not only from her ankle, from him. How could he leave her alone now, when he'd come here to keep her company and cheer her up? Jared nudged her with his elbow. Much as he wanted to, he couldn't think of anything playful or otherwise to say. I'm coming. She sniffed and turned toward the cold air, wafting through the inn's open door. Guests shuffled out in a group, remaining huddled. The icy night slammed into him. He threw on his beanie and gloves, glad for the chance to cool off some of the heat gathering within his chest. Lacie hugged her arms around her and led out. 2 sleighs were making their way to the front of Harper's Inn. He didn't recognize either of the drivers. Boone Harper wasn't anywhere in sight. Jared figured he'd taken the holiday off, perhaps to spend Christmas Eve with family. Guests were gathering excitedly in the sleighs, and Jared waited for Lacie to climb up before sitting on the bench beside her. This was normal. They could do this. They could ride up the mountain to inspect the location where she'd been hoping to hold her wedding. Junie remained on the inn's porch. She wore a bright pink hat with a tuft of yarn bunching out the top like a fuzzy firework and called out to the gathered guests. That's our call, she announced in response to the bells jingling from the incoming sleighs. Those who are coming for the bonfire, the time to leave is now. I repeat, the sleighs are leaving now. Guests responded, piling toward the sleighs, which were now parked and waiting in front of the inn. Excited shouts and chatter added movement to the frigid night. Lacie kept her attention on the inn. Jared watched her, then glanced around to see if anyone decided to veer back inside. But from what he could tell, everyone who'd been lined up was collecting into the sleighs. The drivers were helping guests secure provided blankets around their laps. You sure this is worth going a second time? A man said from the row in front of them. Absolutely, the woman he was with replied. It's magical up there. Just wait and see. You've come before? Lacie asked, her voice high-pitched, as if hoping they wouldn't mind her interruption. They had to know others could hear what they were saying. Oh, yes, the woman said, eyes gleaming. She turned so Jared could see the excitement emanating on her lined face. Mason DeVries. You see the chef up there? That's Mason DeVries. And he prepares a wonderful spread of decadent food that we all eat up there. Don't worry, he sent his crew ahead of time. I think he wanted to experience the sleigh ride, since he rarely gets to. And then Miss Harper, and sometimes her mother when she comes into town, though she's on vacation right now. When Meg is here, she and Junie take over, and the show they present is so worth watching. This year, it'll just be Junie putting on a show. A show? Jared asked. Lacie had said they told stories. Was this what she'd meant? They have a script and everything. It's darling. The woman radiated joy and turned back to the front again. Junie was still talking to Grace, the blonde woman he and Lacie had spoken with earlier, on the inn's wraparound front porch. The two seemed to be at odds with one another, as though Junie was trying to convince Grace to come. Let's get this show on the road, someone called from the front sleigh. Come on, Junie, another guest called. Let's go. I'm coming, Junie replied with a smile. She gripped Grace's arms when a sound ripped through the night air. Jared would recognize the rumble of a snowmobile anywhere. Who was riding it, and how could he get one right now? Junie cried out in frustration, grumbling about the effect the snowmobile tracks would have on the picturesque landscape around the inn. But Mason DeVries continued waving her toward him. I'm going to kill him, she said, taking Mason's hand to climb onto the sleigh and then turning back to Grace, who still stood on the porch. Tell him that, will you? The sounds of the snowmobile grew louder, so Junie shouted over it. Tell him I'm going to kill him for ruining the landscape." Of all things, Grace was grinning from her position on the porch, like a little girl awaiting a present. "What do you think that's all about?" Jared asked. "I don't know," Lacie said. "Snowmobile tracks will trash the smooth grain of the snow." "Not that big of a deal," Jared said with a shrug, still fighting off the feeling that he'd rather be snowmobiling. He'd rather be back in their room, sleeping. He'd rather be anywhere but here. Or that with a snowmobile, they could make their way down to West Hills, one more step closer to sanity, to home. "To Junie it is. I'd be upset too, especially considering the caliber of guests who sometimes come here to stay. They won't want to glance out their window and find tracks sullying the pristine mountainside." Whoever Junie assumed to be driving the snowmobile was, he was obviously someone Junie knew well. Jared wondered if it wasn't Boone, her cousin. The drivers signaled their horses, and with everyone seated and ready, the sleigh gave a gentle pull. Bells from the horses' harnesses jingled merrily in the darkness, and they made their way up toward the moon. Jared was sure this was magical for some people, but he'd had another terrible night's sleep. He'd tried settling on the chair again, but couldn't get comfortable, no matter how he sat. And he'd slept too long during his nap that it took him forever to drift off. Resigned with a sigh, he'd slid to the floor and laid the blanket over himself. It hadn't been the most restful snooze, but at least he'd gotten some Z's. Maybe he should have stayed in their room after all. The road curved one way, then another. He wondered how the pass clearing was coming. A cynical part of him also wondered if they would have been able to take a sleigh over the snow, but if it drifted all the way down, even horses couldn't traverse over something so deep. Jared's shoulders bumped Lacie several times, a sign of the rough ascent. She placed a hand on the side of the sleigh and stared at the lines of pine trees spiking out of the snowy surroundings. "Any idea where these sleighs are headed?" Jared asked, needing conversation, needing something to keep him from pulling his phone from his pocket and playing games. "Just up the mountain," Lacie said with a shrug. "That's all I heard." "The Harpers own some land on the mountaintop," the guest they'd spoken with earlier turned around to say. "They take trail rides up there during the summertime, and during the winter, that's the topmost location where we get the most immaculate view of the stars you'll find anywhere." "Sounds amazing," Jared said. "Thanks." "Can you believe people lived like this?" Lacie said as the trees passed around them. A lantern hanging from the front of the sleigh lit the way, swaying light across the snow. Horse-drawn sleigh used to be the main source of travel. "I love my Beamer," Jared said, hoping she didn't hear traces of annoyance in his voice that threatened his throat. She nudged him with her knee. "Come on, you have to admit this is amazing." He lifted his chin toward the open sky, the speckling stars taking over, the round moon. Sure, it was beautiful. Slower than walking. He couldn't say he'd take pretty over speed and convenience. "It is, but I wouldn't want to have this be the only way to get around." "But if it was the only way to get around, you'd never know otherwise." "I know, but I know there are faster, warmer modes of travel. I wouldn't pick this every time." Though he had a point, she didn't like his negativity about this. What had him in such a grumpy mood? "You're being a downer. Don't ruin my Christmas Eve excitement." "Sorry." They rode in silence when singing broke out from the sleigh in front of them. Soon everyone joined in singing Jingle Bells, Silent Night, and Santa Claus is Coming to Town. Jared even added his bass to the chorus, earning a tight-lipped smile from Lacie. Once they reached the top and guests piled out of the sleighs, Lacie paused, leaning on him and staring at the surroundings. He had to admit, the landscape was breathtaking beneath the stars. So much snow, piled over boulders and clustered around an immaculate, decent-sized lodge made of cut logs. There was an area cleared of snow just off from the event center's porch, situated with benches around a fire pit built up and encircled with bricks. Lacie stared at the lodge with an unreadable expression. This was where she'd hoped to hold her wedding. He couldn't imagine what thoughts must be running through her head. Her breakup with Wyatt, had been devastating enough to make her cry. What was she feeling right now? "Is that the place?" Jared asked. "That's it." Mason, the chef, whom the other guests had pointed out to Jared and Lacie, stopped at his side and set a cooler down on the snow. He jutted his chin toward the event center. "This is where a lot of the events take place during the summertime," Mason said. "The Harpers have all kinds of bonfires and parties here, and the horses need somewhere to rest and recuperate during their longer trail rides, where the guests camp. There's also a kitchen and sleeping area in there should anyone need it. It's where I prep the refreshments." Lacie turned away as Mason spoke. "Let me give you a hand with that," Jared said, offering to help haul one of the coolers to the log cabin. "Thanks," Mason said. "Go ahead and take that into the kitchen. I'll be right behind you." He slid a glance in Lacie's direction. She kept her back to him, her shoulders slouched as if heavy with inner sadness. So Jared nodded and followed the chef's directions, deciding to give Lacie a moment to herself. Chapter 23. The event center was just as beautiful, rustic, and immaculate as her clients had claimed. An empty feeling snarled in the pit of Lacie's stomach, and though the chef had mentioned refreshments, she wasn't sure she could enjoy any of them. She suddenly wished she hadn't come. To Harper's Inn, to the event center. She wished she could fade away on the spot. The desire was irrational, she knew, but she was unsettled, tired, aching in her chest just as much from her hurt ankle. Surprisingly enough, the throbbing desire welling inside of her wasn't for a wedding here with Wyatt. It was for a life with Jared Kingston. A wedding here with him would be sublime. Their moms would love this place. She didn't have to go inside to picture the guests, the burlap touches, the white and off-white flowers instead of snow. Everything flooded into her mind with precise perfection, the way it always did when she planned an event. But this one could never be. Jared could barely look at her. Something told her that when they returned to Texas, they could never have what they once did. And she didn't like the thought, one bit. The rest of the guests followed Junie along a path leading away from the barn where the horses were hitched to rest and recuperate. Lacie couldn't help staring overhead. The stars created such a dazzle of pinpointed light. She'd never noticed them glitter like this from a lower vantage point. Living in the city didn't help either. She rarely got an uninterrupted view of the sky like this anymore. Junie and a few others trotted toward the fire pit from the barn with their arms full of chopped wood. They placed their fodder in the center of the fire pit, and soon orange flames took to the wood and frolicked in the center of the benches. Guests clustered in close, hands outstretched, talking and laughing. Lacie joined them as well, holding her hands out and appreciating every angle of the heat. Swarms of smoky air wafted in her direction, with a change in the wind. "And then there was more light," Junie called out once the fire really gained momentum. Several laughed and clapped, and she exchanged a merry glance with the handsome chef, who'd emerged from the event center with Jared at his side. In his hands, Jared held 2 styrofoam cups, with steam seeping upward from the liquid they held. And while Mason branched off to where Junie stood, Jared headed Lacie's direction. "Peace offering?" he said, giving one to her. She wanted to decline, but what else was he going to do with it? She appreciated the warmth seeping into her fingers and took a sip. Maybe the cocoa would trigger some energy into her, could break her from this stupid glumness. Piping hot liquid burned her tongue instead. She let out a squeak, her tongue on fire. "You okay?" Jared said, taking a sip of his own. "I'll just let it cool a bit." Gather round, Junie called. "Story time is about to begin. The center is open, and Mason DeVries and his team have prepared an amazing spread of the best cinnamon rolls you've ever tasted, along with a hot chocolate bar and other incredible treats. Feel free to go in at any time, warm up, whatever. Those of you who are ready, come situate yourselves." Guests chattered excitedly, some making for the event center, others returning with plates of gooey iced cinnamon rolls and cups of steaming cocoa. They sat on the benches, surrounding the brilliant, orange flames. Jared gestured for Lacie to lead the way, but she hesitated. She was no longer sure about hearing the stories she'd been so looking forward to. Stories about the radio's origin, about its effects when it had first played for others here. She wasn't sure about anything anymore, but the mountain air was frigid, and everything around them was iced with white frosting. Junie blew air on her mittened hands and then began. Some of you may know that the Harpers have lived here on this mountainside for over 100 years. But have you heard of the night Santa Claus himself stopped by for a visit? Santa Claus. Lacie suppressed a scoff. She was suddenly tired of hearing about Santa Claus and his radio. There was a plaque at the inn explaining the story. It was also plastered all over the Harper's Inn website. Yet Junie proceeded as though this were staged, as though she were under the impression few knew the tale. "Tell us the story, Junie," someone responded, and several others added encouraging cheers. Lacie shrugged as she exchanged a look with Jared. It sounded as though these people were used to the narrative, but wanted to hear it told again. She couldn't give in to the enthusiasm buzzing from the surrounding crowd. She didn't want to hear any more. The radio's magic was playing with their lives, something it had no business doing. Yet Lacie had no other options, so she sat and listened as Junie told the story of her grandfather, Benjamin Harper, of Santa Claus stopping by his house and apologizing for forgetting to bring him any presents, of Santa offering a radio of his own as penance for the slip-up. Benjamin's parents, my great-grandparents, placed the radio in the very spot it sits today, on the table in the living room, and the most incredible things began to happen. At least 20 weddings took place that first year, Junie said. Every guest who came into the homestead who heard the radio play found that romance sparked in the unlikeliest of places. Unwarranted thoughts pressed into Lacie's mind. Tia thought there was more going on between Lacie and Jared. So many others had mentioned the same thing. Women at work had asked Lacie why she wasn't dating him. Her response had always been the same. We're just friends. Just friends. There were plenty of instances between her and Jared that had definitely not been just friends circumstances, like moments where he'd been holding her while showing her taekwondo moves, and she hadn't wanted him to let her go. Like the time he'd held her when she'd been cold after a movie while waiting for their ride. Like the time during their drama class where a little practice kiss had turned into a whole lot more. Lacie bolted to her feet, startling several guests around them. "Sorry," she said, apologizing as she stepped around their legs. She couldn't sit any longer. She couldn't hear stories of the radio, get hopes again of something that could never be. She tromped to the event center, climbed its porch steps, and ventured through the heavy doors. Its warmth was instantaneous, shrouding around her. But that warmth, and the brilliant yellow light from the antler-clad fixture overhead, didn't quell the shaking that had overtaken her insides. "What's up?" Jared said from behind. She should have known he would follow her. She hugged her arms around her stomach. "It's not a rebound." "What?" "This." She gestured a hand across the space between them, pointing from her chest to his and back again. The ceiling vaulted high over their heads, and a warm fire blazed in the central fireplace. The second level was a balcony surrounding the floor where they stood below, and she imagined guests could lean over its log railing and peruse the people below like animals in a zoo. Saying the words released something inside of her, something that made her almost want to laugh. This wasn't a rebound. The truth was, there had always been more than just friendship going on between them. She hadn't wanted to take it there because she hadn't seen it until the truth was rammed right in front of her. But Jared didn't want the truth. He wanted Tia. Why else had he pushed her away? "You're the first person I can come to when I'm having a terrible day, and you'll chew out all the people who stepped on my toes, and you know exactly the right things to say to help me feel better again. You're the first person I think of when I wake up in the morning. You're the first person I text the instant I see a funny meme or hear a joke, and those pictures, and last night, and when you kissed me." He didn't say anything, just kept his attention on her, listening. "I just have this awful, lurching feeling that if I lose you, if I let you let me go, I'll never find anything like you again. I want you every day. I want to keep on texting when something is funny or when I'm feeling sad. I want you to be the one who has my missing phone charge cord. I want you to be the one I wake up to every morning, not sleeping in a chair across the room with a creaky back, but with me. I want to see pictures of us together every time I look on social media." "I don't know what you want me to say." She wanted him to pronounce the same, that no matter what reality they were in, he wanted her, but he'd never said it. He'd said he loved her, but he'd said he wanted things to go back to normal. How could they now? "I know, but..." She had so much she wanted to hear. "Say you love me again. Say you want us to stay married when this is over. Say you want to kiss me again like you did." He stepped toward her. Her heart was trapped in her throat. His hands gripped her elbows and he met her eyes. Lacie got lost in that look, heart pounding, begging, hoping. Her heart thundered. "Jared, you love me?" "I do. That is the buttiest but-coming statement." "But..." Humor was in his smile, but sadness was in his eyes. She closed her eyes and turned her head away. "Don't finish that. I told you I don't think this is a rebound for me. I'd never use you like that because I care for you. And I felt that way for a long time. I don't even want to hear why your love for me, why our history and our twined lives isn't enough. That's not it at all. Is Tia really that amazing? Is she everything you dream of? Are pictures of the two of you together all you want to see? And her kiss the one you want to have when you come home from work every day?" Jared scowled. His thoughts were mulling. But he said nothing, so she went on. "I'm glad Wyatt ended things with me when he did, before I made the biggest mistake of my life. I think I was so set on the image of it all, of having the perfect wedding, that I mistook my excitement for the event as love. I would have realized my mistake too late to do anything about it. Do you want to know what I've been sad about? That the project I had was snuffed. Financial plans, who was going to cook meals, my wedding decorations. Does that sound very romantic to you? Those are practical things." She slashed a hand through the air. "Of course they're things a couple should take into consideration, but it's not what a marriage should be built on," she said. "I was more upset about not getting a wedding than about losing who I was marrying. I didn't think anything about losing a soulmate. Her best friend, the person she trusted the most, the one she wanted to spend the rest of her life with, because those things applied to someone else, to Jared. I thought I could still have you and him at the same time, which sounds so messed up. I know. It wasn't having you in the same way I want you now, but you know what I mean. I wasn't willing to let you go because I was engaged to him. What would have happened if I called you for help with something when Wyatt was my husband? How would that have even worked? One of these days you'll find yourself married to Tia and thinking about me, wishing things were different. Now is the time to make all the mistakes we can and to avoid as many as we can, too. Because once you say I do, there's no going back. Technically, you know what I mean." He placed his hands on her arms. She was warmed by the touch, and hope sparked as she met his gaze. "I love what you're saying, and I want to believe you." Her mouth dropped open. "You don't believe me?" "I mean, the situation is still what it is, confusing. I still think we need to take it easy, to take this slow before we do something we'll both regret. So for now, I'm your friend, Lacie. I'll always be your friend." He gave an apologetic smile and then made his way back to the bonfire. Lacie felt as if he'd detached her heart and taken it with him. How could he tell her he could always be her friend? Hadn't they both agreed they could never go back to being just friends after this? That told her enough. Because once they went home and things went back to normal, she was going to lose him. She'd have to back away, just as she'd promised she would. Chapter 24. Christmas morning's dawn was anticlimactic. No surprise stockings hanging by the fireplace this time. When she woke up, Jared was already gone. To the gym, probably. Frustrated, waiting for news that the pass had opened, Lacie skipped breakfast, bundled up, and strolled back outside to the snowman that she and Jared had built. Grateful she could manage the walk on her sore ankle. Snowmobile tracks scraped the snowy hillside, and Lacie remembered how angry Junie had gotten at whoever had ridden his snowmobile on the landscape the night before. Still, the tracks hadn't reached the snowman she and Jared had built. He'd lost his top hat and one of his twig arms. A small inner chastisement stung her. They probably should have brought the hat back inside once they were done. She wondered if Junie had come back out to retrieve it. With the sudden influx of snow, either the hat had been blown away or it had been returned inside. The carrot had been chewed on by some kind of creature. "You're looking a little shabby," she told the snowman. He stared past her. "Not going to talk now? You're the whole reason I'm in this mess. I thought maybe you could wake up and tell me how long this is supposed to last. What am I supposed to do when the whole world thinks I'm married to someone, but that someone doesn't? That sounds psychotic, doesn't it?" Again, the snowman didn't answer. Lacie kicked a plod of snow and stared in the direction the snowman faced. The mountainside was breathtaking, sloping down toward the sleepy town they'd stopped in at on their way here. Trees spread through the snow, and the sky's backdrop was crystalline blue. Who would have known such an intense snowstorm had come and gone? "It's Christmas," she said to the white mounds of snow, feeling like everything was falling from her grasp. "Once the pass opens, we're leaving. But my email, my driver's license, my ticket, everything says Lacie Kingston. That's Jared's last name. I don't know if I want that to change." She hugged her arms around herself, while a feverish despair tightened in her chest. She ducked her chin down, closed it, wishing it was enough to keep the wistful hopelessness from taking over. Footsteps crunched on the snow toward her. Lacie's heart caught in her chest, and for a moment, she thought maybe Jared had seen her out here and was coming to join her. But when she glanced up, it wasn't Jared. An older man, with a coat zipped over his rotund middle and a well-trimmed white beard hugging his chin, approached. His cheeks were rosy red, kissed from the cold, but his vibrant blue eyes glimmered with pleasure, as if she were just the person he was hoping to see. "Hello there," he said by way of greeting. "Beautiful day, isn't it?" His breath leaked out in gentle puffs. She wasn't really in the mood to talk to anyone, let alone exchange empty remarks about the day's appearance. "Yeah, it is. Blinding," she added, confused about who this man was and why he'd come over to talk to her. She supposed she'd look strange from the window if this man happened to be glancing out. "Are you another guest here?" She'd rubbed shoulders with a few of the people staying here, and though she'd come to know a few by name, she couldn't recall ever seeing this man before. Maybe he'd just checked in. "You could say that. I come and go." His eyes twinkled before, turning serious again. "Pardon me for asking, but are you okay? You look sad." Was it that obvious? Sad didn't even come close to how she felt, more like a conflicted concoction of struggle and sorrow. She had everything she wanted here, and the minute they left Harper's Inn, the minute they boarded a plane and returned to Fort Worth, all of that would change. She would go back to her apartment, Jared would go back to his, he'd crawl back to Tia, he'd cut Lacie out of his life for good. If he was willing to do that, shouldn't she let him? Wasn't that a sign that she was desperate and he wasn't worth her time? "I'm at a crossroads in my life. I feel like everything is going to change, and I don't know if I'll like where it's going." She wasn't sure why she was opening up, but this stranger had the look of a man who was a good listener. Maybe it was the caring glint in his eyes, which were still so intent on her. "You don't want things to change?" he asked, swiping a twig from the snowman's shoulder and replacing it at a better angle. "No, I mean, yes, I do, but I feel like the change is happening in a direction I don't want it to, and the end result is out of my hands." The old man frowned and nodded, sifting through her words as though he understood everything she was explaining, without having any details. "You must be a woman who likes control of her situation." "I am," she went on. "I like to plan everything. I run my life by schedules, and Jared is not penciled in. He's on every page, arranged into every day in the most permanent of permanent markers. Heck, he's chiseled in wood like those burning pieces of art. But we're at this life-defining juncture. We can no longer continue on as we were. We have to pick one direction or another. I feel like one or both of us is choosing the wrong way. Our relationship isn't going to last, and I can't stand that." "Crossroads are hard," the old man said with understanding. "Crossroads mean transformation. In fact, they're worse. Because when we're at a crossroads, we're being forced to choose which direction that transformation should go." Smiling at the snowman, the bearded man delved a hand into his pocket, as though rifling something from it. "You may feel I have interfered in your lives, but I believe we make better choices when these crossroads you mentioned are thrust in our path. You have both had to make a choice, one way or another way. My radio gives people the chance to make that choice." Your radio?" A rock dropped in the pit of her stomach. She gaped at him. He didn't stray from her inspection. His hand found hers, his fingers warm. She startled at the touch, but didn't pull away. That single touch somehow made her more aware of her entire frame, of every beat in her pulse, of every hair follicle currently standing on end. Gawking, she allowed him to turn her palm upward and watched as he placed a familiar, small package on it. "Merry Christmas, Lacie," he winked. Lacey's fingers closed over the gift she'd wrapped for Wyatt, the gift she'd attempted to leave on the pile of presents in the inn's living room. A series of chills dusted down her forearms. She peered at the snowman as though it had some kind of explanation. Only a blink, a breath. Questions that should have flooded her mind scattered, and she grasped helplessly for them. When she turned back to the old man, he was gone. The mountainside was vacant, as though he'd never been there. No way, no flipping way. She brought her fist to her forehead. Whoa, whoa, whoa. First talking snowmen, and then Santa Claus? Had she really just spoken to Santa Claus? Impulsively, Lacie tore at the familiar purple wrapping paper. The pocket watch she'd purchased for her conniving ex-fiancé was still inside, beautiful and embellished, just as she remembered it. But something else was inside the box, something she hadn't placed in there. It was a small note with familiar handwriting. The same handwriting that had been on the note they'd found in the stocking in their room, and it read a single sentence. "There is still time." Time? Time for what? Her thoughts swirled thicker than the snowstorm she and Jared had found themselves caught in. Santa was real? Her heart kicked into full throttle, her blood seared through her veins. "Come back," she whispered to the snow, praying he would hear, that he would reappear and answer the questions now raging within her. She ran a few steps as if she knew in which direction he'd gone. Come back! She had to find Jared. She had to tell him Santa was real, and not only that, he just confirmed everything. They were really married now. They could love each other. They could accept this new reality and be together the way they both wanted. This was all real. Cursing her hurt ankle, she ran as hard as she could, needing grounding, needing to talk to someone reliable, someone who wasn't made of snow, someone who would believe what had just happened. Hand fisted over the pocket watch, she lumbered into the inn, kicked snow from her boots, and nearly collided with Junie. "Whoa!" the receptionist said, stepping back, her arms full of towels. "Everything okay?" Heat bloomed in Lacey's cheeks. She peered around the inn, waiting for the scene to blur and flurry away, the way dreams sometimes do. She waited to wake up, to get some other kind of inclination that this was all a fantasy. but no such realization came. Her earlier epiphany was still in full force. "It's real," she breathed. "What's real?" Lacie grabbed Junie by the arms. All this, it's so real." Santa had said the radio had presented them with a choice, with a crossroads. The fact that it had played for them and all of these things happened as a result were no accident, just like her feelings for Jared were no rebound. That meant what had Jared called it, snow globe reality, they'd been so confused by for days had all happened. "What are you talking about?" "I saw him," she said breathlessly. "Saw who?" "Santa!" Lacie couldn't help the grin that split her face in two. She was like a kid again. She'd made it through the line at the mall, sat on the jolly man's lap, told him everything she wanted, and now all that remained was to wait. Except she hadn't really told Santa what she wanted, had she? Who was she kidding? She hadn't believed in Santa Claus in years. But now, after that, who else could that man have been? Actually, she told him what she didn't want. She didn't want to lose Jared. She had said that, right? Lacie dashed to the room she was sharing with Jared and turned the knob. Locked. Giddy with anticipation, nearly dropping the key, she fumbled it into the lock. Nothing. Lacie stared at the key while a sense of alarm settled over her. "It's not working," she said. Why isn't it working?" On a whim, she meandered across the hall to room number 11. She inserted the key into its lock, and the prongs slid right in. No. She turned the key. The door unlocked. Her senses heightened. A rolling feeling overtook her stomach. No. This room had been Grace Eastland's, the woman she'd bumped into a few times at the inn. Rather than being in Jared's room, her suitcase was on the edge of the bed, her shoes situated by the bathroom, just where she'd left them in Jared's room. In a panic, Lacie dug her phone from her pocket. She opened social media, praying the images would be the same. But her heart sank. Her name was back to Lacie Sorensen. Her pictures involved those from work and girls' nights out and goofy pictures of Jared. Not the two of them together, not married, no wedding pictures or happily kissing. Just Jared. And there were pictures of her and Wyatt, the good-for-nothing fiancé who dumped her the day of their romantic getaway. Lacie's knees buckled, her mouth went dry, and an ache built behind her vision. She fisted the key in her hand so hard its prongs dug into her skin. Yep, real. This was real. She was here. And she was no longer Jared's wife. In spite of herself, a small, defiant cry eked out with the realization. A knock sounded, though it arrived as though from down the hall, and Jared popped his head into the door. "Hey there," he said. No sweeping gaze around the room. No mention or question of why her things were in here now instead of in the room with him. He didn't look nearly as tired as he had before he'd gone to the gym either. "Ready to go? I guess the pass is open now. That Boone guy is going to take us down the mountain in one of his sleighs. Thought you'd like that." Did Jared not remember being snowed in? Their marriage? Had it never happened? What was going on? She'd just met Santa. He told her the entire escapade they'd been enduring and fighting against was something they didn't need to fight anymore. And now it was over? In one last desperate attempt, Lacie dove for her purse. She wrenched her wallet free and checked. Her driver's license was back to dreary old Lacie Sorensen. She let her hands hang. No. Why had things changed? She wanted them to stay. What about the crossroads, the time Santa's little note had mentioned they still had? She wanted Jared's last name. She wanted the shared room and the assumption when running into people that they were together and the pictures of them smattering social media. She didn't want to let that go. Jared stepped into the room, leaving the door open. His suitcase remained in the hall where he'd been standing. "Why are you acting weird?" he asked. "We rescheduled the flight to leave today, remember? I know it's Christmas, but we can open presents when we get back." Lacie lost her ability to stand. She settled onto the chair and stared at her suitcase. "Don't you remember what happened?" "The snowman? We built one," he said with a shrug. "And?" She wasn't going to say it. Did he not remember? They'd been married for a handful of days. They'd heard the radio. Her identity had changed just for that short amount of time. Social media had pictures of them married and kissing. They'd been married, dang it, and they'd spent the whole time bickering. She cursed herself for that. Why hadn't they made better use of their time together? Lacie pocketed the watch and its chain. There is still time. Jared stalked to the bed. He released a whistle. "Are you sure this stuff is yours?" Lacie bolted to her feet. "What? It's not mine?" Hope sprang. Maybe the key had been a fluke. Maybe she had waltzed into someone else's room by accident. Maybe... Nope. Everything in the suitcase was hers. She just hadn't had the chance to fold and organize things as she usually did. Jared smirked at her knowingly. She wanted to punch him in the shoulder. She wanted to throw a teasing remark back at him. Instead, she sank onto the bed. "What's wrong?" he asked, concern folding his brow. This was her stuff, her room. Was she insane? Had she made it all up? Santa Claus had appeared to her. That had to have been imaginary. She was loony. That's all there was to it. It'd been a while since she'd gone to therapy for help with frustration and organization, but it looked like she might have to reinstate her sessions after this. Lacie gave everything a final glance, and not bothering to fold or sort anything, closed the lid on her suitcase and zipped it shut. "Nothing," she said resignedly. Chapter 25. Lacie sat at her desk in the Haley Winrow building downtown and stared at her computer screen, seeing the calendar there, but not really seeing anything. Her gumption was gone. She was a bump on a log, stuck in her swiveling chair, no desire to move, to think, to do anything other than stew. On the desk beside her, her planner was splayed open to the correct week, displaying rectangular slots accounting for every hour of the day, which were filled in once again in exact detail, as if they'd never been wiped. She stared at her neat scrawl and the stickers she used to add flair, and tried to make her recollections of everything that had happened at Harper's Inn jive with what she saw on the page. This was her life, exactly as she'd planned it. She had a job she loved that made her feel powerful when she could deliver what a customer dreamed of for the special events in their lives. She had friends, she had activities and things to indeed keep her busy, and she used to love moving with such purpose. Why, then, did she wish it would all wipe clean as it had before? Though waking to find her planner vacant had been disconcerting at first, now the idea of a freed schedule was all she wanted. Calligraphy class, her book club, training for the upcoming marathon. She already worked over 40 hours a week as it was. How did she have time for anything extra? What did any of it matter now if she didn't have her best friend? Jared hadn't spoken to her since they'd gotten home the day before. He hadn't hugged her goodbye when he'd helped remove her suitcase from his trunk. He hadn't walked her to her door or gone inside for some chips and queso, kicking back on her couch and staring at his phone just to hang out with her. He'd said he needed to think. She was the queen of keeping time. How much of it was required for thinking? He hadn't even mentioned the Christmas gift she'd given him, even though she'd texted to thank him for the gel nail kit he'd given her. That she'd none too subtly hinted she wanted. All he'd said was a simple, "You're welcome." That was where they were now. Measly, predictable "you're welcomes." He was supposed to joke about not doing anything too crazy with the color combinations. She was supposed to threaten to gel his nails in his sleep, and he would dare her to try, which of course she would have. This cold politeness was all too wrong. If this was what pulling away meant, she hated it. She hated its guts. Had he made up with Tia? Had he talked to her? What was he doing this afternoon that he couldn't stop by or text her? Lacie felt listless and impotent. Her life had been all figured out, but now she didn't know what she wanted anymore, because no matter what she had wanted, Jared had always been a part of it. How could she survive if he wasn't? How could he be okay with this? Even now, she knew she didn't have time to sit here musing and drifting. She had emails to answer from new potential clients, needing their lives planned. And she only had 30 minutes to get through as many as she could before she had to meet with the caterer for the New Year's Eve wedding for the mayor's daughter, coming in a few days. She couldn't do anything about what had happened, about the fake marriage, the pictures, the feelings she and Jared had shared. Since things had gone back to normal, he'd been acting as though none of it had happened at all. She splayed her hands on the desk. Maybe it hadn't. Maybe it had all been a fluke after all, and she'd just been going through some strange mid-20s crisis where people made things up like magic and fake marriages and seeing Santa Claus. Whatever it was, the longer she stared at her planner, the less any of it mattered. Oh, she would keep her appointments and create amazing parties for her clients, but she wanted to do less of what was busy and more of what mattered, and he was all that mattered. Her eyes strayed to the pocket watch and its chain pooling on the desk. She hadn't been sure what to do with the adornment, but the sight of it struck her now. There is still time. She thought the note Santa had left for her within the package had been in reference to Jared, but since he'd barely spoken to her since they returned, she somehow doubted that. What else could it mean? Lacie stared at her planner again. She didn't have to offer handwritten invitations. She already worked too many hours a week as it was. Calligraphy could go. Her book club? She would miss the friends she'd made, but she barely had time to read the books they selected, and she didn't even like them all half the time. Lacie had scheduled these extra things in an attempt to be less work-obsessed, yet somehow they didn't add anything but stress to her schedule. The thought dawned slowly, grappling and encompassing and lighting the contours of her mind like daybreak. She lifted the pocket watch, tapped its little top button to open the lid, and stare at the beautiful embellishments. There is still time, she breathed. Not to do more, but to do less, and enjoy life more. Time to slow down, time to be with the people who really mattered, time to focus on what really mattered in her life. Cynthia had texted her the day she and Jared had left for Harper's Inn, looking for someone to watch her 6-year-old. Lacie had felt bad turning her down. She couldn't do anything about Jared right now, but she could do something about this. "Did you still need someone to watch Chloe?" she texted. "I thought you were busy." Lacie glanced at her planner with a smile. She took a pencil in her hand, though it felt more like a saber, and slowly she slashed through every unimportant thing on her agenda that had once screamed so loudly at her to accomplish. Calligraphy, book club, marathon, ///. "My schedule just cleared up," she texted. "I'd love nothing more than to help you out." The warmest feeling overtook her, a burning ember right in the center of her chest. This felt so good, so right. Even if she didn't have her best friend or a wedding, this was something she could control, something she could still find joy in, giving her time to the best place it belonged. Yes, there is still time. Time for other friendships, time for helping, time for improving and change, time to be better. She didn't know what would become of the situation with Jared, but for now, she wouldn't let it keep her down. Chapter 26. Lacie took Chloe to the park, grateful for the ankle brace tucked beneath her sock and allowing her to walk. She sat on the bench and watched the girl play, getting up to join her more than once, to chase her around the spongy, recycled pieces of shredded tires, to push her on the swings and catch her as she made her way down the slide. The girls headed back to Lacie's apartment, where they watched copious amounts of Disney movies Lacie hadn't seen in years, and ended the afternoon with a smoothie before Lacie dropped Chloe back off with her mom. She didn't want to return to her empty apartment just now, not when a quick drive past verified the fact that Jared's car wasn't at his apartment, nor was it at hers. Where was he? The gym? Was that why he was avoiding her? She wasn't about to call him, not when she'd laid her heart on the line for him and he didn't remember any of it. She admired that he'd wanted to be faithful to his girlfriend, as he should be. Jared was a good man, and that was something she respected about him so much. When her car seemingly drove its own way to her mom's house, she couldn't say she was surprised, nor could she be all that surprised by the sight of Jen's car in the driveway. Lacie shifted into park and trundled inside. She was greeted by laughter and the familiar potted plants nestled near the built-in bookshelves in the family room. Several succulents were situated on those shelves, proof of how much Mom loved plants. Lacie found her stretched on the couch, feet propped up on the coffee table, with a remote in hand, chuckling at something Jared's mom, Jen Kingston, was saying. I could swear the man nearly spewed his mouth full of popcorn. He was trying so hard not to laugh. Mom chortled harder, slapping a hand against her friend's leg beside her, which was nestled beneath the crocheted afghan in colors of beige and dark blue that matched Mom's accent pillows. There was one thing to say. Mom definitely had style. "Lacie Lou," she said, lowering her feet to the floor at seeing Lacie enter. Her hair was browner than Lacie's auburn, and she wore a pink cardigan over a chevron t-shirt and jeans. "How was your trip?" Lacie's heart nodded. No mention of a honeymoon now. The last time she'd spoken with her, Mom had told her to get off the phone and kiss her new husband. If only Jared was her husband. If only she could kiss him any time she liked. Did Mom know things had ended with Wyatt? Lacie couldn't remember. She supposed she should have called sooner, but she was here now. "Uh-oh," Jen said, lowering her feet to the floor as well and straightening. "I know that look, Lace. What's on your mind?" Jen had been her second mother. She knew as a child she could have gone crying to either of these women and would receive the same loving treatment regardless. She'd confided in them both and knew now was no different. Perhaps the best woman to get advice from regarding her son was Jen. "Is it Wyatt?" Mom asked. "You never told me why you ended up going on vacation with Jared instead." We got a little distracted, I guess," Lacie said, coming in to sit on the vacant, armless chair diagonal from the couch. She removed the overstuffed pillow first and hugged it on her lap as she sat. "Oh?" Mom and Jen exchanged a look. "What happened? You just told me you were there with Jared and you'd fill me in later." "Spill, because I'm dying to know," Jen added. "How distracted is distracted?" She pierced Lacie with her attention, as though sitting during the most gripping part of a movie. So she spilled. Lacie told the whole thing, about Wyatt's painful words during his phone call, about Jared saying he could only give her Christmas because he wanted to pursue a relationship with Tia. She hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell the truth as she knew it, including the rumors about the magic and the radio and the events that had transpired. How she and Jared had been suddenly married. How they'd each called these women and had them both confirm it. The pictures on social media, the reindeer, and the moment they'd shared on the couch in the barn. Both her mom and Jared's mom interjected frequently, inquiring about Lacie's health and sharing concern that she had food poisoning or that the whole thing had been some kind of silly dream. But Lacie insisted enough times, even showing them the Harper's Inn website about the radio, that once they read the sincerity in her eyes, they finally accepted her story. "Then what's the problem?" Mom asked. "I love him," Lacie said, plunging her elbows onto her knees and raking her fingers through her hair. They'd had many conversations like this, with either Mom or Jen hinting that she and Jared should just get it over with and get married already. Lacie had denied any such feelings before, but she saw no reason to hide it now. "That's the problem." Mom snorted. She tossed a glance in Jen's direction before saying, "You're only now realizing this?" Lacie pulled her fingers down her face. "I know. What's wrong with me? I've lost him." Jen tucked her foot beneath her and settled the afghan over her new position. "When was the last time you talked to him?" "The day we got home from Montana," she said. "That's been days," Mom said. "That's not like you two at all." "It's been almost a week," Lacie said with the sound of lamentation. She couldn't remember ever having gone so long without talking to him before. I've been leaving my schedule open in case he drops by, checking my phone every 10 seconds to see if he's called or texted, but he's been spending all his time with Tia. Jen cleared her throat, but Mom spoke first. Are you sure about that? Lacie peered at each woman in turn, from Mom's stylish auburn locks hanging in soft curls down her shoulders to Jen's dark brown. What does that mean? Go see him, Jen said. Swallow your pride and go. He doesn't want to see me. You don't know that. Stop by his apartment. You've never been one to keep your distance before. Maybe that's why he's keeping his. Could that be possible? That Jared was keeping away from her because she had been doing the same to him? She had kept her distance, certainly, because it's what she had promised him she would do, but it was killing her. Even now, she was sure she was losing the part of him that made up her soul, the way people who exercised lost muscle if they stopped. But he said he would give me Christmas. After that, he said we had to end our friendship. He told me he didn't want to hang out with me anymore if he wanted to have a relationship with her. Why would he agree to that? Mom asked, with a tone that all but accused Lacie of being stupid. Her mouth hung open. You love him. Fight for him. You know how much our boy likes a fight. Mom elbowed Jen at this statement and received a snicker of agreement in return. That he did. It was why he'd studied taekwondo and jiu-jitsu and kept himself looking like a life-sized action figure. Could she, though? Could she fight for him when he'd made what he wanted clear? She'd told him she loved him. He'd said he only wanted to be her friend. Even after things had gone back to normal, he hadn't. He'd remained friendly but aloof. He'd kept his distance from her emotionally, which was almost worse. Jared had sent her a clear message that he was done, that he wanted to be with Tia. Shouldn't she let him? She made her way back to her apartment and sank onto the bed, feeling utterly lost and confused. She pulled her driver's license free from its pouch and stared at her plain old ordinary name, wishing her name was still paired with his, knowing it now never would be. Did he remember any of it? Their late-night talks, sharing a room, the reindeer? That wasn't the only thing she missed. So many memories with him, crying with him, laughing. He'd always been hers. Losing him felt like he had died somehow, like he really was gone. A few more days passed. She considered meeting up with Jared and the guys on New Year's Eve, but Lacie had to be present to make sure the mayor's daughter's wedding went off without a hitch. The reception turned out beautifully, and Lacie slept in the next morning, exhausted. Needing something to focus on in place of her canceled calligraphy course and the handwriting she would have been practicing otherwise, Lacie decided to take down her Christmas decorations. In doing so, she couldn't help but think of an enchanted radio nestled on a table in America's North Pole. A radio Junie Harper had claimed made people who heard it play fall in love. She wrapped the porcelain Santa Claus in its bubble wrap to be placed carefully in its box, but stilled at the thought that descended over her like snowfall. Soft and gentle, yet as noticeable as the cold. Santa, if the man she'd met outside truly had been Santa Claus, had said the radio only provided them with a crossroads, only brought them to the point where a decision needed to be made. Nothing between them had changed, other than their situation. The radio never made us fall in love, Lacie said on a breath. It had never changed a thing about what they felt for each other, because they already were. Only their circumstances had changed. The radio only meant to show them what should have been obvious. How perfect they were together, how much they cared about each other. Even if she made up all the strange circumstances that had happened between them, she didn't want him to be with anyone else. This was the crossroads, the point of no return. She could let him go, let him be with someone else. Or she could do as Mom and Jen had suggested, and fight for him. No snowmen, no magic radios, just late-night phone calls and returning lost charge cords, and trips to help cheer her, even though he knew he shouldn't go. She loved Jared. She chose him. She would fight for him in the best way she knew how. Lacie was ready to make for the door, to dash over to his apartment, regardless of the late hour, to start now and spill everything going through her head. But one shoe on, one shoe off, reaching for her car keys hanging from their hook, she paused. She might have chosen him. But Jared was still at his own crossroads, wasn't he? Would he still choose someone else over her? Chapter 27. Lacie wasn't sure how best to show him her intentions and present her side in this scenario. She had told him she would step aside if that was what he wanted, but it couldn't be as cut and dried as that. The last thing she wanted was to make him feel like he was up against a wall the way Tia had. So her play in this battle, where she found herself waging for Jared's heart, was to let him know she was still here, still approachable, plain and simple. Now, to send him the message. Playful was best when it came to Jared Kingston. It was what they'd always done any time they'd had to communicate anything. The first thing she considered was sending him a bra to imply support, but that could be misconstrued in so many ways it wasn't funny, especially if he was still dating someone else. Except maybe it would have been a little funny, just to see the confusion that was bound to take over his expression. Disregarding that option completely, she hadn't been sure of exactly what she could do instead. Stalk him everywhere he went, so he bumped into her at the grocery store, the gym, at his sales office. Too predictable, and he might get irritated by her. More so than he may already have been. She thought of somehow appealing to the many memories they shared, and imply that there was more to be had. A camera? That indicated memories, didn't it? She shook that thought away too. He took pictures on his phone. What about sticking with something that he loved? He already had a weightlifting belt and supportive braces for his shins, though he didn't wear them all the time. He had been eyeing a new pair of weightlifting shoes for a while now. That was it. Shoes. Shoes implied support too, didn't they? Not only were they practical and functional and something he could get good use out of, but they also stood for the message she wanted to give, and he would think of her every time he wore them. Lacie swung by the shoe store and picked up a ridiculously expensive pair on her way home from work the day after New Year's, which made for the longest time they'd had apart from one another and still been in the same town. 8 days. 8 long days away from him. The shoes' expense was worth it. She'd pay $1,000 for shoes if it meant she could have him in her life. She pulled up in front of his apartment complex, the sun sinking behind the cloudless horizon. The evening was cool but not chilled, and she welcomed the tepid air, wishing it were enough to cool the jittering, nervous heat building inside of her. She hadn't been this antsy about anything since she'd planned a party for Willa Carson, the famous actress. Lacie's preparations had been featured in several magazines and had gotten her a higher reputation and more high-end clients afterward. A car inched slowly past, and she recognized Tim behind the wheel and Miguel in the passenger seat. Tim slowed and rolled down the window. His bleach blonde hair was shaved close to his scalp, and the small familiar scar beneath his left eye winked at her. "Sup," he said, letting his wrist hang on the wheel. "You looking for Jared?" Did he have to ask? "Is he home?" "We tried to convince him to come with us," Miguel said, leaning to speak across Tim's lap. "But he said he had other stuff going on. I assume he meant you." Lacie shook her head. "If he did, you're the first to know about it," she said. "See you guys later." "See ya." Tim rolled down to the intersection and turned. Lacie gripped the shoebox in her hands and pivoted to face the complex again. Jared staying home was a good sign. Were his other plans with Tia, though? That meant Lacie had to act quickly. No more hesitation, she said to herself. Bracing her hands on the box, she took a steadying breath that didn't do its job and marched to his door. Chin high, she could do this. She could tell him how she felt, give the battle one last tactic before she surrendered and accepted his decision. If he wanted to be with Tia, she would let him, but he had to know she was here for him if he needed her. Every step only cranked her pulse higher, so that by the time she reached his door, her entire body was shaking. Still, she couldn't back out now. One more message, not goodbye, she didn't know what. Purse strung on her shoulder, she lifted a hand. The knock of her fist against the door sent prickles from her fist down her arm. There, she'd knocked. She'd made it this far. Footsteps sounded, banding her chest tighter. Her breathing was growing ridiculous. It's just Jared, she told herself. Just her life. Just the only man she would ever want. The door swung open, and the sight of him was a breath and a gasp and a burst of light. Him, tall and muscular and handsome. He was there, standing at the door, and his brown eyes lit up. "Hey there," he said. He didn't seem upset that she was here. If anything, based on the gleam in his eyes, he was happy to see her. That was a good sign. "Hey, I know it's been a few days and things are a little weird between us now because you're trying to keep your word to Tia, but I wanted to see you." "What have you got there?" he asked. No response to the Tia thing. All right then. He wanted to avoid the topic. She swallowed the gallon of saliva in her nervous mouth and offered him the box. "This is for you." He considered the shoebox for a moment before stepping back. "You want to come in?" "Are you sure?" He quirked a grin. "Positive." "Tia won't mind?" Another glint in his eyes. A laugh, though his lips didn't move. "Not at all." "Okay then." Nerves spiraling, Lacie entered the familiar apartment where she'd spent countless hours, lounging, reading books, watching movies, or watching him play video games with his friends. Everything was where it always had been, which was a comforting thought. Nothing else had changed, though it felt like everything between them had. Couch by the window, TV mounted to the wall, 2 squashy beanbags in place of other seating. She opted for standing. Jared closed the door behind him and turned. She offered him the box again before he could say another word. "This is for you." "You already said that. Any explanation why you decided to get me shoes?" "These aren't just any shoes." He turned the box and took in the brand logo, the amusement dancing in his gaze, quickly eclipsed into shock. "You didn't." "Lifting shoes?" Now she grinned. This was a good sign. Maybe they could go back to how they always were. "I know you've wanted a new pair and you've been eyeing these for a while." "Lacie, these are amazing. You already gave me that chess set, though. Late Christmas present?" He lifted a shoe and examined the markings on the side. She wasn't sure exactly what made these so expensive or specified only for weightlifting, but he knew, and that was all that mattered. She tucked a hair behind her ear, unsure of what to do with her hands now that she no longer held the box. She fidgeted for her purse strap. "Consider it a best friend present?" He lowered the shoe. The light dimmed from his eyes. "Best friend present?" Was there something wrong with that? She bolstered her courage. "Yeah, I wanted a way to show you I can be like these shoes. Supportive and helpful, and there when you need me." Holy cow. That sounded so much stupider saying it out loud. He laughed. "You want to support me like shoes?" She clapped her hands to her burning cheeks. She never felt this embarrassed around him. What was her problem? "Yeah, She reached for the box. She never should have come. She'd slaughtered this so completely, there was no salvaging the situation. "You know what? Forget I came." "Lacie." His hand found hers. The gesture was nothing new, but now it meant everything to her. He was touching her. He'd reached for her. He hadn't let her go. Her eyes scanned their connected hands. She wanted to support him like shoes. Shoes seemed friendly, friendly. "Since you're with Tia and everything, I thought maybe..." Her words trailed off because she couldn't slaughter this situation any more than she already had. A frog built in her throat, and she worked to clear it. "So how are things going with Tia anyway?" Jared's lips maintained that infuriating smirk, as though he found everything that she said amusing. "I talked some sense into her." Sense? Meaning? Her heart picked up speed. "She's okay with what happened? She's okay with you and me still being friends? Maybe the shoes weren't such a fluke after all. Tia couldn't be offended by shoes, except Lacie had spent half her paycheck on them. Friends bought each other expensive gifts, didn't they? Friends, yes. That's it. So, come on, friend." He held their clasped hands to his chest. "Let's hit the town. I'm going to take you to Tinny, but we need to buy tickets online." Tinny Amusement Park was a fun place if you were 12. Still, Lacie wasn't going to complain. She would be spending time with Jared. It was as though the past 8 days of distance between them had never happened. They could play up memories of past times they'd spent on the bumper cars or the laser tag course. He'd always beat her at laser tag. Maybe now that they were older, she stood a chance. As for Harper's Inn and their fake marriage, he'd either completely forgotten about it or was intent on pretending it had never happened. She could do that too. She would stay by his side like he'd always done for her. Maybe someday there was a future for them, even if it didn't happen now. They talked about being unable to go back to being friends after everything that had happened. But Lacie didn't care at this point. She would do anything she could to keep him in whatever future she had. Maybe the whole thing had been in her head. Maybe she'd been delusional after Wyatt's breakup, and the experience had been her own random rabbit hole after all. Okay then, online it is. Smiling at her ready agreement, Jared turned to one of the 3 desktop computers situated on the desks across from the door. Jared, Tim, and Miguel each had his own setup. He slid another chair close and wiggled his mouse to awaken the screen. Jared rubbed his chin. What's the matter? It looks like this requires ID. It does? She peered over to skim the form that appeared. Along the top was the Tinny Parks logo and the form for purchasing tickets below. Sure enough, there was a place showing where a scanned ID would display. He pointed. "Yeah, see, they want you to scan it in. Hurry, grab your license. We'll be late, and I know how much you hate that. It takes 32 minutes to drive there, and we're cutting it pretty close as it is if we want to grab a bite to eat beforehand." Uncertainty crawled over her. Scan her ID in? Online? No site she knew of required anything like that. Seems iffy, Jer. Where did you even hear about this anyway? Why don't we just buy tickets when we get there? I hate standing in lines. Since when? Come on. He reached for the purse now situated on her lap and dug through it. Hey, she said. What? It's not like I've never dug through your purse before. Here. After a second too long, he retrieved her wallet and thrust it in her direction. Confused but willing, Lacie pulled at the snap to open her wallet. Something slipped from inside of it. Exasperation growing, Lacie bent for her driver's license that had apparently come loose. Anything that required scanning in her ID was a scam, in her opinion. They should just get tickets when they... Her entire body stilled. The wallet turned to a brick in her fingers, and her heartbeat went from regular to frantic. Lacie, Kingston. The ID had the Texas state watermark, her address and information, even a terrible picture of her to the left-hand side, and her weight reading at its usual 130 pounds. But it wasn't the same as her driver's license, and it said the name she'd been fantasizing about for the last week. Lacie Kingston. She should have known he was up to something. Jared was the king of pulling her leg. Chewing her lip, Lacie flicked her gaze to his, ready to smack his shoulder and call him out for getting her. Only he wasn't in the chair. He was kneeling in front of her. Kneeling, as in, on one knee. Her heart leapt into her throat and pounded all at once, and she clapped a hand to her chest. What? He took her trembling hand in his. Junie said the magic made people fall in love with each other. You do remember. His lips tugged. I remember. I didn't know what to do, he admitted. So I played it off and tried to pretend things were back to normal in every way. Back to normal meant I was still with Tia, which I was at the time. I felt like I had to keep my focus on her long enough to end things with her. It was the right thing to do. Long enough to end things with her. You broke up with Tia? How did she take it? He lifted a single shoulder. She was surprisingly accepting. She said she already knew what I was going to say and that I was a good man. That it was time I started being good to myself, too. That was kind of her. But that still doesn't explain why you kept your distance for 8 days. 8 freaking days. He rubbed the back of his neck. It was torture for me, too. Believe me, I wanted nothing more than to barge over to your place and tell you everything. But I had a few things I had to take care of first. Like what? What could possibly have taken him so long to do? His fingers stroked hers. Junie said the magic made people fall in love with each other. But nothing really changed between us. I didn't feel any differently for you than I always had. I was just as crazy about you as always, made more evident by trying to keep my distance from you while we were forced to share a room. She laughed and dipped her chin to hide a blush. Yeah. His fingers tightened. The magic didn't have to change that about us, because we were already crazy in love with each other. Her eyes locked with his. She was pounding, thumping, thundering, determined not to miss a beat of his expression or a chime in his tone. You're my whole world. I want pictures of you and me all over social media. I want to share a room with you. I want to kiss you and tell everyone who thinks we're together that we really are, that we're not just friends, but that you're the first thing I think about the instant I wake up. You're the first person I want to call whenever I have news, and you're the last person I want to see before I sleep at night. And the person I want to do that all over again with, every single day we have on this earth. I want to tell them you're the most important person in my life, my best friend, and the love of my life. She flared her fake license at him. And the ID? I like the look of your name with mine. Took me a few days to find someone who could replicate it, hence me keeping away for so long. I tried to do it on my own, but it came out looking like my second-grade art project. She laughed. She remembered that project, a conglomeration of torn magazine pictures pasted together to create a face. It would have made Picasso proud. This explained why he kept his distance for so long. He'd been breaking up with Tia. He'd been planning to propose to her. She gave him a watery laugh. I did, too. I didn't want that to change. Now it doesn't have to. He brought her palm to his lips and kissed it. I have a question I want to ask you. Something I've wanted to ask for years. She grinned. So, get to it already. He threaded his fingers through hers, took a moment to stare at their interlocked hands. Then his gaze trailed slowly up to her face once more. The sweetest sincerity burnished like a blaze in his chocolate brown eyes. Lacie Lou Sorensen, will you do me the enormous honor of being my wife, be my best friend for the rest of our lives? Marry me, please? She thought about teasing him, but she couldn't think of anything to say but, yes. Are you going to kiss me? It's all I've wanted to do since... He didn't let her finish, but captured her face in his hands and crushed his mouth to hers. Her mind blanked. Awareness tingled from every point their bodies met. And yet it wasn't enough. She wanted him to know how completely joyful this moment was, and remaining in her seat just wasn't going to do it. Lacie lurched forward, thrusting her hands around him and knocking him backward. Jared reared, one hand shooting behind to keep his balance, the other securing her to his chest and keeping her as close to him as possible. Knock me over, why don't you? He said against her lips. I intend to. She kissed him again and again, with no intention of letting him go. Epilogue. Lacie had been right. The Harper's Inn Event Center was the perfect location for a wedding. Burlap and lace were draped along the center of a meadow in the middle of towering trees to create an aisle between lines of chairs on either side. And they'd married at sunset, with the orange blaze accentuating the forest's rustic beauty. Burlap draped along the ceiling of the main room within the event center now in preparation for the reception. Lacie's wedding gown was exquisite. She felt elegant, just like a princess of her own kingdom. And she couldn't have been happier with the way the decor, the glass jars circled by lace and burlap, as well as white lilies and baby's breath, adorned as many surfaces as possible. Her stomach hadn't stopped flurrying at the memory of Jared's face when she'd appeared at the mouth of the aisle, the possessive light in his eyes. The way the rest of the world had faded and blurred, it had been all she could do to walk instead of run to his side. But walk she did. She passed off her bouquet to her mother and placed her hands in Jared's, lost herself in his gaze, in the vows, in the promise of his kiss sealing them as husband and wife. They were now well and truly Jared and Lacie Kingston, husband and wife, and she had the ring on her finger to prove it. No time warp, no snowmen or magic radios, no confusion or rushed emotions. This was real. The pictures that had been on her and Jared's social media feed during their Christmas debacle with the snowman-sanctioned marriage hadn't been photoshopped or posed as she would have wished them to be. They'd been candid shots and somehow seemed better for it. Today, on her actual wedding day, Lacie had made sure to snatch pictures, just like those she'd gotten so lost in. Forthright and improvised. She'd also hired a photographer to seize the ones they would frame and hang in their home back in Texas. She'd gotten the best of both worlds. Jared stood near a set of stairs in the event center, talking with his mom and his sister. Their dad had even come, and Lacie had been gratified to see Jared offer his hand when he'd arrived. They waited now for the rest of their guests to appear for dinner and dancing. The band was setting up on a small stage outside. There was seating provided both inside and outside, and her stomach nodded. "What do you think?" Junie asked, a knowing smile on her face. She looked beautiful in a soft beige chiffon dress with a flowing skirt and a V-neck that rendered the cheerful receptionist curvier than Lacie would have guessed. Junie also wore makeup, something Lacie hadn't seen her do during their stay 6 months ago. "About what exactly?" Lacie asked. Junie examined the room with a sense of pride. "Whatever you'd like. The wedding, the event center, the way things turned out. You two actually ended up married." A smile dizzy with happiness took over Lacie's face. "We did, didn't we? That means you remember too, don't you? The radio?" Junie let out a little squeal and took Lacie's hand. "Are you kidding? How can I forget? Married by a snowman." "Technically," Lacie said. She was grateful for the confirmation. Sometimes when reflecting on what had happened, she worried it had been a ruse or some kind of imagination. Having Junie and Jared affirm things helped her to feel less crazy. "Married by Pastor Heathrow," Lacie corrected. "Take your pick," Junie said. "Either way, I'm so happy for you." Something shifted inside of Junie as she said the words, however, making Lacie wonder what caused the light in her eyes to dim. Junie cast her glance around the reception hall with a look of sheer longing, of loss, as though she'd been close to her own happiness, and it had slipped right from her grasp. "You okay?" Lacie asked. Junie perked right up again, plastering on her usual smile. "Of course," she said too brightly. "Your guests will be arriving any minute. Better make sure everything is in order." And she bustled off toward the back of the hall. That was right. It was nearly 7. She scanned the room for a sign of a clock, only to have her heart lose a few beats at the sight of her new husband making his way toward her. Jared was a smash in his suit. The cut of his shoulders was enough to undo her. Her fingers itched to touch him. "Hey," he said, "everything in order? Have you counted the napkins?" "Twice," she said with a smile. "I haven't been counting the minutes, though. Guests will be arriving soon and we better get in our places." "You not counting the minutes?" He pressed a hand to her forehead. "Are you feeling well?" "I'm feeling the best I ever have." His hand hooked around her back and drew her to him. Her mouth somehow found its way right to his. "Glad to hear it. And we have 7 minutes left in case you were wondering." "Why, thank you." Another kiss, this one lasting longer than was probably appropriate for public company. "That took 3 at least," he said, eyes glinting. "What are we going to do with the other 4? "I have a few ideas." Lacie giggled and turned as the chef, Mason DeVries, approached. "I hope everything turned out as you hoped it would," Mason said. He was a good-looking man with thick, dark hair and long eyelashes that somehow only accentuated his appearance. She'd dealt with several caterers, but Mason had been easy to work with, accommodating through all of her nitpickiness. Lacie perused the silver vats, offering chicken and steaming pasta, and the man standing behind the table, ready to slice guests' preference of prime rib. One table was tiered with multiple layers, each laden with bundles of cauliflower, bunches of colorful peppers, broccoli, radishes, cherry tomatoes, all arranged in a gorgeous, mouth-watering display of color. Fresh fruit and cubed cheese were displayed on white plates with black curved stands that pitted each plate at a different height and added aesthetic. "Beautiful, just as I hoped for. You've done an immaculate job with the food," Lacie said. She always hired out the food and had considered bringing in her associate, Penny, from Fort Worth for the job. But Junie had insisted she couldn't do better than their chef, Mason DeVries, and she'd been right. "My pleasure," Mason said, wiping his hands on his white apron. "Weddings are one of my favorite things to cater for." "Do you do other catering?" Lacie asked, noticing Junie as she passed toward the dessert table, where dozens of enticing, mouth-watering options were on display. Eclairs, individual servings of cheesecake, cookies for the less fashionable option. Junie adjusted the little chalkboard stand announcing each dessert. The fading sunlight pooling through the window behind her gave her an angelic backlight, accentuating just how good she looked in her dress. Mason apparently noticed the same thing. His attention strayed to Junie as well, and based on the color flushing up his neck and his lack of response, he hadn't heard Lacie's question. Lacie and Jared exchanged a bemused look, Jared lifting his brow as if to say, "Mason likes Junie," in a sing-song childish kind of way. Interesting. Lacie nibbled her lower lip, thoughts rambling faster than falling downhill. Junie had implied the radio had played for others at the inn. Had she been referring to herself? If Lacie had to bet on it, she would bank all of her earnings that something was going on between those two. Their 4 minutes came and went. Guests began filtering through the door. The sounds of cars approaching, ambling in through the open doors with them. Mason moved in Junie's direction, and Lacie let the issue slide, finding Jared's hand instead. "Ready to greet our guests? With you? I'm ready for anything." He leaned in to kiss her again.
Hey there, it's Catelyn Meadows here. I just wanted to stop in and say thank you so much for listening. I really hope you enjoyed Snowed In at Harper's Inn. I love this series so much. There's one more book coming up with Santa's Radio, and that is Junie and Mason's story. This one will be called Snowed In at the Event Center, so make sure you're subscribed to my channel so you don't miss it. If you like this video, please hit that like button and leave me a note in the comments. Thanks so much.
Thank you for listening. This has been Snowed In at Harper's Inn, a snowed in for Christmas, clean romance. Written by Catelyn Meadows. Narrated by Georgia Lee King. Copyright 2021 by Courtney Pearson. Production copyright 2022 by Courtney Pearson.